Sure.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome. We're going to get things underway. A few house rules and I guess an announcement or just a sort of general point of order. Those of you who are familiar with our proceedings probably noticed that we are short a court reporter who normally is sitting at the end of the dais up here. That's not really that big of a problem because we also employ videotaping equipment. There are two video cameras which are mounted up behind here, and there are 3 video cameras which are mounted on the wall behind those of you who are forward of the wall above you. The thing that we will have to ask that everyone does is to please make sure that you speak into the microphone when your case is called. So there are 2 microphones, one for each side that's up there. Just make sure that you speak into the microphone. The microphones are sensitive, but they're also voice activated. So the downside to that is that in order to be activated, they need to know that you're speaking. So if you are back away from it, it does not pick up you speaking, and so therefore that's going to be a problem maintaining the record in the case. We'll also have to make sure that we don't speak over top of one another because when there are multiple people speaking, that's going to make it difficult if there's a need to do a transcription to be able to keep track of who is speaking and what they're saying. So with that, we'll get underway with our normal rules. We ask that if you have a cell phone, a pager, any kind of electronic device that makes any sort of electronically generated sound, plays a ringtone, a bell, a chime, etc., we ask at a minimum you please turn those devices to a vibrate only, if not off position. Again, the reason for that rule is simple and straightforward. There are a number of microphones which are arrayed around us up here. Those microphones are all very sensitive, and they're not only for the purpose of amplification, but they're for the purpose of recording these proceedings. And cell phones, pagers, and the like interrupt not just the general conduct of these proceedings, but the recording of them as well. Similarly, those, again, those of you who have any kind of electronic equipment that generates a sound, or if you have a need to have a conversation with someone, we ask that at a minimum you please take those conversations out to the double doors to your rear. And the reason for that rule is also the same as for why we ask that you please turn off the cell phones, pagers, and the like. We will be voting at the end of the day, and you're certainly more than welcome to hang around and enjoy a civics lesson if you so choose. But if you have other things to do on this, I guess, mid-June, mid-summer afternoon, steamy afternoon, that's certainly understandable, and you can call into the zoning board office in the morning and find out how we ruled in your case. If you take out pen and paper, I can give you the number for the zoning board office, and I'll read this number off a couple of times. That number is 410-396-4301. Again, that number is 410-396-4301. You will, however, need to wait until you receive the formal written notice of the outcome of your proceeding, which should be forthcoming in about 3 to 4 weeks, before you'll be able to get your permit. We ask that you certainly not build in the city of Baltimore without first obtaining all of your proper permits. If you haven't already done so already, if you're here in opposition to any case today, we ask that you please sign in on our sign-in sheet, which is being held up now by Mr. French. Pardon. The sign-in sheet allows us generally to know which cases have opposition, but also allows us to know who needs to receive those aforementioned written notices I just was talking about. Additionally, we have some cases which are being postponed and which will not be going forward today, so we need to know who you are and how to find you so that we can let you know when those cases will be going forward, as some cases will not be going forward today. Okay. If the procedure for when the cases are called, if you're the appellant, you'll come forward and you'll stand to our left or your right. The opposition, if any, will stand to our right or your left. Once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in, and after everyone has taken the oath, We'll first begin with the appellant, who will be given the opportunity to present their side of things, present their testimony, documents, arguments, et cetera, in support of their various positions, also to respond to any questions the board may have, and generally explain to us what the issues are in the case and what it is that they're requesting. Once they are completed with their presentation, we'll next turn to the opposition, if any, who will be given their opportunity to present their side of things, their witnesses, documents, et cetera. Once the opposition is concluded, we'll return back to the appellant, who will be given the opportunity to respond to any points brought up by their opposition, and then to offer a closing statement. We won't be going back and forth, unnecessarily delaying things any longer than is necessary. We will generally be calling the cases in the order in which they appear on our docket, although we do have some preliminary matters to first address. First, as I had indicated, there are a few postponements. The first case we have that's being postponed is 2016-401, 1401 Bloomfield Avenue. That case will not be heard and will not be going forward today. If you're here in reference to that case, just make sure that you've signed in on the signing sheet so that we can let you know when that case will be going forward. 2017-165, 5800 Chemical Road. That case has been postponed until August the 1st, and so is not going to be going forward today. Next, we have 2017-237, 3600 Clipper Mill Road. That case has been postponed. As well, we have 2017-267, 1743 North Washington Street. That case has been postponed until August the 1st as well. So if you're here in reference to any of those cases, just please make sure that you sign in on the signing sheet so that we can let you know when those cases will be going forward. Additionally, understand that there are a couple of pending requests for postponement as well. 2017-239, 1708 through 1720 Gorsuch Avenue. Yes, sir. If you could come forward and approach, please. Are you here on that case, ma'am? Yes, Councilwoman, please. As I understand it, there's just a request for a postponement. I'm going to ask if there is, and if there is, then I'm probably going to grant it. If you guys want to work out another time, you can step back, figure out when that's going to be. But everyone doesn't need to come up here right now. Sir, your name, please.
Stephen Allen.
Okay, and Mr. Allen, you're here on the 2017-239, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I understand that you would like to postpone that case, is that correct? I'm sorry?
I'd like to postpone it.
Okay. And Councilwoman, you're here in reference to that case?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Ms. Clark.
Yes.
Oh, yes, right, after you told us. Yes, I am here on that case.
Okay.
And we have a number of constituents from the block of Gorsuch who are also here. They've all signed in. So I haven't had a chance to ask them what they think about a postponement because I didn't, that's my responsibility, but I didn't know. Can I ask them what they think?
Well, what I would suggest is why don't you guys go out in the double doors and out into the lobby and then figure out a time that works for you, and you can come back and we'll get you on the schedule.
Okay, do we have to wait till our 15th place on the agenda, though, to decide that?
No, just let us know when you're ready to go forward, and you don't even need to come back up here. Just go to Mr. Baumgartner.
Oh, okay, so you're
him know.
granting the postponement, and
That's
it's
correct.
just a matter of a good
Convenient
time.
date for
Right,
everybody.
that's right.
All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right, thank you. 2017-239, 1708 through 1720 Gorsuch Avenue is postponed. In addition, I think that there is at least one other case.
I believe it was 2800 East Eager, from my understanding.
Okay. 2017-169, 2800 East Eager Street, Antoine Johnson. Let's come forward, sir. All right, you're Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you can pull that microphone a little bit closer to you there. There we go. All right, we understand that you're looking to postpone your case today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's no one here, at least no one who's signed in opposition to this case. Was there a time that you were looking to postpone it to, or just Until you're ready to go forward.
Until I'm ready to go forward.
Okay, all right, that's fine. When you are ready, just make sure to call in to the zoning board office at that same number. Do you need it again?
Yes.
Okay, that's 410. I'll wait a moment there.
What should I get?
All right, 410-396-4301. And then they can get you back on the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
All right? Okay. 2017-169, 2800 East Eager Street is postponed. Okay. And were there any other postponement requests as of right now? Okay. All right, next, we're going to turn to our consent agenda, and the consent agenda consists of those cases where the zoning board staff has reviewed the files in these cases, and the board has determined that based upon the record submitted, that there is sufficient grounds to approve these appeals on a consent basis. We're going to call all of the consent cases together as a group, so listen up. If your case is called, you'll come forward. The first person in line will stand there. Everyone else will stand in line behind them, so on down the line. Once you're all up here, oh, wow. We need someone to administer the oath. Mr. Baumgartner, would you care to administer the oath today? All right. Once everyone is up here, we will get you all sworn in, and we will then call each case in turn. As we do, you'll be given the opportunity at that point to offer any additional information that you would like to have added to the record at that time. All right, first case on the consent agenda is 2017-126, 2509 Garrett Avenue, Chauna Ayenbor. All right, ma'am, you'll just stand right there. All right, next is 2017-215, 819 and 821 Light Street, Josh Nicodemus. And then will be 2017-227, 1509 East North Avenue, Diana Gaines. And 2017-233, 723 South Luzerne Avenue, Travis Lockman. And next will be 2017-240. 1001 North Broadway, Nate Prettle.
He didn't, I guess he'll know that.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tanner, if I heard you correctly, 227 and 228 both are Ms. Gaines, and they go together. Yes, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. All right. I see Mr. Prettle, and then I'll call again, 2017-233, 723 South Luzerne Avenue, Travis Lockman.
Happy to fill in for Mr. Lockman. I do a lot of work with Trump City Builders.
Okay. All right. All right. If all those intending to testify can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And for the record, my name is Derek Baumgartner, D-E-R-E-K, B-A-U-M-G-A-R-D-N-E-R, Associate Counsel for the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. Do you all swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, calling the first case, 2017-126, 2509 Garrett Avenue, Chauna Ayenbor. And ma'am, if you can confirm this spelling, C-H-A-U-N-A, Ayenbor, I-N-Y-I-N-B-O-R. Is that correct?
Yes, Enyenbor.
I'm sorry?
Enyenbor.
Okay. If you could also, I know you're kind of a soft talker, but if you could pull that microphone a little bit closer and then come forward to it so that you're speaking right into it. There you go. And then just make sure to keep your voice up. All right. Ma'am, we have this as an application to use the premises as a 50-seat church with community outreach center. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, it was 100.
Okay, with
Yes.
use as a 100
Yes.
seat church. All right. And Mr. Tanner, will that affect the,
Not if that's the existing condition.
yeah,
You're not adding seats to the
No,
church,
sir.
are you?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. French for the Planning Department.
Thank you. Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has reviewed this application and has no objection at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and ma'am, is there anything further you would like to have added to the record at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we've determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank
Good luck
you.
to you. Take care. All right, next up, 2017-215, 819 and 821 Light Street, Josh Nicodemus.
That's me.
Afternoon, sir.
Hi.
We have this as an application to consolidate lots to use as 4 dwelling units and office with 4 off-street parking spaces and construct a 3rd floor rear addition with 2nd and 3rd floor infill additions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the Planning Department?
Planning Department recommends approval of this application, subject to the condition that the improvements to the consolidated premises are completed in accordance with plans and designs approved by the Planning Department. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Nicodemus, are those conditions stated by the Planning Department acceptable to you?
Very acceptable, yes.
Okay, and is there anything further you would like to have added to the record at this time?
No, sir.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Take care. Next up, 2017-227, 1509 East North Avenue, and 2017-228, 1511 East North Avenue, both of those cases being Diana Gaines as the applicant.
That's me.
Okay. Ms. Gaines, we have as to case number 227, we have that as an application to install an 8-foot high fence in the front yard and a 12-foot high fence in the side and rear yards. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And as to 228, we have that described as an application to install an 8-foot high fence in the front yard and 12-foot high fence in the rear yard. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the Planning Department with respect to either case?
Planning Department has no comment on either application. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Gaines, is there anything further you would like to have added to the record at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck.
Thank you.
Take care. Next up, 2017-233, 723 South Luzerne Avenue. This is Travis Lockman, but Mr. Prettle, we understand that you're stepping in for Mr. Lockman. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And, sir, we have this as an application to construct a 2-story side addition and new 3rd floor with rooftop deck. Is that correct?
I would trust that that is correct, yes.
All right. Mr. French, anything from the Planning Department?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
And Mr. Prettle, I'm guessing you have nothing to add to the record?
That's correct, thank you.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve this appeal. Next, 2017-240, 1001 North Broadway. This is also Nate Prettle. And Mr. Prettle, we have this as an application to use the 1st floor as a salon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Make sure you step forward and speak in that microphone.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the Planning Department?
Planning Department recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Prettle, is there anything further you'd like to have added to the record this time?
No, not at this time.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve this appeal. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to address the remainder of our docket, which will include cases where opposition is signed in. And frequently we found that opposition is the result of either a lack of communication or a miscommunication amongst the parties. And it can be useful to offer the parties an opportunity to have a dialogue between themselves to see if they can resolve their dispute. Obviously, if there are 2 sides who are in a dispute and they ask the board to resolve that dispute, one of those 2 parties is bound to go away disappointed with the result. And so this is your opportunity to avoid that unhappy fate. We're going to, well, I'm going to read through the cases where opposition has signed in, and you can just stand where you are, and we'll ask if there has been communication between the parties, and if there has, or if there hasn't, if the parties would like to have a dialogue now to see if they can try to resolve whatever differences they have. If you would like to do so, all you have to do is just step out the rear doors that are behind you, and if you get something worked out, that's great. Just come back in and let us know that you've come to an agreement. If not, just come back in, have a seat, and we'll call you each in turn. You're certainly not obligated to take the opportunity to speak with one another, but we certainly do encourage and appreciate it. First case where opposition has signed in is 2017-177, 3238 Esther Place, Carlos Mecanos. Okay. And the folks who are here in that case, has there been a discussion among the parties?
Yeah, the case was postponed last time, and there was a discussion after the There was a postponement last time, and there was a discussion after the postponement last time.
Okay. All right. Any desire to continue speaking?
No, I'll just wait my turn. I know they present first, so I'll let them present first.
Okay. All right. Just have a seat. We'll call you in turn. Next case is 2017-192, 220 through 222 South Duncan Street. Mark Norgard. Who's here in that case? All right. And have you folks had an opportunity to have a discussion?
No, we're the owner. It's a negative appeal.
Yes.
Emerson Dorsey with this negative appeal. So.
Okay. So have you folks had an opportunity to speak?
I have tried to reach out to the attorney, but he never returned my telephone call, so we have not spoken.
I think I see him in the courtroom.
Yes.
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 Mr. Holzer, any desire to speak with the owner here?
Yeah, he called me about trying to get a hearing earlier than today.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So I guess everyone's...
We're ready to proceed.
All right. All right. Have a seat, and we'll call you in turn. Next up, 2017-232, 102 South Chapel Street, Charlene Doberspike.
I'm Lindsay Jones.
Okay. All right. And folks, have you...
I messaged her, they sent me the plans, and I voiced my objections, but I had no response back from Lindsay.
Okay. Do you guys want to step back and see if you can get anything resolved? All right. Just let us know when you're ready to go forward. As I said before, if you get something worked out, just let us know. This case had been on the consent docket, so we can make any agreement that you come to part of the decision in the case. Next, 2017-245, 1821 through 1831 Lafayette Avenue, Mohammed Shawan. Okay. And folks, have you had the opportunity to speak?
Yes.
All right. Any desire to continue speaking?
No.
Okay. Have a seat. We'll call you in turn. You're pretty far down on the docket. Actually, I think you're the last case on our, well, second. Well, yeah, you are the last case on the 3 o'clock docket, so it'll be a while. All right. First case, 2016-45, 1213 Edmondson Avenue, Anthony Abokiri. All right, counsel, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
For the record, Melvin J. Kadensky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the applicant.
All right, and could you spell that last name, sir, for the record?
Mine? I'll give it to Kodenski. That's Kadensky's from Fells Point.
Just so that it's clear on the record. All right, Mr. Kadensky, we have this as an application to use the premises, use the first floor of the premises as a restaurant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this specific property, the building on the lot occupies the entire width of the lot and also does not have a rear alley to provide service to the property if it is used as a commercial establishment such as a restaurant. The department believes in analyzing this request that the appeal does not meet the conditions for required findings for approval of a conditional use. And specifically, the department is concerned with the possibility that there would be outdoor storage of garbage in the rear of the alley, which would be a natural thing that would happen as a result of using of the property as a restaurant with a commercial kitchen, and that there was not an adequate way to provide service to remove the garbage on a daily basis, or more specifically, that the applicant did not provide any plan for such. The department therefore recommended disapproval of the appeal because the establishment, location, and operation of the proposed use would be detrimental to the public health and general welfare due to the specific nature of the site known as 1213 Edmondson Avenue and the potential for rodent infestation that open-air storage of garbage and trash related to the proposed use would create. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other staff reports?
No.
All right. Mr. Kudinski.
Yeah, let me hand out to you. I gotta move around like this. I told them I'd pay for cordless mics, and they will not do it here. I got one for each one of you. And I'll try to proffer as much as I can here. This is a picture of the building in question here that Mr. Abortry had purchased. As you can see, there's nothing to the left of it. The property to the left of it, and you talk about rodents, that's where rodents would be. And you may find this hard to believe, but it's a city property. And both of those lots that are over there, the city owns. Mr. Abortry has been trying to get title to those properties so he could give him some more room, but for whatever reason, the city will not offer him the properties to go ahead and for sale. It was used before as a retail outlet. He wants to have a little restaurant. It's not restaurant like you would think. I'll let him explain what it is and the fact that he would have sufficient means for the pick up the garbage and so forth. State your name and address for the record, please.
Anthony Woodkery, 612 North Hilton Street, Baltimore, MD 21229. As my counsel was indicating, we are not attempting to do a full-scale restaurant. This is more of a carry-out with a service, food service delivery from the standpoint of an Amazon Flex, Uber carry-out, Grub sort of approach. In other words, we'd be doing food delivery from the premise. Not an extensive menu. Speaking of being able to remove trash, the pictures may not do justice to what is available from a space standpoint in the rear of the building, but there is enough room to, if you look on the document that my counsel just provided, there's room to get a truck back there. And I stand willing and able to build out a sufficient trash a repository, if you will. I humbly beseech that you consider or just move forward knowing that we can provide the ability to take care of whatever debris, trash may be formed as a result of the operation. Thanks.
You would have some sit-down dining. Wouldn't be much, though. Is that correct?
It wouldn't be much.
All right. And along with that, you purchased the building. What did you pay for the building?
$19,000. Ever since then, I've put in anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 in it as it stands.
And then you were planning on putting additional monies in there to fix it up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And along in that block, you're probably the only building is left standing in that block. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Kennedy, I'm not really sure I heard this, I guess an answer to this, but the planning department was concerned about sanitation pickup and that there was no plan to ensure that the establishment was operating in a clean and hygienic manner in that regard. How would that be assured if, in this case, the building only has a 10-foot alley that's next to it, there's no alley that's behind it, and there's really no place for rear pickup of trash, and I mean, the only thing that could be offered would be to store it in the front, which I don't believe is permissible. But how is your client intending to meet that concern of the planning department?
You mentioned it, but go ahead and say it again.
So again, I've been advised that I would have to build, and the city instructed, a trash receptacle out of cinder blocks in that back area. I had plans and contractor estimates on how to do that. There's enough space back there to build at least an 8-foot by 8-foot width and diameter and in height, 8-foot cinder block enclosure where a trash bin can be adequately stored and secured with a wired fence. So that ability exists if it is and that was what was required from what I was advised from the city standpoint. So that can be put in place if that would get us the approval that's required.
Okay. Mr. French, you may not know the answer to this, but would that kind of trash collection or trash storage facility be acceptable here?
Generally, that would comply with what the planning department asks for, which is a solid masonry enclosure with a lockable wooden gate, solid lockable wooden gate. In this situation, the odd thing with this particular property is that the property is bordered apparently on both sides by land controlled by the mayor and city council.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, one other technical difficulty that the applicant would need to address would be getting the right to actually use the 10-foot wide strip next to the building for the purpose of the trash company hauling his trash away, his garbage away. That shouldn't be a serious issue. But yes, if the approval was made conditional upon his building and maintaining that solid masonry enclosure as he's described, we would not have any objection to that.
Okay.
Mr. French, isn't the one of the sides? Oh, yeah, you're right. One of the sides is an alley. Doesn't the applicant have free access to that alley?
The interesting thing is this is in the Harlem Park Urban Renewal Area, and that alley, according to the plat map, is officially closed.
Oh,
it's not part of the public right-of-way at this time.
Okay.
Which leads to my next question of where would this facility be located, and how would the sanitation people access it, and how would they know to access it? Anyone can answer that one.
So how they would know to access it would be based upon myself engaging them and advising adequately of the presence of a trash receptacle back there. How they would get to it would be by the, even though it does not look that wide, but that cemented aperture that runs to the right of the picture is wide enough to get a truck back there. And also there's a culvert off of the main street that leads into that cemented way, if you will. Pictures don't do it justice, but they would be able to get back there based on that enclosure being built directly behind the structure as you see it. And even though there's not a picture for it, there is a good amount of footage behind the building to fit the trash receptacle as we specify measurement-wise and have described.
Okay, so I've got an aerial picture here of it. And so there's this grassy area that's here. These actually are two lots. They're 16 feet wide, so that's going to be 32 feet until you get to this little, I guess for lack of a better word, an alley that comes through there. Now that still leaves the truck some distance away from the rear of your property. And I'm going to guess the sanitation people aren't going to try to roll a trash receptacle across uneven grass ground. And then next to you there is a 10-foot alley, and they can't get a truck down there. So I'm just at a loss as to how it's going to functionally work.
You would have private pickup with Waste Management, somebody like that.
Yeah.
And they have the rollaways.
Mm-hmm.
They just roll them down down to the front, and they pick them up. You know, we're out parking on Davis Street. That's what they do. They bring them down, they roll them out, and the truck picks them up, dumps them, takes them right on back.
Okay,
That's a condition. That would be a condition that he'd have to come up with.
All right, so you're saying, because if I heard him correctly, he was talking about coming across this area, but it sounds like, Mr. Kaninsky, what you're suggesting is they would just simply come down that 10-foot alleyway there.
That would be the easiest I could think of.
All right.
That would be, if that'd be a condition, he'd have to comply with it to make it work.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
About off-street parking.
There's no off-street parking there.
I believe there's a requirement for off-street parking.
Well, he wouldn't be able to get it because his building covers the whole lot, and all this parking there with that alley is the only place you would be able to park. There's that alley, although you say it's closed, there's an easement there. It has to be an easement because you can see there's a utility easement right through that alley.
Well, this is to the, I guess, well, depending on which way you're looking at it. This picture is taken showing the cleared land that's to the left of the property. The closest alleyway, though, is shown on our aerial, which is to the right of where this picture is taken, where there's the alley that's there. So which one were you talking about?
I think they could use either one. Depends whatever one they could roll the waste management to. I mean, there's nothing there in that whole area.
Yes.
He took a building, he's trying to improve an area, the building, make it better for the people that are there. So whatever the condition was, he would go ahead and do it. I mean, it's not like it's a bustling metropolis there.
All right. Okay, anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 2017-232, 102 South Chapel Street, Charlene Dober-Spike.
So I'm Lindsay Jones. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
I think that Mark left because we came to an agreement.
Okay, that is what we have a note here that agreed to approval with condition. So I guess it's up to you to let us know what the terms of that are. All right, Ms. Jones, if you could raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Jones, we understand you are here from Ms. Dover-Spike. That's correct?
Charlene's my contractor, but I'm the owner of the property.
All right. And there was a gentleman here who had signed in opposition to your case, but our information is that the two of you came to an agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you could let us know what that agreement was.
We didn't come to like a exact number. I agreed to some compensation towards a roof deck because what he's upset about is a little bit of his view from his third floor being blocked by our rear addition.
Okay. All right. And the parties are going to work out the details of that on their own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
He's my neighbor. I know him.
All right. If when you guys get that worked out, just send us an email so that we've got something and just to close up the record on that. That'll be fine.
Okay.
Right.
Is that? Do you need to have that before I would get an approval so that we can get permits?
We would. Well, the way that it would work is card there. Is that, as I said, it's going to be a little bit of time in order to get the orders drafted up. Okay. So now the sooner you get that, the sooner that we can move forward with everything. But once you have that, then of course, then you can go and get your permit at that point. So the sooner you get that in, kind of the better it all works.
Sounds good. We'll send an email ASAP.
Great. Okay, and we have this as an application to construct a second and third floor rear addition and rooftop deck and alter first floor access as a garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay, and ma'am, was there anything further you would like to add to supplement the record in your case?
No, thank you.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck. All right, take care. Bye. All right, next case, 2017-84, 1404 through 1414 South Charles Street, Nate Prettle.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Prettle, we have this as an application to use the former church as an office building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Sir, if you could raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have staff reports?
We received a letter of support to convert the church to an office building on July 17, 2017 from the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association.
Baltimore City Planning Department reviewed this application and recommends approval, subject to the condition that any off-street parking required to meet the requirements of Table 16-406 of the Zoning Code, as determined following filing of floor plans showing the actual total amount of floor area for the offices to be located on this property, is provided to support the proposed use. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Prettle, are those conditions stated by the Planning Department acceptable to your client?
They are to an extent, and I can explain if you'd like.
Okay.
So, Mr. French talks about the table in the back of the new zoning code. I believe that section 16-601E of the code, in reference to a neighborhood commercial establishment, which this is the reuse of an existing church building, which covers the entire lot, exempts the new use from off-street parking. You know, essentially, there's no way to provide off-street parking without altering or damaging the historic nature of the building. And also, we've been in discussion with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association, Mr. Wilkin and myself. I should mention, this is Ross Wilkin, who's a partner in Green Door Properties. They're a local developer with their office about 3 blocks north on South Charles Street. And the discussion was based around, what is the best use of this building and in terms of the impact to the neighborhood. There is only real 2 options. One, it would be used as residential building, which would have a parking burden primarily in the evening, or it could be used as a office building where the parking burden would be primarily during the day when parking is more readily available. We met with the association as recently as last Tuesday. They voted approximately 25-0. I think that was the vote to support this project. And we would urge you to support it. There's no tenant at the time, and I will mention that when it comes to the point where they have a prospective tenant, there's a possibility that they look for off-street parking. But it's very difficult, as board members know, in this specific part of the city. There is a city-owned garage on West Street, which I believe is already above capacity. So, ideally there would be an office tenant where the majority of the employees would live in the neighborhood. But at this point, without having tenant, there's even a chance that Mr. Wilkin and Green Door Properties move into the building. So,
the new zoning code, section 16601, states structures over 50 years old or structures that have received an historic tax credit are exempt from the parking requirements, subject to review and approval by the Director of Planning.
that's subsection F. Subsection E, right above that, also provides that a neighborhood commercial establishment that is allowable under the code is exempt from parking. But either way, that doesn't change the practical impact of what we're doing here. And this is something that, again, we've worked with the neighborhood for many months on finding what's the best use of the building. There is no way to provide parking on site. We'll do our best to find it as needed off site, but we can't promise anything until Green Door is the contract purchaser. After this hearing, they'll have it, I think, within 30 to 60 days, they'll have to close on the property, and then they've already been looking for tenants. They'll sort of ramp up that process, should they get approval. But again, this is something that the members who live, immediately adjacent to the neighborhood they want to see happen. If it's not an office building, it'll sit vacant for a long time, and potentially someone will come back in for a residential renovation of it. So it's not an easy situation, but I think the new code moves towards having less of a parking requirement for these existing structures.
The new code says under the standards for neighborhood commercial establishments that if it's less than 2,500 square feet, they're exempt from parking.
Okay. Well,
This
sure.
property is well over 2,500 square feet.
Yeah.
The Section E, the intent of that was to apply to high-rise apartment buildings with 50 or more apartments as a permitted use. And the way it was written is very vague. And I think the intent, however, was not to apply to a situation like yours. That needs to be determined, and that's something the board needs to apply. However, if you get approval by the director of planning, that goes away.
Sure. So I certainly appreciate that. From my perspective, I can't read the intent if it's not in there. I mean, it's one sentence that says that, and there are many sections of the new code that I don't think anyone, whether it's planning or zoning, have fully grasped at this point. But
that's why we have hearings.
Yeah. That's why we're here, and I'm asking for your approval on this. And again, this is something that we've been working with the neighbors on for a long time. We feel, and I'm not to speak for the neighborhood, but I think based on their support, they feel that this is an appropriate use. We're happy to work with planning. I just can't guarantee any specific number of off-street parking spaces, especially since we don't have, a set number of employees or even a set number of square footage of the building that's going to be used. I mean, there's a chance that one tenant only takes up half the building. So.
All right, well, why don't you tell us about what is being contemplated here, or what's being proposed?
Sure. Ross, would you have it?
Basically, after we purchase the building, we're going to find a commercial tenant, and we'd like to leave it pretty much as is. The building's in great shape. Just take the pews out, and it's all open, and put office space in there. Now, depending on the tenant, the number of people, I wouldn't know until we get a tenant to sign a lease.
Yeah, and I would add, Mr. Tanner raised the subsection F, which talks about historic tax credits. This is a building that's approximately 100 years old. There is a chance that they seek historic tax credits, but due to the condition of the building and the limited amount of work that may need to go into it, they don't even know if there's a chance to do that. So, I think we would meet that intent more so than I think Mr. Tanner feels for the other section I brought up. But again, this is a building that we're not able to provide parking on site. If there was readily available off-street parking right next to it, I think they'd be more than happy to lease it. It's just not around. I mean, it's not an easy situation, but we feel like we've got the best proposal for the site at this time. And again, I'd urge you guys, the board, to support and approve this proposal.
So you said that you don't have a proposed tenant at this point, so you don't.
I'm sorry.
So you don't really know sort of what the needs will be. You've got certainly a design here for offices located within the space with a lot of open space in between. But I mean, as I'm looking at it and we're trying to figure out, well, how many people might be here, we don't really have that information.
Yeah, that's correct to an extent. When we say we don't have a tenant, it'll be limited to what's permitted under an office by the code. It won't be a gym, it won't be a retail, it won't be anything else. It'll be an office tenant.
But again, The building itself, well, the lot size, I guess, is what we have right now.
The plans also have the gross floor area, which is roughly 17,000 square feet.
Well, that actually helps a little bit illustrate my point a little bit more. It is that it's actually almost 1,800 square feet. That's a lot of room. And just trying to think of the range of different kinds of office tenants, what their number of employees are, what the number, so as we look at it, there's an issue over parking. Well, okay, how many people are we talking going to be in the building? At this point, we don't really know.
If it's okay with Mr. Wilkin, I think we may be able to put, a cap on that. If you were to look at what the requirements would be for a church, we estimated that they would have roughly between 150 to 200 parishioners there. Over the past 100 years, that parking requirement would be between 37 to 50 parking spaces under this code. If we were to use the entire almost 18,000 square feet, we're looking in the low 20 number. So it's less of a parking requirement than the church. It's less of a burden than a residential use, which primarily would add cars during the evening. And, again, I've brought this up before, but this is something that the community supports. They like to see the church redeveloped, and they're familiar with Green Door Properties, Mr. Wilkins' firm. They like their work, and, they think it's a good fit.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
All right.
Great, thank you.
Next, 2017-177, 3238 Esther Place, Carlos Mexicanos. All right, sir, you're Mr. Mexicanos?
Yes, I am.
All right, and sir, we have this as an application to use the portion known as 3236 Esther Place for a garage other than accessory for the storage, repair, and servicing of motor vehicles not over 1.5 ton capacity, including body repair and painting. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
All right. If all those intending to give testimony can please raise their right hands and be sworn.
I think you just have to stand where you are.
And do you all swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have staff reports?
We do. We received a letter on July 14, 2017 from the Highlandtown Community Association in opposition of the proposed motor vehicle repair shop. According to the association, the business has been operating without the appropriate regulatory oversight for years, and the firm routinely performs repairs on the sidewalk and street. Lastly, the repair shop uses the repair shop's use of flammable cleaning solvent and paint concerns the association due to the apparent lack of safety management within the property. In addition to that, we received a letter from Councilman Zeke Cohen's office on July 17, 2017. However, a representative from Mr. Cohen's office is here and would wish to elaborate. However, we do have that letter in record, and we also received a letter from Councilwoman Sneed, who is not in support of the proposed use either, and I wasn't sure if she wanted to elaborate on hers as well. Okay.
I certainly do note her presence in the room, and I guess when we get to the opposition, Councilwoman, if you would, if you wanted to come forward at that time to make any statement, that would be fine. Mr. Well, is that it for staff reports? Okay. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Coe, and I'm a representative from Councilman Zeke Cohen's office. He just wanted me to read this letter that he had pertaining to his opposition to the body repair and paint uses. Councilman Zeke Cohen opposes the request to add body repair and paint uses to the existing auto repair shop. The Patterson Park Neighborhood Association has voiced several concerns about the garage being granted this conditional use. One concern relates to the history of frequent citations the establishment has received for improper practices. Constituents have reported that the garage has not provided off-site parking in the past and that it has conducted repairs on public sidewalks. Work has also been conducted with the doors of the property open and no screening from the view of homes directly across the street. The Patterson Park Neighborhood Association expressed its opposition of the appeal when first heard on June 6, 2017. Since then, the association's concerns have not been alleviated. For these reasons, Councilman Cohen opposes the added uses that are sought by the applicant. According to the local community association, the establishment has violated zoning regulations in the past, and there are doubts that the establishment would begin operating legally if granted the conditional use. Thank you for your attention to this issue.
Thank you.
The Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is zoned in a business-zoned area. It is, however, operating as a garage and needs to have certain conditions for approval made as a condition of approval. The Department of Planning recommends that the board, if it grants approval of this application, make it subject to these conditions in addition to other conditions the board may establish. First, there will be no parking, staging, or storing of vehicles on public rights-of-way. Second, there will be no parking or storage of unlicensed vehicles on the property. Third, all work must be performed indoors. Fourth, all materials, parts, and equipment related to this use will be stored indoors. Fifth, there will be no temporary storing of vehicles in the public alley west of this property. And sixth, if a dumpster is used to collect waste and trash related to the use, the dumpster will be placed inside the existing building. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you have someone with you today. Is that, ma'am, if you could identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Rodriguez, M-E-R-I-L-Y-N, last name Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z as in zebra. I am here with Mr. Humberto because of his lack of English. So I will be assisting him just to make sure that he understands everything that is being said to him and that he can relay any information to the board, accurately.
Okay. Do you know if he understood the proceedings thus far?
¿Ha entendido todo lo que han hablado y lo que ha sucedido hasta el momento? He did not. He's not sure exactly what was said by the councilman's representative.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to be interrupting. I can make sure that he understands why she's here and what the letter entails.
Sure. Ma'am, if you could come forward again. Do we have the letter in the record?
We do have the letter.
Okay. Mr. French, if you could provide it
Could I
to...
ask if she could translate our conditions?
Yes.
Estas son las condiciones que están,
Where's the letter from
okay, las condiciones que la ciudad le está presentando al consejo. Si lo aprueban, que usted tiene que hacer todo esto.
I think she probably should speak into the microphone too, for the record, don't you think? There's an appeal of this.
Please continue.
You do not think she should speak into the microphone? I just want to make that clear. Should she be speaking into the microphone or not? Is this being recorded?
It is not at this time. She's relating to him the letter.
I know, but how do we know that that's? I mean, at some point, if this is ever reviewed, I mean, typically when there's a translation happening in a case, there's an official. The translator gets sworn.
Yes.
I did raise my hand, and I did.
Okay.
I did swear to tell the truth.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have a problem with stepping outside, just because this is being, we were not aware that there was a letter from the councilman's office. We were not aware of this. I don't know if the board
All right,
wants
if I'm,
me to.
stop. All right, so I'm going to ask her to read that to him. She's going to give a response. Her response needs to be truthful. Okay, so if he indicates that he accepts whatever conditions are, and she relates that, then he is now bound, and she's bound to tell the truth as to what he represents to her. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, great. I just want to move this along because if you turn around, there's a lot of people who are behind you. All right, please continue.
No puede haber parqueo ni historial carro que no estén arreglado en la área común pública. Okay. No puedo haber parqueo y guardar vehículos que no estén emplacados dentro de la propiedad del garaje. Todo el trabajo tiene que ser hecho adentro. Todos materiales, equipo relacionado al trabajo que usted va a hacer, tienen que ser guardados adentro de la propiedad. No puede guardar carros temporariamente ahí. Son los vehículos que usted va a arreglar, a reparar. Si utilizan un receptacle para coleccionar la basura, tiene que ser usado adentro, ¿ok? No puede ser fuera del edificio. ¿Entiende todo lo que le piden? Okay, he does understand.
Okay, and you've reviewed the conditions offered by the planning department with him?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and does he agree to those conditions offered by the planning department?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Have we located the councilman's letter? Yes. All right. This, ma'am, I will ask if you can use the equipment for this, please.
Okay.
There's the microphone there.
Okay. Esta carta es del councilman del distrito primero, del área donde usted quiere poner su negocio. Ellos están, la oficina del councilman Zeke Cohen me envió una carta a esta agencia dejándole saber que ellos están oponiéndose al que le aprueben este permiso para usted abrir su negocio, porque problemas que han habido anteriormente con el mismo tipo de negocio en esa área. El negocio quiere ser abrido en el 3236 de la Esther Place. La asociación de la vecindad de Patterson Park están también en contra de que le aprueben el permiso, porque han habido problemas de mal uso de la propiedad. Por ejemplo, el parqueo de vehículos afuera, el trabajo con las puertas abiertas, ha sido multado en veces anteriores por todo este tipo de problemas. La oficina del councilman C. Cohen le está pidiendo que deneguen su petición y tomen en cuenta todo lo que ha sucedido anteriormente en este local, y que no piensan de que usted, como el propietario nuevo, irá a ser mejor que lo que hicieron anteriormente. ¿Comprende todo lo que está diciendo? Okay, he does understand.
Okay. All right. All right. Oh yeah, we do need that back. Okay, now the parties were previously here, and there was supposed to be some further discussions. I'm guessing that those discussions were not fruitful, is that correct?
My understanding is that the applicant was supposed to reach out to the community association for further discussions and never did.
Okay.
I have been helping with this process. I reached out to Patrick Lumberg after June 26th, I believe it was June 28th, June 29th, because we had the signs up that were requested when we were here the last time. We had them up in English and we had them up in Spanish as requested by the board. So I did reach out. I left a message because that day when we were here, I had spoken to him, I will get this taken care of. I will let you know when it's ready so that you can stop by. He wanted to take a look at the space that we were discussing for the parking issue. I never did get a phone call back from Mr. Lundberg.
Okay. So, for whatever reason, as I said, I guess for whatever reason, the dialogue didn't occur. So, at this point, we're just going to move forward. If you can have Mr. Mexicanos explain what it is that he's proposing here.
Ellos quieren que usted le explique exactamente qué es lo que usted propone hacer con este negocio.
Okay. Primeramente tengo parqueo más o menos como para 25 carros.
Okay. First of all, I want to let the board know that I do have parking available for approximately 25 vehicles.
Todo el tiempo ahí siempre han trabajado con pintura, pero yo lo quiero hacer correctamente y pienso instalar un paint booth para no perjudicar a la comunidad.
Okay. I am aware that this facility has been used improperly, not following code previously. That is not what I am interested in. I want to do everything legal and how it is requested. I am installing a paint booth if approved to make sure that the work that we are doing there does not harm the community.
Aparte de eso, le vamos a dar empleo aproximadamente a 7 a 8 personas.
Okay. Also, this business would allow me to employ anywhere from about 7 to 8 employees.
Yeah, y vamos a tener empleo para que estas familias tengan su alimento y aparte de eso vamos a también pagar nuestros impuestos al gobierno de los Estados Unidos.
Okay. We look to hire from within the community, so hopefully to help those that live in the community, support their families. At this point, Mr. Mexicanos is just looking to do things the right way. He is aware that previous tenants have done things the not so correct legal way, but that's not what he's about right now.
All right. Is Mr. Mexicanos the owner of the property?
¿Usted es el dueño de la propiedad?
No.
No, he is not.
Okay, so he's a tenant.
Está rentando, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And is his garage currently operating at this location?
¿Su garaje está operando actualmente?
No.
No.
Okay. Does he have a garage?
¿Tiene un garaje?
No, ahorita es temporalmente cerrado por supuestamente para conseguir los permisos para la pintura.
No, he does not. He knows he's not, until he has permits and everything, he cannot move forward.
Okay, so he doesn't have a business operating either at this location or anywhere else right now?
¿Tiene un negocio operando en este local ni en ningún otro local?
No.
Okay, all right. So all of the problems that have been experienced at this location previously were not businesses that he owned or controlled or operated?
Todos los problemas que sucedieron anteriormente en este local, en ese tipo de negocio, no fueron negocios que usted era dueño de ellos.
No.
No.
Right. Now, Mr. Mexicanos said that there was parking for 25 vehicles at this location?
I rent first in the 3236 Esther Place, but the last time that somebody told me the problem in this place is the parking, I rent the rest, the building, only for parking.
Okay, which building did you rent for?
The same building, it's start to 3236 Esther Place between East Fayette. The same building across to the two.
I think what he's trying to explain, it runs from, one entrance on Esther Place and all the way over to Fayette Street.
Okay.
Can I ask, on this picture here where there's a bunch of cars sort of here, is this what we're talking about?
Yes. It's between Esther Place and East Fayette.
All right, so this picture of these cars is what we're talking about as the parking, is that correct?
Ahí donde están esos vehículos, donde sería el parqueo.
Okay. Because I got a question here because as I look at the plat map, I see that there's a 10-foot alley that's there. Now, I do see cars parked in that alley. So we can't be talking about doing that. Is that correct?
Exactamente donde, porque mirando por la foto, el espacio que ellos pueden ver es de la ciudad, no es privado.
Before, supuestamente el dueño compró eso a la ciudad para usarlo como parqueo para los
El dueño,
el dueño del building.
He's telling me that the owner of the building is telling him he purchased that from the city for that purpose of parking. That's what it was supposed to be used for.
Por eso tiene portón aquí y portón a los dos lados y por eso está encerrado todo.
Said it's got a gate. It's gated on the Fayette side, gated on the Esther Place side, and fenced in.
Okay. When do you know when that occurred?
¿No le dijo cuándo eso sucedió? El dueño de la propiedad.
Okay.
No, he was not informed.
Mr. French, does the planning department have any information on that?
Planning Department has no information concerning that matter.
All right.
I do know that it's gated off, and it's been that way for a long time, but it's still listed as a city alley. To purchase it, they would need to close the alley and get a permit for it, for the use, which there's no record of that.
Él está diciendo que no encuentran evidencia de que el dueño ha comprado eso. Ellos ven que está ensellado y tiene este portón en ambos lados, pero no hay una evidencia de que eso la ciudad se lo vendió al dueño de la propiedad.
All right. We've got a drawing here showing all these vehicles lined up within the building. Are these all vehicles that are shown here being lined up for service, or are they just awaiting service there?
For the service is inside. This is the paint booth. Here is the lift. And this is the other two car parkings. And I have for here for the other 4 cars. I have a big bar here and 2 cars in the front.
Okay, so what we're seeing here shown is just a painting operation?
Lo que están mostrando ahí es simplemente una operación de un negocio de pintura de carro.
Sí.
Okay, all right. Is there any auto repair that's going to be going on?
Van a hacer reparaciones de vehículos.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and where's the auto repair going to take place?
¿Dónde va a suceder las reparaciones de?
For paint is inside the paint booth.
Okay, but like, car gets into an accident. Are you going to be doing any work on that, on cars like that? Or are you going to just be painting cars?
¿Entendió lo que le? Si un carro llega que ha estado en un accidente, ¿usted va a hacer reparaciones y después pintar o solamente pintar? Yes.
Yes, repair and paint.
Okay, so where's the auto repair going to be going on? You
¿Dónde
just said that this
exactamente
is
es que
all-
van a hacer las reparaciones de vehículos?
This is the lift. It's here.
I think the box is the spray booth, and I think he's
Yeah.
repairing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so the spray booth is here. And so how many lifts do you have?
1.
One. Okay, so this is a lift. This is the spray booth. And then all these cars here are just awaiting servicing.
I've got a question too, again, going back to what is described as the alleyway. So these cars here, are they parked in what on the plat is called the alley?
Están parqueados en ese espacio que está encerrado.
Yes.
Yes, so these are within that 10-foot or so alleyway.
Están dentro de ese espacio de como 10 pies.
Sí.
Yes.
If I got it correct, I mean, there's, just from this photograph, there appear to be 3 different columns of vehicles that are here. So I'm going to imagine that one column, the one that's closest to these buildings down here, those cars are going to be in the alley. And then these other vehicles that are here, it looks like there's some sort of space that's adjacent to the building that's going to be on the property. But just the dimensions that we know, the alley's 10 feet wide, that's roughly the width of a car. So that's going to be all of these that are going to be here are parked in what is, at least on the record that we have thus far, a public right-of-way. I also note that there are a number of vehicles that are parked here on the sidewalks. You can clearly see those as they're sitting outside the building there. Are you counting any of that space as parking?
Están mostrando que hay muchos vehículos parqueados en espacio público, en camino público. Él quiere saber si usted piensa utilizar ese espacio para parquear vehículos.
¿Afuera? No.
No.
Okay. And shown here in this drawing that you submitted, these are all the vehicles that you can park inside your structure, inside your building. Is that correct?
Ese dibujo muestra que todos esos vehículos usted los puede estacionar dentro de su negocio, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So we've got 8 cars here that are waiting servicing, and 2 that are being worked on, shown here. So a total of 10, 8 that are waiting, 2 that are being worked on.
Muestra que hay un total de 10, 8 que están esperando servicio y 2 vehículos que están en reparaciones. Yes.
Anyone else have any questions at this point? Right. Sir?
I'd just like to ask Mr. French briefly, to the west of the structure that's there, is any of that privately owned, or is everything to the west of the structure of the alley?
10 feet.
According to the plat map, there is a 10-foot wide alley running north from Esther Place to Fayette Street. That's all I can state.
Okay. Just since Councilwoman Sneed is here, I'll just let her speak so that she can leave.
Good afternoon. So I live on Fayette Street right near that property. And so I happen to drive through there often, and I always see the cars double parked, folks working on the cars. And it's hard you can't even walk through there. I can't even push the stroller through there because it's no sidewalk. It's nowhere for me to walk through. So that's my hesitation and problem that, I understand it's a business. We want people working, but it's hard for neighbors to just navigate through there. I mean, because they're constantly double parked, even on the street, working on cars. It's just not a good look when we're trying to, have a clean and safe community. So
all right. And as I was showing the applicant here, the photo we have, this is dated in December of last year, shows these vehicles here parked up on the sidewalk outside of the structure. So you would say that this is more emblematic of your experience with this property, is correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're saying that in addition, you frequently see vehicles double parked out here, even in the street?
Yes.
All right. So it's not just here on the sidewalks as shown in the picture, but vehicles in the street that are being worked on or that are awaiting service.
Correct.
Councilwoman, to the best of your recollection, what's like the most recent time you've been through there that you've seen that?
So because the gas station is there, I'm there pretty often. So probably once a week or more I go through there.
But you would say recently you've seen this condition?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And it may not be because he's not there, so whoever else, is more parking, they can do whatever.
I'm just trying to figure out that, because it's his testimony, he doesn't own it.
Yeah.
He wants to be the tenant. Does that mean that the owner is getting rid of the tenant that's there now that's causing these issues?
como usted no es el dueño de la propiedad, ¿quién está utilizando esa propiedad en estos momentos? Y el dueño va a sacar a ese inquilino para entonces darle a usted.
¿Cómo?
El espacio, ¿quién está utilizando ese espacio ahora como inquilino?
No, now it's closed. Maybe she has a problem in the next block close to the gas station because I have a lot of small body shops and you have only parking for one car inside and one car outside. But in my block, it's only 2 body shops and it's, you know, we have a big parking and this is the problem for the next block close to the gas station. It's a lot of body shops. Always is a problem, but this problem in the next 2 months, you don't see more because Royal Farms, he buy the whole block. He reconstruction, you know, the big gas station. You don't see in the next 2 months, you don't see more problems to the park.
But they still use that street and that alley to fix their cars and so they use, it's just more ample parking for them to double park and to clean.
The next block. That's not my block.
Yeah, there's a confusion in that area. The block that he's on, and then there's the next block, which is right behind the Royal Farms.
The Royal Farms.
It's all of it. That's what I'm saying. So it may not be your property now, but they use the whole block. Like, we can go through there now and we would see like multiple guys and people working on cars out there.
Is it possible though that those are patrons of another business?
Yes, and that's what.
Yeah, because his business is not open. It's not.
That's what we're trying to understand.
Okay. All right. And for the record, we're talking, the property that we have is Esther Place. I guess it's south of East Fayette Street and east of Northeast Avenue, bounded by Clinton Street on the other side. So that's the block that we're talking about here. So, Councilwoman, you said that the experiences that you related were more general to the area that is that this property is located in, as opposed to with respect to this particular property.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. The comments that you were talking about earlier, really that's been your general experience within the area in general, as opposed to this particular property.
Yes, that's it in general. This is what you see constantly. I mean, it's not broken down into blocks where you could see like between Potomac and Decker, because this goes on. It's not anything stopping it to say this is a hub of houses right here. This is where the street is. It looks like it goes on forever. So it's hard to distinguish between what's his and what's not, because they're just using a whole block.
Okay, so you have a photograph that's in front of you there. What location does that photograph depict?
Maybe this picture is.
Well, just a sec. There's a question that's pending. You're looking at a photograph. What location does that photograph depict?
So when we turn from the gas station,
The gas station is located where?
Right at Highland and Esther Place. And so when you turn, if you're at the gas station, what we normally do is come from the gas and we turn on Esther Place, so you make a right. And so you start. Okay. So from there, as soon as you turn the corner, all the way to the other end, basically, is what you see.
Okay, so Highland
is the start of it.
And Esther. Okay, so that's going to be one block, it looks like, to the east of this, because this is the property. This property is located on Esther, bounded by East and Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Highland would be 1 block east of Clinton.
Right, but it starts, it's the whole block is what I'm saying.
The whole block starting from where?
From
Highland?
Yes,
Okay, so the whole block starting from Highland, continuing down to Clinton.
yes, and then picking up from Clinton at times and going on to, what is that block?
Going on to East?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, all right, and so the photograph that you have, that shows what? Does that show Highland and Esther, or Clinton and Esther?
If I could
if you could know.
The councilman did not take these photographs. I just wanted her to have them for reference. I brought other
Well,
witnesses who took the photographs.
And I understand that she may not have been the person who took it, but if she's
But
looking
my
at the
mental
photograph
lexicon.
and can recognize it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So from, oh gosh. So when you go this block, I'm sorry. So from the middle of the block, because you can see, up into where their paintings are, which goes all the way down the block.
Mm-hmm.
So this is from not right behind the Royal Farms, but this is a bit down. But this whole, it's the entire block to east.
Okay, so the Royal Farm is at
So the Royal
Highland
Farms
and
will be,
Esther.
the Royal Farms will be right here, and this picture picks up.
Okay, so if I got it right, the Royal Farm is located, I think it fronts on Highland.
On the corner.
And it's right there on the corner. And so the photograph where that is the area directly behind the Royal Farms, looking west on Esther towards Clinton.
No.
No, further down.
That picture is taken from Esther.
Like
I'm
this
sorry,
is
from
Esther.
Clinton. From Clinton, okay?
Okay.
And it's a picture of garages. I just want this to be clear, because, again, the councilman did not take the photograph. And so,
But
you know,
this is
I know
Esther
where
Place,
photographs are
though.
taken from,
Okay.
the councilman doesn't.
Okay. And if she doesn't know it, she can say that.
Right, but this is Esther Place, though.
Okay.
When we ride down it, so it doesn't.
I don't want to give the impression that this is where the Royal Farms is, right up here. The Royal
No,
Farms
the
is
run
an entire block away.
over here. So the Royal Farms will be over here, and the picture is taken here. If that
All right.
makes
Okay. Simple question, Councilwoman. Do you know where that photograph is taken from?
So yes, from if you're on Esther Place, I don't have the exact address of where I can.
It's
see
somewhere on Esther Place.
Yes.
All right. Thank
But further down, yes.
Okay, all right. So before, when I was asking about the aerial that we have of this property, which shows this property located here, you don't have it in front of you. The photograph is located over here. This photograph is not that. You can set that one down.
Okay.
All right, so when I was talking about the photograph that's here, and it's shown here, and I said, this is representative of what your experience with this property has been.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this photograph here, this aerial, shows the property with vehicles parked up there on the sidewalk.
Yes.
All right. Now, the sidewalk that's there, is there a curb or is it all just flat?
No, it's a flat.
Okay, if you can speak in the microphone.
No, it's flat. So think about when you're moving, coming out, when you open your garage door, it's like it's just flat. It's just, but it's open.
All right.
So there could be, if it was closed, a part that you can walk on. But when it's open, you can't walk on. Like when the doors are open.
Gotcha.
If that makes
Okay, so the sidewalks all around here are all, there's no curb.
Not essentially, no, but there is a curb. There's a place that you can walk if the doors were closed.
Well, there's a if I'm getting you correctly, there's a sidewalk, but there may not be a curb. So the curb is a little part.
Oh yeah, no, it's no curb.
Okay, so the sidewalk is flat with the street.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions there. I just have questions for the applicant.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses, evidence, et cetera?
Yeah, I do, but if it's okay, I'll just question the applicant first. And then
Okay,
get a
yes,
witness.
yes, yes.
And I will try to keep it very brief,
Great.
understanding that you don't currently operate the property. So there are two bay doors to the garages, right? Two big garage doors? Okay. And looking at the drawing that the board has of the interior of the space, there were two rows of cars inside. Do those doors go straight back, or do you have to pull to the side to pull the cars in?
¿Entendido? Okay. Mirando la foto que tienen, que usted envió a hacer, hay dos filas de vehículos. ¿Entran por un lado y salen por el otro, o va a haber entrada por el lado del edificio?
Va a haber entrada aquí donde está este carro. Es clear. Si uno quiere puede regresar aquí o salir por la East Fayette.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty without the picture, with
which one do you need?
the one with the cars,
interior
the
drawing.
interior.
Oh, sure. The floor plan.
No, this is the biggest space here. If I want it, I stay here and back. If you know, I go to the East Fayette.
Where are the doors to the garages?
The door?
¿Dónde van a estar las puertas?
Oh, it's one here and one here. And this is the office.
Okay. And so how would you park these two cars here if the bay doors are what he's testifying to is that the bay doors are here and here. How would you park these two cars there?
This is he asked to the lady because this is flap. Para que caminen las otras personas está la banqueta hacia el otro lado. Pero ahí no hay ninguna banqueta que impida que uno pueda poner un sign para dos vehículos. Pero si hay problema,
Okay, that would be in front of the building if that is an issue, that is space that is not allowable. He's more than happy to, he will definitely comply with that and make sure that there's no parking signs put up.
So your drawing shows two cars parked on the sidewalk.
For the customary,
Él dice que su dibujo muestra dos vehículos parqueados en la calzada. Okay. And I think he's confused also because of the fact that there is no curb. They automatically think, and if you're not aware of, someone does not make you aware of this, I'm sure it's something that he did not realize. That's public space. You cannot have anything parked there.
Okay, but so the drawing shows two cars parked on the sidewalk, right?
El dibujo muestra dos vehículos parqueados en la calzada, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Inside my building.
In front of the building on the sidewalk. Okay, what kind of car repair do you plan to do inside? Can you give me a list of some of the things that you want to do inside the building?
¿Le puede dar una lista de los tipos de reparaciones a vehículos que usted piensa hacer dentro del edificio?
Mecánica and body work.
Okay, would that include potentially taking the engine out of a car?
Fix the engine.
Would it include using a crane to take an engine out of a car?
Maybe not.
Okay, would it include welding?
Tune-ups and brakes, maybe transmissions and paint cars.
Okay. How many customers do you expect to have per day or per week?
I don't know now.
Do you know how many customers the existing tenant has? How many?
No, because we're gonna start.
Do you have a business plan that includes how much money you think you're going to make?
¿Ha hecho un plan de negocio que pueda mostrar cuánto dinero usted cree que su negocio va a generar?
Por experiencia de otras personas, solo dicen que puedo generar trabajo para 7 personas, pero no exactamente cuánto dinero.
Okay. He does not. He has not moved forward with that just because he's been stuck with this for months, but he feels that he can generate enough business to keep about 7 employees working.
Would that mean potentially more than 25 cars at a time on the property?
¿Eso quiere decir que potencialmente más de 25 vehículos en la propiedad a la misma vez?
No.
No.
How many total do you think you'll have?
¿Cuánto en total usted piensa que tendrá?
Okay, podrían haber, para empezar, unos 8 para empezar, no sé.
About 8 vehicles.
Okay. And you work on all size cars, small trucks, or small cars to big trucks?
No, only small cars.
Only small cars. And there's currently no vehicle lift inside the unit?
¿Hay una lift de vehículos dentro de la unidad ahorita mismo? Yes.
There is a lift, or there's not a lift?
Hay una lift
Sí,
ya
hay una lift
instalada.
inside.
There is a lift.
Okay. Okay. You've visited the space. Have you ever seen anyone doing work on the vehicles inside the unit with the bay doors closed?
Usted ha visitado el espacio. Usted ha visto ya trabajo hecho de pintura con las puertas cerradas.
No, because I have, suppose we need to put the paint booth inside. You know, the car is inside the paint booth. It have like a 40 filters and the big fan.
But whenever you see work being done now, the work is done with the garage doors open. Is that right?
Cuando usted ve trabajo que está sido haciendo en estos momentos es con las puertas abiertas.
Now it's closed.
When the work is taking place?
Cuando están haciendo trabajo, if you can clarify, so because I'm not, his business is closed, so he can't tell you it's work is being done with the doors open, work is being done with the doors closed. You know, his business is closed. Are you referring to when he's seen another business?
Yes.
Okay. O cuando usted ha visto otro negocio que hace este tipo de trabajo de pintura, ¿lo ha visto hecho con las puertas abiertas o con las puertas cerradas?
You know, en el invierno con las puertas cerradas. But, en el invierno fue cuando yo lo agarré para poner el negocio, pero en el verano nunca lo he visto. Pero en el invierno con las puertas.
He's only seen that work being done in the wintertime and, of course, with the doors closed.
Do you anticipate that when you do all of the garage work, all of the repairs will be done with the bay doors closed?
Usted anticipa que cuando haga todo el trabajo va a ser hecho con las puertas cerradas.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Is there air conditioning inside the units?
No. So we have only, ¿cómo se llama? Fans.
What's the temperature inside the unit with the door closed?
I don't know. It's closed.
It's too hot to work with the doors closed, isn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. What about car painting? Has car painting been done with the doors open, to your knowledge?
Pintura de carro ha sido hecha con las puertas abiertas hasta lo que usted sepa. No, it's impossible.
Okay, now you've seen work being done outside the unit before, right? As you visited the property, you've seen people doing work on the sidewalks and on the street. The old tenant, not you, but the old tenant. You've seen them doing that?
Cuando usted ha ido al área a visitar la propiedad, no usted, pero otros inquilinos los ha visto haciendo trabajo en las calzadas.
And the next block, yes.
Yes,
in front of
and
your
then
property?
Al frente de su propiedad.
No, next block.
Okay. What utilities do you have inside each bay?
¿Qué utilidades tiene en cada de uno de los espacios?
The lift.
Is there water?
¿Tiene servicio de agua? Yes.
Is there bathrooms inside the unit?
Yes, it's bathroom.
Okay. Is there currently any ventilation system at all installed in the unit?
¿Hay sistema de ventilación instalado en la unidad en estos momentos?
Hay uno que supuestamente es para aire acondicionado, pero no sé si va a trabajar. Hay un sistema de aire acondicionado y calefacción.
No, pero de ventilación que remueve.
Sí.
¿Hay sistema de ventilación?
Sí, hay un fan.
There is a ventilation system.
What is the ventilation system?
¿Cuál
A
es el
ceiling fan?
sistema que
It's
está?
in the fan, it's in the paint booth. You know, take out the
Is that currently there or something you're planning to put in?
¿Eso está ya instalado o es algo que va a ser instalado?
en los planos.
¿Va a ser instalado?
Sí.
It will be installed if approved.
Okay. The parking that you show inside the building, the 8 parking spaces, anytime that you want to paint a different car or work on a different car, you're essentially going to have to move every car out of the building and then move the next car into place. Isn't that right?
Only 3 cars.
So you have to move 3 cars out to get 1 car in? For each side, though. So to paint a car, you have to move 3 cars out and then move the next car in to be painted. And the same thing for the lift. You have to move 3 cars out and then put 1 car on the lift.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you move those 3 cars out, where are you going to store them?
This is the I told you. Now I have a big parking, for the not only for the 3 cars you see in the plane. Now I rent the rest for the East Fayette.
Okay, and what you're talking about there is the property that's immediately west of your property, the alley between your property and the other garages?
Explíquele exactamente cuál de la propiedad. Ellos no están entendiendo.
Can I see the map again, actually, the aerial view?
Actually, don't we have a color one? Better photograph.
This gives you
Okay, so the parking that you're talking about having rented, is that these spaces here?
Exactly.
Okay.
East Fayette and the rest of the place.
Okay, and so again, for the record, I'll just point out that what he's pointing to is the alley space that's between the building that we're here for discussing today and the next building over on Esther Place, which is another series of storage units. And in this photograph provided by the planning department, it's filled with cars. It's an alley filled with cars. Now, what is your plan if you have more than 8 customers in a day or more than 10 customers in a day? Are you going to turn them away? I mean, once your bay is filled with 10 cars, the next customer that comes in, you can't park that car on the street. So what is your plan for that customer?
It's easy, If you have a good job and you need to talk to the customer, I don't have a time now. But if you come back and the next week or 2 weeks, I have an appointment for you.
Okay, so you intend to never park any cars on the street or on the sidewalk?
No.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for him.
Right. Do we have that aerial back?
I think I sent it down there.
Okay, other witnesses?
Alicia Porter, please.
State your name.
Alicia Porter.
Alicia, where do you live?
3201 Esther Place.
And how long have you lived there?
About 10 years.
And can you describe for the board what you see driving down the street in the location of the garages that we're here discussing today?
Okay. So I have a very clear view of this. There are a real situation that Royal Farms has purchased. And this is a totally separate situation. These are 2 garages that are on my block. So I live across the street from this. From the time I have lived there, cars have always been parked that are being repaired on my street. People are repairing cars on my street. Tow trucks are dropping cars off on my street. These cars are wrecked, glass everywhere. Many people don't drive on my street because you're going to lose your tires. I lose tires constantly. No one will buy a house on my street because there are abandoned vehicles that have been in terrible accidents, have been burned, who have no engines in them. At any time you can drive on my street and see this.
So why don't you do this? Why don't you go through for the board what these photographs are? I know you know where they all are, and I know you took some of them yourself. So if you could just point out for the board, show them the picture, tell them what it describes, and for the pictures that you took yourself, if you could tell the board when you took them.
You have the same photos, I guess. So this is the 3200 block of Esther Place.
If you could hold it up, please.
Yep.
All right.
And are these the garages that we're talking about here, the ones on the left-hand side?
So these are the garages. This is the 3200 block of Esther Place. This is East Street here, and then on this would be Clinton.
Okay. And you said that you live opposite of the garages?
Right. I'm right here. I'm right at the first house on Esther Place.
Okay. And you're at Esther and East?
Yes, I'm pretty up on Esther because it's this last house here is diagonal.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is what you commonly see. So there's absolutely no way you can round the corner and take a stroller and go to Royal Farm. That doesn't happen. Many times here on my street here is where cars park that are waiting to get repaired in these garages. So that is a constant. Right now, there are cars there. I understand this is not his business. There's a cease and desist on this property right now. I don't know if that's because he tried to work there, but right currently, yes, there's nothing happening in this bay garage. The one next to it, though, as of today, cars are there. So it's truly a problem on my street. It's.
Question. At any point, have you contacted the zoning administrator's office?
No, because have I personally? No. I have gone across the street and talked to the owners of the garage, and oftentimes very nice. If they can move the cars, they will. Sometimes a tow truck needs to be involved. I'm trying to do the best in a situation. I bought a house in a challenged area. It's really gotten out of control. So, I mean, this is just, I think all these photos will be showing the same thing. Cars are being repaired outside. That's just consistent. I don't see cars being repaired inside. It's where they work on cars, where they're staging cars, where cars are left off. And when I hear, tow trucks leave cars there knowing that they'll be worked on at some point. A few times I've gone over and they've recognized, whoever's running it knows they have too many cars out there. They're apologetic. They say, wait a few days, we'll get this cleared up. I will call 311 when there's cars parked. There's elderly people on my street, so their handicapped car parking is often blocked. And the cars are moved at some point. I don't know if it's towed. I don't know how it ends, but 311's called a lot. But no zoning. I haven't talked to zoning.
Okay, so a lot of these cars that you're describing are in, it sounds like they're wrecked cars. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do they have license plates? Do you notice any that don't have license plates?
I do notice ones that don't have license plates.
Okay.
And those are typically on my way to work. I'll call those in because it's obvious they shouldn't be there.
Would you say that's a frequent occurrence?
Yes, it is. And now I cannot say, are those cars going to those two garages or the real problem we have over? I don't know. But yes,
okay.
Consistent.
Right.
This is a area that if you want to abandon a car, this is where you're going to go. I've had cars that my first week in this house, someone abandoned a car and lit it on fire. That was my first week there. It has a look to it that nobody cares about this street because it's just cars. There's just cars that are in terrible repair. If you want to leave a car, you're going to go on vacation for a couple weeks. Esther's where you go because truly no one's going to cite you. I see police officers, they write their notes on my street, but they'll never cite these cars. It's forgotten zone.
Okay.
Are those businesses there when you purchased your home?
Yes, they were there.
So I guess what I'll do is I'll just submit all these photos as, to the board as, photos of these are all photos of the garages in question and work being done in the garages in question.
Thank you.
Okay. The problems that you've seen with these garages in particular, okay, and it's important that we just focus on these garages in particular, not garages down the road and not people that just leave their cars there. Do you expect these problems with these garages to continue into the future, even if purchased by someone else, and if so, why?
I do. I truly don't know how these businesses, I don't know how they're able to operate. It is such a narrow garage. There's no way you could work on a car and close that bay door. Especially if there's no air conditioning. I just don't see how this could be a viable business, especially when I heard 25 cars, I almost died. I could see operating on one car at one time, and when that's done, but I can't see how this can work.
And how many times have you walked by or driven by these particular garages and been able to see inside the bay doors and see the size of what the garages are inside?
Yeah, daily. I drive by it daily.
Okay, and you don't think that there's enough space to do auto repair on vehicles?
Correct.
Or paint vehicles?
because I don't see vehicles ever being worked on in there, I truly do not think I see vehicles being worked on in there. I see it on the sidewalk there, so that leads me to believe it's not preferred to be working in a very, very, very confined space.
And these garages are visible from the front door of your residence, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are they visible from other nearby residences as well?
The whole 3200 block looks in.
There's houses directly across the street from these
Directly
garages?
across, right.
Okay. And are those houses currently occupied?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not any neighbors have had such problems with these garages that they've actually left the property? And if so, could you describe what the problem was and who left and why?
Sure. I mean, I have a neighbor who has left my street, but the paint smell, they would hang their clothes out to dry. We bring the clothes in, it smells like paint. It's just a common, it wouldn't be your first street to pick to live.
And those are all the questions I have. I realize that there's a lot of people waiting, and to be honest, the testimony of everyone is essentially going to be the same. So I can proffer that testimony for the board and maybe just have everybody stand.
That'd be good.
Okay. So I think what everyone here is going to testify to is that the pictures that you see there are of these garages, that they regularly see work being done in the middle of the street and on the sidewalk, and that given the size of the garages, that these are the storage units, that you can't operate a business like the applicant wants to operate, because there are so many cars that are going to come in, that you'll always have to stage some cars or work on some cars outdoors, and the interior of the bay is not large enough to do the kind of work that they're going to do. I think everyone would be surprised to hear that there's going to be a lift installed, because the garages, you can look at the photos, I mean, they're no taller than really I am. So I don't know how I mean, typically when you see a garage lift, I mean, it lifts it all the way above somebody's head so they can get under and work. That's not possible in this garage or in any of these garages, because they're no taller than I am on the inside or the outside. The building is very short. And what that means is that any time that a car is going to have to be worked on and worked under, you're going to have to do what you see in some of those photos, which is you take the car outside and you jack it up. It happens again and again on the block all the time, and we just foresee that happening indefinitely into the future if this conditional use is granted. And the final thing that I think everyone would say is that, we fought hard for a zoning change on this block from, I guess it's currently B3 to the new designation of C1. Under the C1 designation, none of this would be allowed. And the reason we fought so hard for that change is so that this wouldn't be allowed. And I think we just all oppose this application.
Hold on. Please, are you done?
That's everything. So,
Okay.
For everyone who's here to testify, can you just stand up so the board can see who all's here? That's essentially our testimony, that the problems will continue in the future and that they've been absolutely terrible up until this point as depicted in the picture.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just one quick question.
Yes.
Is there a general path to remedy? So I hear you that you were active in Transform Baltimore and public conversations and stuff. But beyond that, what other remedy have you sought to the other businesses at this point? Besides calling 311, which you testified to.
Right. So with the other businesses? You mean the prior businesses?
Right, because it's clear that it's not just this particular garage.
So the other garages, the board may recall, applied for similar conditions, which this board granted approximately a year ago. Thankfully, after that time, it appears that Royal Farms has purchased that property. My understanding is that sale is not yet complete, but any one of these folks can again tell you that after the board allowed the use and placed conditions on those garages to not work on the sidewalk, to not work on the street, it continued absolutely unabated, right, folks? Yeah. Unabated. I mean, it just never stopped. They never even made an attempt to stop because the garages were not big enough to ever house those kind of businesses. They just could never do it. So our plan was that after the board had granted the conditional use, we were going to come back and fight it because they weren't complying with the conditions. That's what happened with the other garages. And again, our understanding is that Royal Farms has since purchased them.
Okay. And as a general question, are you aware that the way to fight it is calling through the zoning administrator's office?
I think our understanding was 311 calls.
Okay.
Right.
So the proper thing is to call the zoning administrator's office?
Well, 311 transfers their complaints to the zoning administrator. It's enforced. The zoning administrator is responsible for enforcing zoning code violations, but it's all triggered through complaints through 311. And it's, in this case, it's hard to enforce.
And the board, with regard to the other garages that were purchased by Royal Farms, there were actually several complaints that were enforced. I mean, there were fines on that property at the time when the conditional use was granted last time.
We have been placing the same conditions since in the 1990s on all the uses that come before the board. No work on the sidewalk, no vehicles on the sidewalk, all work within enclosed structures. And it's been like you said, it's been a consistent enforcement problem.
The association's view is just that it's just not possible. I mean, how can you have a viable business if you only have you're working on 8 cars at a time? I mean, I think if you start doing a little bit of math about what the cost of an average car repair is, and you've only got 8 cars, it doesn't really add up to being able to pay the rent. And so I think what the applicant would have to do, whether he realizes it or not, is have a lot more cars that he would have to park on the public right-of-way illegally, which is what all the other businesses have been doing up to this point.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to identify myself in the very beginning, as I probably should do so now. My name's David Leibensberger. I live at 110 Northeast Avenue, and I was former president of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, sir. Just make sure that you use the microphone. One question I have is, looking at this building, looks to be fairly old. Do you know roughly the age of it?
Mirando la foto, se ve que el edificio es bastante viejo ya, un edificio que lleva años construido. ¿Usted sabe exactamente la edad del edificio, en qué año fue?
No.
Okay, you don't know how old the building is? Right.
No, he does not.
And the plan that you submitted, you're going to be doing renovations to the inside, or is this just the layout that you're going to use?
Por los planos que usted sometió, usted va a hacer arreglos. I'm sorry, are we discussing about the structure?
Yeah.
Of
this
the
here.
building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to renovate the building, or is this just how it is?
¿Va a renovar el edificio o así es como está ahorita?
No, así es como está ahorita. Lo único que no tiene es el paint booth. Y sí tiene un lift inside de 8 pies.
Okay. That is how it is right now. The only thing that is not in there installed is the paint booth, and it does have a lift installed that is at least 8 feet, goes 8 feet up.
Okay. And you don't know what kind of ventilation there is inside the building?
¿Usted sabe qué sistema de ventilación existe en el edificio ahora?
Solamente para el lado de la oficina, hacia el lado de la East Fayette, que tiene otro portón grande.
No, de ventilación.
Sí, eso, las puertas esas. Pero ventanas no tiene.
No, sistema de que para
No,
ventilar.
One fan.
No, just one fan right now.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Could I just briefly add one thing? I'm sorry. So earlier, the applicant testified that they had contacted Pat Lumberg, who's the president of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. One of our vice presidents from Patterson Place, which is a subset of Patterson Park, has been in text message contact with Pat. If I could just have her come up real quick. She spoke to Pat via text message and has that text message about whether or not that conversation took place.
It's not really relevant.
Okay. Well, her testimony would be that it did not take place.
Okay. Doesn't matter one way or the other.
That was not my testimony, sir.
Folks, it really doesn't matter. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
David, record. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go back on the record. Noting the time, it's almost 6 o'clock. I note that there are a number of folks who are here for the 5 o'clock docket. Just so you know where we are still in the middle of our 3 o'clock docket. So it will be some time before we get to those on our 5 o'clock docket, as we have several opposed contentious cases on our 3 o'clock docket still to get to. And speaking of our 5 o'clock docket, we have one postponement request. This is 2017-255, 806 North Broadway. This is, I'm not seeing either Mr. Prettle or Mr. Berry, but that case will be postponed and will not be going forward today. So if you're here on any of the cases on our 5 o'clock docket, please make sure that you sign in if you're here in opposition to any case, so that we know who you are and that you're here. Also, if there are any postponements with respect to our 5 o'clock cases, that way we know who you are and how to notify you if the case you are here on gets postponed. All right, picking back up with the 3 o'clock docket. Next, we'll call 2017-235, 813 Glen Allen Drive, Spencer Key. Afternoon, sir. You're Mr. Key?
Yes, I am he, and this is my son, Spencer Jr.
Good evening to you both.
Speak to Mike.
Yes, if you could remembering the rules for today, because we are down a court reporter. We all have to make sure to use the microphones when we talk. That way we can be sure that the videotaping equipment captures all of the testimony. All right, and Mr. Key, we have this as an application to construct a one-car parking pad into the front yard of a single-family detached dwelling. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any staff reports?
We do. We received letters from the neighbors located at 811 and 815 Glen Allen Drive stating that they have no objection to the proposed parking pad.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted this request would provide for a curb cut and for the parking pad in the front yard. In order to qualify for the curb cut, there is a city policy that if a space is removed from the street, because the curb cut is created, there needs to be at least 2 parking spaces created on the private property in order for the property to qualify to receive approval for the curb cut. Secondly, this property is located in the Hunting Ridge District, which is a locally designated city historic district, and the applicant would need also to receive approval from the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation for this particular proposal. The department is recommending disapproval of the application, as the applicant does have an alternative, which is obtaining designation of an on-street parking space reserved for a handicap permit holder, and because approval would require a curb cut for which eligibility criteria would not be met at this location, according to the plan provided with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Key, we've got your, I guess the drawing that you submitted here, and it's pretty self-explanatory. You're proposing to construct a 18 by 12 foot wide concrete parking pad in the front of your property, is that correct?
That's correct, sir. And it's next to another parking pad. And of course, we're in one of the most beautiful areas of Baltimore. I have always maintained my area in a real great fashion, as those pictures you have should indicate. So I've been at Hunting Ridge. I've lived there. I've owned that property since 1975, and with the exception of a stint in the Army, I've lived there the rest of the time when I wasn't in the Army. I'm asking you in the strongest terms that I can think of to please give me that parking pad.
Okay.
And the reason for, sir? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you if there was a reason for that request.
The reason for that is that my wife and my daughter, we live there alone. And we, as you can see, are very old. And I'm concerned that we've been targeted from time to time. And that's why I want it, so it'll be closer to our home so we can get out and get in much quicker than otherwise. Now, as far as the parking on the street parking, that's out for me. I'm not going to do it, and the reason I'm not going to do it is because I think it's unsightly. And even so, I've been to other places where they have it, this parking, handicap parking. And I just don't like the way it looks, and I'm not going to be one to deter I'm not going to be one to mess up the decor of that neighborhood. I love it too much. And I brought my son here because he's worked on this, and I want him to express some other things in connection with this. But we really want the parking pad, and I will pay whatever costs it may require for the curb business if necessary.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. I think in our packages, or in the packages that we submitted, several points were made, but I want to express also the following. As far as the neighbors go, you have several letters of approval from our neighbors. We've also dealt with the Hunting Ridge Association. With the one or two members that we have dealt with verbally, they're in agreement. They have not objected to anything. Now, also included in the package in one of the enclosures is a letter from CHAP where they spelled out the process that we needed to go through in order to seek to attain approval from the board. In it, they indicate the process, but also that they would provide hearty approval if we were to receive approval from this board.
Okay, let me just interject there. I'll try to cut to the chase here.
Yeah.
So the planning department made their recommendation based on their evaluation of whether or not you would qualify for a curb cut. They said that they were opposed to the plan as presented because you wouldn't qualify for a curb cut. And they explained that the curb cut policy requires that in order to qualify for a curb cut, you need to, where parking is being taken away from on the street, it has to be replaced by available parking for at least 2 vehicles. Is that correct, Mr. Price?
That is correct.
Okay. So you've submitted a parking plan here that shows available space to park 1 car. That is a 18 by 12 foot parking pad. So you would have to enlarge that parking area to accommodate 2 cars. And Mr. French, if I've got this correctly, the space, I guess they couldn't count stacked cars. They'd have to be cars that would be able to get in and out themselves without having to move one to get the other one out?
That would be the normal rule, yes. Now,
Okay.
recognizing this is an historic district, there might have to be some flexibility in that matter.
Sure. Okay. So at a minimum, and this is where I guess the second thing comes in, that is where you have to go to CHAP. You need to enlarge what's being proposed here to accommodate a larger parking pad, so that you are accommodating 2 cars, not 1. At that point, you would qualify you'd qualify under the curb cut policy for a curb cut. So now, by expanding the size of the parking pad, of course, that's also going to expand the size of the cost for the parking pad. So you're going from a the cost of an 18 by 12 foot parking pad to now let's say that we double it. So you're talking about 36 by 24. And as far as the dimensions of that, whether that's, so when they talk about stacking, that's cars parked bumper to bumper. And typically that is not you're not allowed to count that as 2 parking spaces. It's counted as 1 because you can't move one without moving the other one. So most times they require you to have enough space for 2 cars to get in and out by themselves. But so I say all this to say that what you probably need to do is to postpone your case, go and reevaluate a plan whereby you accommodate 2 parking spaces and not just 1. You'll need to also go to CHAP to see if their preliminary approval, or however you refer to it, requires any kind of particular design. That is, if you expand your parking pad to go this way and to enable both cars to get in and out, or if CHAP will only approve something that goes where you have stacked cars. And then you'll have to see whether or not, if that is what CHAP is going to require, then you'll have to see if that's going to qualify you for a curb cut at that point. But by getting all that information ahead of time, you'll be able to know whether or not you'll be able to get that curb cut. Okay, so does that sound like something that you would like to do?
No, I just only one part.
Okay, so you want to go forward on the plan that's submitted?
That's correct.
Okay.
Have you thought about coming in through the rear?
With a 30-foot drop, no.
Okay.
No, I certainly have thought about it.
Okay. And one thing I would point out, because you referenced your neighbor has a driveway or something like that, or a parking pad. According to our records, that is a non-permitted, or rather, there's no record. I'm
sorry.
They built, well, apparently they appear to have constructed that parking pad without permits. So they built it kind of illegally, whether the current neighbors built it or someone else built it before they moved there. So as there's no record of it being approved. So that's but each zoning case is different, so we don't really look at, well, my neighbor has this, so I want that.
Well, I didn't mean to single out any one neighbor.
Well,
I went through the entire block.
Sure.
And there are 23 out of 52 that have these.
Okay, well, they may have constructed them illegally. But again, whether or not someone else did it on their property is irrelevant as to your request to do it on yours. But is there anything further at this point?
No, I guess not. My wife, she's sick some of the time, a great deal of the time. I have my problems of old age. Hey, and if I can't do it, I can't do it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, thank you.
All right. Take care.
For listening to us.
Calling the next case, 2017-236, 2356 Washington Boulevard. Isaac Makings. Good evening, sir. All right, sir, we have this as an application to use the premises as a garage for the storage, repair, and servicing of motor vehicles not over 1.5 ton capacity, including body repair and painting in conjunction with existing motor vehicle sales. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. If you can raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
Sir, if you can raise your right hand, please.
Can you put your hand right? Thank you.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And do we have staff reports?
We received a letter from Councilmember Reisinger's office stating that both he and the community have no objections to the proposal.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property appears to be unimproved at the present time, therefore the Applicant is proposing a new construction for the repair garage. The department recommends approval of this application be subject to these conditions, in addition to any conditions the board may establish. There will be no parking, staging, or storing of vehicles on public rights-of-way. There will be no parking or storage of unlicensed vehicles on the property. All work must be performed indoors. All materials, parts, and equipment related to this use will be stored indoors. The area used for temporary storing of vehicles will be adequately screened by an opaque fence or wall. And if a dumpster is used to collect waste and trash related to the use, the dumpster will be placed either inside the existing building or within a masonry enclosure having a solid lockable wooden gate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, and are those conditions offered by the planning department acceptable to you?
Yeah, I have a question on number 2, where it says there will be no parking or storage of unlicensed vehicle on the property. I have a permit to use the place also as used car sales. And I have to have, this is the permit I have received also, show that I can sell cars there. And if I can sell the cars there, those cars that I'll be selling will be unlicensed at the time. And there is no tag on them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm appealing that that section be removed or be readjusted.
It's a frequent issue that's confronted. Mr. Friend, if you can explain that.
Yeah, we understand from previous appeals that have come in front of this board from other people that a repair garage, which is also going to sell repaired vehicles basically as used cars, does have basically a requirement that they have to have a certain number of these minimum in order to receive licensure from the state of Maryland, Motor Vehicle Administration, and that those vehicles will not necessarily have title and tag on them at the time that they're on display being offered for sale. And the board has agreed in the past to a limited number of vehicles that would fit that description being part of the total inventory of vehicles that are stored on the property.
So how many vehicles would you have offered for sale at any one time?
I've never used the property myself. This is the
Yes,
first
I
time
understand that.
But I have, I don't know. I don't have answers to that. Could be 100, could be 120, I don't know. It could also be less.
Okay. Well, I think that it would have to be less, rather significantly less, as what you're seeking permission to do is to operate a auto repair garage. You want to, together with that, you want to offer motor vehicle sales, but what's going to be I guess as the board understands it, the primary use of the property is going to be for auto repair. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if that's going to be the primary use, so there's going to have to be, if you have 100 and some odd cars listed for sale, it seems to me that you're primarily operating a used car business.
No, what I was saying is I don't know how many cars they were selling there before previously, but as far as I'm concerned.
Well, as I see it, there's nothing that's constructed in the property currently.
Currently, yes.
That's right.
Years ago, it was being used for same thing.
But right now, there's nothing that's there, and you're proposing to build a building, right?
But it's recently that I got this permit to sell cars there.
Okay, but let's back up. All right, so this is the drawing that you submitted in support of your application, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the structure that's located here, that's where all the auto repair work is going to be conducted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is this area here, is that part of your property as well?
Yes, it's part of the property.
Okay, so and then there are if I'm not correct. There are a couple of different lots here, is that right?
Right. We have about 3 or 4 lots combined.
Okay, and
maybe I can clarify some of that. Currently, under the city's property location tax plat, shows 6 separate lots that would need to be consolidated. They're not consolidated, so we may be premature with this appeal. Right now, the way it stands, it would require 6 separate permits. The proposed workshop is not part of this application, so we don't know the details other than what's on the drawing, 72-foot by 70-foot something. It says pre-engineered steel building. But that's all we have at this point. And I would believe that in order to accomplish this, they would need to consolidate the lots and include the construction of the building in their application, along with a site plan showing the parking, which they have in a general form on this drawing.
Frankly, that's where I was moving to, is that you've got this structure that's located here, and then you have just what looks to be a parking lot located over there. And I'm not really sure if those spots there are supposed to be vehicles waiting to be worked on. Are they vehicles that are being offered for sale?
Covers everything but this lot.
I just can't figure out what you have that's going on here. And given that, as Mr. Tanner pointed out, these lots have not been consolidated, which is probably going to be something that has to happen. I mean,
maybe
it's just very difficult to understand what you have or what you're showing here.
This might help. This is much bigger than.
Well, it might be bigger, but I'm not sure that it's got much more detail.
Are you leasing the property? You don't own the property?
Trying to purchase the property.
Okay, so.
I can show you the structure of the building that was there before, where they tore it down.
Well, we're interested in what you're going to build.
That's
not
correct.
what was there before.
What I was going to put there was the steel building.
Well, I understand that, but I think that, as Mr. Tanner said, I think we may need a little more detail here. This may be a little premature because you haven't consolidated the lots. There's no application for a building permit. You may want to postpone this and go back to the drawing board a little bit. I'm not suggesting that you do that. I'm just saying that's an option for you.
Yes, and particularly since you're asking to use as a garage for the storage, repair, and servicing of motor vehicles, but construction of the building for the workshop for the garage isn't even part of what's been proposed.
Mr. French, who's the planner for that area?
Planner for this area would be Brent Flickinger.
Okay. So is there a particular reason why you're moving forward with this plan today?
Is there any reason we're moving forward?
Yes. So it's been suggested that you may want to, well, I guess that your plan has a lot of things that are missing in it. And so that it may be, so it seems as though that from where things are from a planning perspective, this appeal today is premature because you don't have all of the details to say what it is you're proposing to go forward. So I'm trying to understand why you've opted to move forward with this today instead of trying to take more time to assemble your plan before moving forward.
I don't want to be rejected. So if there is, if you feel that this information I provided is not enough, I would like to know what other information would you like?
You need to tell us. This application was for 2356 Washington Boulevard, lot number 6, which is a lot that is 93 feet wide by 147 feet deep. But you're asking on your drawing for lots 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 30. This only covers lot 6. So all the other lots are not part of this, but that's obviously what you want is to combine them all into one and get permission to operate your business. But it's incomplete. Maybe you need someone to help you with that.
To consolidate the property is what you say?
Well, I'm not going to repeat it again, but there's more properties involved than what you have filed for.
Yeah, so just looking at the tax map here. This shows that whole area there.
All right.
You've identified just lot number 6. It's located right there.
Right.
But your drawing here shows operation of not just lot 6, but lot 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 30. So everything that you have on the drawing, it's frankly, I think actually might include the building there, but everything that you have shown over here that's not on lot 6 isn't part of your current appeal because you haven't identified those other properties as being involved here. The other thing that's missing is, as I've asked, you've got what looks to just simply be a large parking lot here. And you said that you don't really know what you're going to use all that for.
Probably be where we park the cars for sale.
So if you're proposing to operate all of this with all these rows of cars here listed for sale, as I had said before, it strikes me that you're not really operating an auto repair business, you're operating a car sale business. Because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you've got 36 spaces shown here. And so if you're saying that your intention is to put 36 cars for sale there, I think you're in the auto sale business, not in the auto repair business. And your appeal is for approval to operate a repair garage. So there are some things that you haven't quite worked out yet in your plan, that there's some information that's missing that we need to make a determination about whether we can approve what you're seeking. And it strikes certainly me that you may need to take more time to go over this plan and figure out what it is that you're, how the business is going to run and sort of where things are going to be located. The other thing that you would need is that, as Mr. Tanner brought up, and as I mentioned, it seems to me that if you're going to be operating a business on all of these different pieces of property, that the property needs to be consolidated. But yet you said that you're not the owner of the property, you're the tenant. So you'd need to get the owner to agree that all of these pieces of property were going to be consolidated. And that's not something that you're currently in a position to be able to do. So there are a lot of things, as I said, that are missing from your plan currently. And it would likely be more useful for you to postpone this proceeding and try to sit down and work through this plan with a little bit more detail. And whether that entails going out and hiring somebody to help you go through it, sitting down with the district planner to go through your plan and to work through the things that they might want to see. That's all, sort of that work is all up to you. I can't give you advice, but it clearly seems to me that you might be in over your head a bit and you need some help putting this together so that it's in the best position to go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so would you like to postpone this case right now, or would you like to try to work through and wing it?
Education to me, working through right now means rejection, which I don't like to have.
I couldn't say one way or the other, but would you like to postpone your case then?
I may have to postpone the case for my best interest because I don't want rejection.
Okay. All right. I would say that you, as I had mentioned and Mr. Tanner had mentioned, you may be best served by trying to find someone to help you work through this. That might be the best way to move forward. But you certainly should at least touch base with the district planner. You contact the main number at the planning department and you let them know that you need to speak with the district planner for your address, and they'll presumably be able to connect you to that person so that you can try to work through this plan with some more detail. All right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. 2017-236, 2356 Washington Boulevard is postponed. Thank you very much, sir. 2017-241, 1437 Myrtle Avenue, Lionel Brown. Hey. All right, you're Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to use the microphone that's right there. You can just adjust that. There you go. All right, and sir, we have this as an application to use the premises as 4 dwelling units with 1 dwelling unit located in the basement, the first, second, and third floors respectively. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Sir, if you can raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And do we have staff reports?
Thank you. Yes. The Department of Planning has reviewed this application, notes that this property is currently authorized as 3 dwelling units, and that this matter actually was before this board in 2008 with a request for 4 dwelling units, at which time the board approved 3 dwelling units, subject to the condition that the owner provide 2 parking spaces in the rear of the property. The department does not believe that there has been a significant change of circumstances in the intervening years that would justify an additional unit. For that reason, the Department of Planning recommends disapproval of this application because the amount of variance needed for approval would exceed the board's discretionary authority, as this application was filed under the previous zoning code, which had a limit in lot area variance of 25%, and this particular request would require a variance of 45%. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So, cutting to the chase, sir, did you understand the position of the planning department?
I do.
Okay.
I don't exactly agree with it, but I do understand it.
Understood. And the point that they make is kind of a simple one, and you're just a victim of math, where what you're requesting, that is to have 4 dwelling units, would require you to have a minimum lot area of 2,625 square feet, and you only have 1,602 square feet. And while the board does have the power to grant a variance under the, and this is an appeal filed under the zoning code in effect prior to the newly enacted code, the board's authority under that code is capped out at 25%, and you would need a, depending on, I guess, whose math you use, the planning department says 45%. Our staff says it's more like 39%. But in any event, it would be in excess of the authority that the board has. And so the board's not in a position to grant your current requests. That's sort of the situation we find ourselves in. All right, I was just checking the location of where this was. But so, in sum, that's kind of where they are. Was there anything that you wanted to offer?
Yes, sir. I understand the position of the city, but the reality is there is a garage on site. There's a vacant lot behind that garage, which gives a more even street parking access. In front of the building, across the street is a abandoned building, so that whole side of the street is access for parking. On Mosier Street, catty corner to my property is another vacant property, and from there to the corner to Fulton is plenty of parking space. I understand that none of these areas belong to me, but there are public spaces and there are available for my tenants to park.
Okay, but the issue isn't really about parking. It's about, so the code says that in order to have 4 dwelling units within the district that you're in, you need a certain amount of land. And the amount of land that you need for 4 dwelling units is 2,625 square feet of land you need in order to have a 4 dwelling unit building. You have 1,602 square feet of land. So that leaves you short a lot of land. And the amount of variance that you would need for the board to allow you to have 4 dwelling units at this location is in excess of the board's authority. The board can only give a variance up to 25%. As I said before, yours is closer to 40%. So the board's not in a position to grant you what you're looking for, and even with the maximum authority, you would still be short the amount of land that you need to have 4 dwelling units. So the parking we don't even get to that area. We don't even get to that point.
Roger. So, sir, is there another entity that I can go to get that type of approval?
No. The only thing I would say is that the zoning code was recently changed, and that change may impact your property. So since this appeal was filed under the old zoning code, the board is then governed by the code that was in effect at the time you filed your appeal. So you may want to look at whether or not the change in the zoning code changes your situation with respect to your property. However, that wouldn't have any bearing on this current appeal because the board couldn't apply the current zoning code with respect to the appeal that you have now. One thing I would say is that you're typically restricted as far as when you can bring an appeal. So if you've already brought an appeal concerning a piece of property, you normally have to wait a year. However, if you withdrew your appeal prior to the board's decision, that restriction wouldn't apply. However, you would need to start the process all over again.
Roger, sir. Then I would like to withdraw my.
Okay. All right. 2017-241, 1437 Myrtle Avenue is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you. All right. 2017-192, 220 through 222 South Duncan Street, Mark Norgard. Counsel, if you can identify yourselves for the record.
Yes, J. Carroll Holzer, 508 Fairmount Avenue, Towson, Maryland. Good afternoon, members of the board.
Afternoon, sir.
Good evening. Emerson L. Dorsey Jr., Tidings and Rosenberg, 1 East Pratt Street, Suite 901, Baltimore, Maryland, representing the property owner,
Okay.
Mr. Damon.
All right. And Mr. Holzer, you are representing the appellant in this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mark and Katie Norgard of 2115 East Pratt Street.
Okay. All right. Counsel, we have this as a negative appeal. That is to appeal the decision of the zoning administrator with the Department of Housing and Community Development in issuing permit number COM 2017-07746, issued on April 28, 2017 for, quote, interior alteration of existing two-story and third-floor addition, 24 feet by 35 feet, new framing and drywall, exterior doors, interior doors, 15 windows, flooring, R20 insulation, and R49 roof insulation as per plans, as per code, end quote. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Okay. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay.
Thank you.
And counsel, just a reminder, since we are proceeding without the benefit of a reporter today, just make sure that you have your clients and witnesses, make sure that they speak into the microphone.
Sure.
That may make you have to share the microphone between you and whoever is testifying, but that way we can make sure that the testimony is all captured on the equipment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I was just going to say whether or not we had staff reports, although typically we don't on negative appeals. But
Planning Department has no comment on this appeal. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holzer.
Thank you. The existing structure at 220 South Duncan Street is non-complying structure as defined in Zoning Code Section 13101B. Any expansion of the structure is subject to the provisions of Zoning Code 13-503, 506, and 507, and Title 15 of variances. The issuance of this particular permit authorized expansion of an existing non-complying structure in violation of the zoning code sections above. My clients are aggrieved, and I would suggest, before I put the first witness on, that there will be 3 witnesses and possibly a 4th if necessary. I've also submitted, at the board's request, a July 6, 2017 letter to the board in regard to this appeal, indicating 8 different documents that have been submitted. We have copies for each of the board members, and if may it please the board, I would just have these handed out now so that you're available, and then I can go through them with the first witness.
All right, that'll be helpful.
Thank you.
You had mentioned, Council, that thank you very much, Ms. Floyd, that the structure was a non-complying structure.
Yes.
What's the nature of the non-compliance?
Well, we've indicated if I can go through it in terms of the witness and the showing of the documents, it would answer your question, I think, easier than I could just struggle to do it at this point.
The reason why I asked was just because I didn't know if you were indicating that it was non-complying because of width. And just what we show on the tax map is that the lot in question here is lot 67, which shows, which is atypical for the other structures around it or other properties around it, which are much more narrow, but lot 67 shows having a width of 24 feet and 8 inches.
Right, and I think is that shown, if not on the first exhibit that I attached on the July 6th letter. That's number 1, non-complying row house expansion request. Subsection 13-507.
I've got it with the tax map I have is number 3.
Oh, it was our number 1 on my July 6th.
Number 1 I've got is looks like a letter to Mr. Veal.
Yes.
It says that, yeah, it says that the letter, I guess, says that it's non-complying. I'm just trying to understand the nature of the non-compliance.
Well, I can tell you, if you want to go into that now, maximum lot coverage in the R8 zone under section 4-1106A, minimum rear yard in the R8 zone under 4-1107A, minimum interior side yard in the R8 zone under 4-1107A.
Okay, so the nature of the non-compliance isn't the width of the structure. It's for the, I guess, the coverage.
Lot coverage, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, that's simple enough.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. I would indicate that, as I said, that the July 6th letter has a number of exhibits, and I would now introduce Mr. Norgard, who is a property owner who has filed the appeal, if I can have him testify.
Sure.
Mr. Norgard, I'm going to have to move so you can get to the microphone.
Good evening, board members. Mark Norgard, N-O-R-G-A-A-R-D. I reside at 2115 East Pratt here in Baltimore. I'm also the owner of 212 and 214 South Duncan Streets, directly below my property, which are also affected by this unauthorized expansion.
How long have you lived at your present address?
Since December 2005, so coming up on 11 years.
And
Mr. Carroll, Mr. Holzer, does that microphone?
It's green lights on.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can,
Get us
because
both in here.
they probably can't hear you
Oh,
speaking on it.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll
That's
have to
okay.
Find.
Yeah.
And where are you employed, sir?
I'm a captain at Southwest Airlines.
Okay.
Where was that again, sir? Whoops. Whoops.
I don't think the chairman got where you.
I'm a pilot at Southwest Airlines.
You what?
A pilot at Southwest Airlines.
Oh, okay. Southwest Airlines pilot. Gotcha.
And you were the one that filed or first became aware of this request of a third-story bill addition.
That is correct. I actually met Mr. Damon back in April when I first saw him down on the job site there at 220 Duncan. Introduced myself, and we walked through the job site briefly. He mentioned he was going for a third-story addition at that time, and I advised him at that point that a number of neighbors and myself had fought this battle before, and it would sure like to find a way to maybe keep this thing at 2 stories. At which point, I asked, hey, when's the hearing scheduled for, assuming there'd be a variance hearing on this. He replied that he didn't know. Next thing I know, they're on the job site working, and they've been issued permits for this third story.
Now, as a result of what you discovered, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, actually, just happened to be on the website the very next day after the permits were issued. They started work immediately, and I came down and filed the negative appeal that day, the following Monday.
All right. And what are your concerns in regard to this third-story addition? And I believe it's also an addition on the second floor, a portion of the second floor.
That's correct. The third-story addition that Mr. Damon is proposing here, or has been approved for, it's going to affect property values all over Butchers Hill on the south side of Pratt Street adversely. It's going to affect the overall enjoyment of people's views. A number of us are here today that were vested in the neighborhood, were vested in the city of Baltimore, and didn't expect to have that property value wrenched out from under us.
What personally of this third-story addition affects you from a personal?
For me, personally, it's affecting the water view from our primary residence, and it's also going to be affecting, obviously, adversely property value on our primary residence, as well as views from the roof decks of both of our income properties, which just about this time last year, this board helped me to renovate, and we kept it 2 stories in compliance with the law.
And so those are on Duncan Street?
That's correct. 212 and 214 South Duncan Street, rooftop decks, going to be completely eliminating their water views, which for me is a selling point as a landlord. So it's going to be a definite monetary impact.
In terms of once you discovered that there was work starting on the property, what is the relationship of your property with this site?
I'm approximately 4 houses away, my primary residence, and the 2 rental properties on Duncan are in the same block, just approximately 2 houses up.
Okay. And what efforts did you make to contact the city in terms of discovering what this permit that had been issued, what it was about, how it was done, et cetera?
It just started square one down on the first floor of Fayette Street, 407 over there, and tried to get hold of all the documentation that was submitted by Mr. Damon, and then proceed from there.
In terms of what information or what portion of the file that the city may have had, what did you recover, or if anything?
Recovered what was, according to the administrator's office, everything that was submitted to them, which I believe we've got copies of all that stuff here today as well.
Okay. Did you receive from anyone in the city a packet of documents as a result of the director of planning or the zoning administrator comments about this permit?
No. As far as we can tell, this project was approved without any planning or zoning review.
Okay. Let's take, if you would, the July 6th letter that I forwarded documents to this board, and can you indicate what the first, what we've labeled as number 1, applicants Can you look at that? And what significance, if any, does that have to you?
All right. The first document we've got here, a letter to Jeffrey Veal from Mr. Damon. And this one stating that he did notify one adjoining neighbor. It's an elderly woman, lives in the house alone. Her son is actually the owner, and he has no vested interest in this neighborhood whatsoever. However, he's stated here that this is the only neighbor that he's advised, but he does have 3 neighbors that are physically adjoining this property.
And what about the a neighbor at 201 South Chester Street?
This would be Master Sergeant Urbanowitz, and he was unfortunately unable to attend today, but he's given us an affidavit here, and he would be also personally aggrieved by this third-story addition, and he did not receive any notification.
So he would, and it's in the packet of material, it's marked as 2A, his original affidavit which he provided, and on June the 16th of 2017, indicating that he had not received a copy of the application for the 3rd story, and he was in agreement that his property would be diminished by the addition. Then on 2B, July 17th, 2017, he made another affidavit in which he wanted to be here as a Master Sergeant in the United States Army. He had a scheduling conflict that he could not attend here today, and that's why he submitted the second affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Document number 3, did you obtain that document from the City of Baltimore?
Yes, sir. This one was via the City of Baltimore website, but it's just demonstrating the 3 adjoining neighbors here. Lots 68 on Duncan Street, 67 to subject property with an arrow at it. 68 to the south is the woman who was notified, whose son basically tossed a letter out. And then lots 63 and 62 on South Chester Street are the other affected properties which were not notified.
And that was the sergeant?
Yes, the Sergeant Urbanowitz is at lot 63 there, 201 South Chester.
Right. Then exhibit number 4 attached to the packet. Could you discuss what that was and what it is?
What we've got here is, if you take the overlying block plat from the previous page, in red here, we've highlighted how this proposed structure fits onto the existing lot. And I mean, you can see basically where that non-compliance comes from. Basically, the entire lot is covered.
In addition to that,
the entire lot is covered by
structure.
Okay, and is that the existing structure?
That is the existing structure, yes. And I received that argument from a number of folks down in the administrator's office, that since the footprint of the building was unchanged, that therefore there was no addition happening here. But the city's own code clearly defines addition as an increase in square footage, expansion as an increase in square footage or any addition. And obviously an entire 3rd floor is an addition and a major increase in square footage.
and also on the 2nd floor, is there an addition?
It looks like they are increasing the size of the 2nd floor as well, yes.
All right. In terms of
so is it your position then that the property can't be expanded?
It's our position it can't be expanded under the regulation 13507 code, that it was allowed to be expanded under. 13506 basically states that this structure cannot be. I'll let Mr. Holzer speak to that a little more later.
Also, obviously, we have a failure to notify one of the adjacent property owners, and as a result of that, I'll get to that as another argument that this must be voided.
Okay.
Exhibit number 5. Could you address where you got that and what it shows?
Yeah, this is just further original plans submitted by the builder, showing the increase in square footage on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
And obviously the entirely new 3rd floor. The original application made it look as if there was a third story there. There's absolutely not a third story there.
Not at the present time.
Not at the present time, no.
What is item number 6?
Similar. We're missing some elevations here. It looks like a west was missing, and I'm not sure what else, but there's apparently some kind of omission here, and we believe that has to do with the rear yard setback. This being an end unit requires more rear yard space than is here.
So on this document, it does not show the back or side yard elevation. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, getting to item number 7 in the document that I submitted, it's the BMZA data draft. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where did you get that?
This one came from the zoning appeal board up on the top floor at Fayette.
And on the second page of that document, did you indicate, along with my office, areas that are wrong or should be corrected?
That's correct. Some of the math is wrong here, just the basic math stuff. 84 to 85% on the lot coverage. And it definitely creates a new non-compliance, and it definitely increases the degree of non-compliance because we're increasing the square footage and adding on to the place.
So what's the new non-compliance that's created?
It's about, I want to say it's 832 square feet. That's in Mr. Damon's own submission.
No, what's the non-compliance? How is it, what's it not complying with?
It's still a non-complying structure. It's just increasing the degree of non-compliance in this case.
Well, I think you said that the non-compliance was over the lot coverage, correct?
Right. Okay. So we've established it's a non-complying structure. So 13506 and 507 should be applying. And now...
Yeah, so 13506B says non-complying structure may not be expanded if the expansion would either create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance of any part of the structure. You've asserted that there's a new non-compliance that's created. I'm trying to find out what's that new non-compliance.
Due to the increase in square footage of the second floor and the third floor.
The increase in square footage. So does the increase in square footage of the second and third floor affect the lot coverage?
That does not, no.
Okay, so then it's not a new non-compliance. Does it, well, rather, it doesn't expand the non-compliant, the existing non-compliance.
Okay.
Is there a new non-compliance?
There is not a new non-compliance, but what's required here is that we operate under 13506 and 13507, which would require us to go through a variance process in order to increase square footage, et cetera, within 13506 and 07.
What variance would be needed?
To increase the square footage here.
Are you suggesting that in order to increase the square footage, you're necessarily reducing the lot area?
Not at all, no. I think we better touch on this one later with Mr. Holzer.
Well,
who's a little more authority in this department than I am.
I really would like to jump to this point because I think that this is sort of the crux of the whole appeal. So I'm trying to find out, I mean, and I see your notations here on the data sheet, and thank you for letting us know that you wrote these, and it says wrong here, and it says do not create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance of any part of the structure. So I'm trying to figure. Okay, well, and I know that, I'm asking the witness what new non-compliance is created by, let's just start with that piece. So what new non-compliance is created by the addition to the second and third floor? Are you looking at a document?
I am looking at a document.
Okay,
There's not a new non-compliance created.
What?
but we are dealing with a non-complying structure.
Okay, can you
And
give that document to the other
in
side?
506 and 507, it requires that
Well, just
if
a
we're going to
second.
increase the
Just-
square
just-
footage.
Just a minute for a second, sir. Sir,
His questions that he's not an attorney.
well, I do appreciate and recognize that, but he has made representations that, and I'm asking for facts that back up his representations. In the midst of him delivering that answer, you gave him a piece of paper that he was clearly reading from. And so at that point, if he's giving testimony by reviewing a document, I mean,
pointed him
first,
to a document that he already has.
okay, and so do you have that document in front of you?
Don't you have
The document that counsel just showed you? I mean, because I think that, with respect, I think that if a witness is looking at a document while testifying, that either I think that that your opponent has a right to look at that as well.
All right, so the reason the structure is expanding is there's 60% allowed. You've got 85% that already exists with the building at 2 stories. If we're adding a 3rd story, the ratio of square footage to lot area has now changed dramatically. It's dramatically larger.
Are you trying to say that this is governed by the FAR standards?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
FAR is floor area ratio.
Okay, because to me that's federal air regulations.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And they're generally less open to interpretation.
You
No
were
offense,
talking
guys.
about the relative increase. I'm not even sure that I quite got that all, but so there's something called floor area ratio that can be implicated with respect to certain structures to which those standards apply. And so I'm asking you if you're saying that there's a floor area ratio standard which applies to this expansion.
That'd be beyond my level of expertise.
Okay, all right. So again, we get back to, are you saying that there's a new non-compliance that's created by the expansion of the structure, of the 2nd and 3rd floor? To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, yes. I mean, obviously, if you've got a 2-story structure versus a 3-story structure, it's a bigger structure, right?
Okay, all right. So then your point is that you're expanding the structure beyond what it is right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and it's your position that if the structure is non-complying, it can't be expanded without getting a variance?
Without following 13506.
All right. So in order to expand the structure here, there was a variance that was necessary?
Yes.
Okay, and what variance do you believe was necessary?
A variance for a 3rd-story addition.
Okay, well, all right, so there are lots of different kinds of variances. There's a lot area variance, there's a setback variance, there's a height variance. So are you complaining, since you were focusing on the 3rd floor, are you saying that there is an issue with respect to the height?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and do you believe that?
And with respect to the lot coverage, because,
Okay, all right.
again.
Okay, so if we start off with the height, you believe it's too big?
I believe that it's not in the public's interest, which 13506, 507 requires it to be.
Okay.
Because there's no way to ascertain that without a hearing, without a variance hearing. So how do we know what the public's interest is? And I think it's pretty clear what the public's interest is based on the line of people that we have behind us here.
Okay.
Well, one way to ascertain the public's interest is what's contained in the zoning code. That's what the city council has determined is in the public's interest.
No.
That would be one place to look, yes. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So if the zoning code said that one could build as of right to a height of 35 feet, if this structure was below 35 feet, would the public then have an interest in limiting the height of this building?
Yes, I mean, it also has to be in character with the surrounding neighborhood, as in the public interest is clearly stated in 13507. So how were these criteria arrived at? without the hearing, how can we tell that this was in the public interest other than saying that the argument is the definition, which is the code? So without going through that process,
okay,
tell me why it's in the public's interest, and tell me how, with planning never weighing in on this project, that it was ascertained that this was in the general character of the neighborhood.
Well, do you know whether or not, as I think depicted in a lot of the photographs that you submitted, the surrounding buildings along this street appear to be two-story, almost uniformly two-story structures.
Yes, sir.
So those are roughly a height of about 22 to 24 feet, typically. And do you know whether or not, and I think that we might have covered this already, but do you know whether or not the zoning code permits structures to be built taller than that, as of right?
Yes, some do.
Okay. And if I told you that within this zoning district, which I believe is an R8 zoning district, that the permissible height is 35 feet.
Yes, I would agree with that. And then I would respond with, it's also a non-complying structure, so therefore it has to comply with 13507, which requires that it stay in character with the surrounding neighborhood, which it clearly does not. As you just said, it's all two-story buildings nearby. And we have to determine that it's in the public interest. The very fact that we're here today implies that it's not in the public's interest.
Okay. If I told you that I owned a two-story house that was a non-complying structure, it was non-complying because of width. It's only 12 feet wide. And I built a third-story addition to that house, and the third story was shorter than 35 feet, but nonetheless was certainly an expansion because it goes the entire length of the building. Would it surprise you then that I was able to do that without filing for any variance?
Objection.
It would surprise me to find you in an R8 district.
Yeah, it would surprise me also, for purposes of this record, that you would inject your own personal knowledge and testimony into this case, and you've taken away the ability of the witness to explain why he objects, and you've totally dominated the cross-examination of this witness.
Well,
so I would appreciate it if I could have the opportunity to then start back and ask him questions and end up explaining at the end the legal issues that we have with this approval.
Well, with respect, there are a number of folks who are here who are behind you, and this case, so you said, is, we're still on our 3 o'clock docket at 7:12.
I understand that.
And so I would like to speed the testimony along to what I think you would probably agree is the crux of the case, which is whether or not there's a expansion or impermissible expansion of a non-complying structure.
There are more than that
and
issues.
Well, and I understand that, but that is the primary issue that that is the primary, that is the first, that is not the only, but that is the primary issue that's implicated by your appeal. My questions were all designed to elicit facts from the witness in support of his position. I don't think the board needs to wait for those facts necessarily be elicited on direct and cross-examination. The board, as all courts do, have the ability to question witnesses about their testimony and the things that they're here to testify on, and that's what my questions were designed to do. That is to find out the facts from the witness in support of his position. He has provided those. And so if you would like to continue, please do. I just hope that we're not treading over ground that we've already trod upon.
In response to that, let me just say that the expansion requires variances from which there has been no application or approval, number one. I've already made the proffer that there was no recommendation or review by the planning director or the zoning administrator, contrary to what the law requires. Number 3, the expansion is expressly prohibited by 13506B. It increases the degree of noncompliance as follows. A, maximum lot coverage in the R8 zone under 41106A. Expansion of a structure increases the degree of noncompliance because 3 stories at 85% lot coverage is more than 1 or 2 stories at 85%, much greater and more imposing building mass. Secondly, under a minimum rear yard in the R8 zone, section 4-1107A, 25 feet is required. Part of existing structure fills all 25 feet. Other part of structure fills 10.5. Property is not eligible for the 3-208 reduction that the county or the city has indicated as, quote, a reduction may only be taken under this section if all other bulk regulations are complied with, end quote. Expansion of structure increases the degree of noncompliance because having 2 or 3 stories too close to the neighboring property is more than having 1 or 2 stories.
Sir, is this examination, or are you skipping to
I'm going to ask him, isn't that correct? And that specifically goes to the question that you asked him that he struggled with.
Okay, well, if we could maybe take that in pieces.
One more portion. Minimum interior side yard in the R8 zone under 41107A. This is an end of group property subject to interior side yard requirements. 10 feet is required. Existing structure is built on the property line, fills all 10 feet. Expansion of structure increases the degree of noncompliance because having 3 stories too close to the alley and neighboring property is more than having 2 stories. Greater impact, etc. Now, having heard those comments, do you have any comment in regard to your feelings on the explanation that I've just read to the board?
No, sir, that does sound correct. And I do agree with Mr. Bonaventure that this code was written to protect us. And we've got the same job that we do here, guys. I work all day long under codes and regulations handed down by the FAA. Builders are walking in every day to the zoning administrator's office and dealing with the codes and regulations that happen there. It's not bad to have a healthy relationship, but it's up to people like us to say, when is that relationship going too far, and who is really the customer here? It's not the FAA and the airlines. It's not the administration office and the builders. We're the citizens of Baltimore, and this is what you guys are designed to protect. We really need your help here.
Let me ask you another question. Even if the expansion were possible under 13-507, did the city, the applicant and the city failed to follow the required procedures for approval under that section? A, adjoining property owner at 201 South
Yes, sir.
Street was not notified.
Master Sergeant Abanowitz was not notified.
Okay.
And he has expressed in his affidavit that he would have objected as well.
The applicant's own letter in the record, which is attached, indicated that he only sent it to one residence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And he was required to send it to 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Where's the source of that requirement?
May I?
If I can.
13507B3 double I. Says all, it doesn't say one property owner, one next door neighbor, it says all next door neighbors.
Okay. Mr. Cheney?
13507 came into being in 2009 under an amendment to the code that applied. We discovered there was approximately 85,000 properties in the city that are non-complying, and many of them wanted to upgrade and improve their properties with small additions that would project into the required rear yard. And in order to accommodate them, the code was amended to allow for an addition into the lot coverage of not more than 10% and a decrease in the rear yard setback that existed when the structure became non-complying by not more than 2 feet. 13507 does not apply to this case because there was no addition into the rear yard, nor
Okay,
was
but the
there
permit was
an
issued.
increase in
I'm
lot
sorry,
coverage.
Mr. Tanner, but the permit was issued under 13507.
So the procedures of notification and everything that goes along with the administrative approval of a small addition does not apply to this case because it didn't happen. This isn't projecting into the rear yard any further than what existed, nor does it increase the lot coverage.
Mr. Tanner, thank you for that information, but the application that was submitted to the zoning administrator and isn't part of the file, this file says, it was submitted in accordance with subsection 13507.
But it wasn't required, that's what I'm saying.
And where does it say that in the code? What section was it in the code?
I'm just saying they're not asking to build an addition into the rear yard or increase the lot coverage.
Well, if I can short circuit this a little bit, Mr. Holzer, looking at 13507A, this is notwithstanding section 13506B, which was the part that I already read from about may not be expanded if the expansion would either create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance of any part of the structure. So 13507A says notwithstanding 13506B, an attached or semi-detached single-family dwelling that is a non-complying structure may be expanded so as to 1, increase the lot coverage that existed when the structure became non-complying by not more than 10% of that lot coverage, and 2, decrease the rear yard setback that existed when the structure became non-complying by not more than 2 feet. That's A. B then goes on and says, an application for an expansion under this section must be filed by the property owner or with the written consent of the property owner. It then goes on to get into the standards that you've got into. So I think if you're going to set...
3.2,
well,
preliminary.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that B talks about, that is 13507B,
Yes.
talks about the application requirements for an application submitted under A, that is 13507A. So it seems to me that your burden is to establish the applicability of 13507A.
It's a matter of record there that we have established that by what I just indicated and what is in the documentation that the city provided. And again, how can one ignore the requirement that a copy of the application has been given to the immediately adjoining property owners when only one property owner got it?
And that's why frankly why I asked you what the source was that you were saying made that a requirement. And you said it was 13507B. And as I just explained, that I think that if you're going to argue that 13507B was violated, you need to first establish that 13507A applies. Now, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that there's documentation which you've submitted, if you could direct me to which page or what have you, that where there's a statement that the application is submitted under 13507B.
Well, under 13507, it's done on page number 1 by the applicant.
Okay, so you're saying that the applicant submitted this letter saying that that they were submitting the letter in accordance with provision 13507.
Right.
Okay. So that's what you're relying on to say that that this applies, is this letter. Okay.
Yeah, when we picked that, when the city gave us the documentation that was in their file, this was one of the first things, and that document shows two things: that they recognized that they were non-compliant in terms of the section that was applicable, 13507, and it also verified the fact that they only notified one adjacent property owner instead of three.
Okay.
So if you want to boil it down to something as simple as that, this is an inappropriate.
All right. So just, if I'm cutting to the chase, you're saying that 13507 applies because there's a letter where the property owner said that that he was submitting it according to 13507. Gotcha. All right.
I do have some other witnesses that would like to express their feelings.
Oh, whoa.
You can cross-examine.
I'm not finished with them yet.
I was going to say, if you're completed with your examination, I think that it's
sure
good.
I didn't expect to take the cross-examination.
And I'm going to thank Chairman Washington for taking a lot of my time of cross-examining him. Couple of questions, though. Are there any other three-story dwellings within the block south of Pratt between Caroline and Chester?
Yes, sir. We've got those demonstrated on the pictures, as well as the ones that you submitted originally to this board.
Now, are those new, or were they expansions of existing?
There's one that is a brand new one, which quite frankly just missed our radar. It's quite a ways down the hill. The other three-story structures are all addressed on Collington Avenue, not Duncan Street.
So there are they all new? Are they all new, or were they expansions of existing ones?
I couldn't speak to that. The Collington addresses were all additions. Yes.
Now you said you also mentioned that 212 and 214 North South Duncan also tried to expand.
No, sir. I own 212 and 214
Oh, you
South
own
Duncan.
212.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, and those are north of 220.
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. I have. Next witness. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jared Ferguson. I live at 218. I'm the owner, 218 South Duncan. It's directly across Claremont Street. It's an alleyway between me and the property in question.
So you'd be this gray house here?
That is correct, the gray home.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Holzer?
All right. When did you discover that this property was being requested to have a third story?
After speaking with Mark, who just spoke, we discussed this, and he talked the points with me and just of what would be proceeding.
How far is your home from the site?
I would say, it's just an alleyway street. A full car can fit through it, just one car. It's a one-way street.
So you can see the property?
Yes, direct. It's probably 10 to 15 feet from my front step.
Okay. And not repeating what Mark indicated were his concerns, what are your concerns in regards to the third story?
Sure. Well, it will block my entire view from the harbor and the Francis Scott Key Bridge from my deck. Essentially, I'd be in a fishbowl sitting on my deck with this deck overlooking mine. So because of that being blocked, my property value will dip immediately. And just the overall entertainment and general pleasure of being on the deck would just immediately be eliminated.
Do you have any other additional comments that you'd like to express to the
I would just touch on Mark's point that I would hope, since I'm 27 years old, I'm investing in the neighborhood, and I'm really looking to stay in it for a while, and just would hope that we'd be able to keep that property value where it is and on the rise, and just not this part of the block kind of affect that.
Okay.
Yep. You're welcome.
You're a witness.
Okay, you say that you own 218?
That is correct.
Is that where you reside?
That is correct.
Okay, and are there other three-story buildings, structures within this particular vicinity?
No, not directly from my view. I have a straight shot directly to the Canton Fells Point Harbor, where with this 3-floor going up, it would be windows and then a deck straight up from where my home would be.
But there are other three-story structures south of Pratt?
Not on Duncan Street, to my knowledge.
I said south of Pratt, east of Collington and west of Chester.
Can you show me a map?
I meant the other way around. South of Pratt, east of Chester, west of Collington.
I cannot tell you yes or no because I'm not sure, but my view from my deck is not blocked by a 3-floor building.
Okay. No further questions.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We should let people know.
Just a minute. We've got a note here. This is from Mr. Baumgartner. Was this from
The security
officer?
brought that in.
So someone called the police officer downstairs just to let them know. This is Derek Baumgartner, Associate Counsel for the Board. We received notification from the security downstairs that we're no longer being broadcasted at this point. We do not know if it's being recorded. They're two separate things. It's recorded and broadcasted. So all we have the information is that we're no longer being broadcasted. We do not know if it's still being recorded. And as it is 7:30 p.m. and city office is closed 3 hours ago, there's no one to contact to verify whether or not we're being recorded any longer.
All right. One thing I would point out is that the green light on the cameras is still illuminated. However, we have a period of uncertainty. Is there, there's no one we can.
Go knock on some doors.
The difficulty arises is in that if anyone would want a transcript, it may not be available.
I'm definitely going to want a transcript. I can tell you that right now. I always ask for a transcript in any case.
We're going to confirm if it's still being recorded, if we can. Mr.
We'll take out
Bob's
a 5-minute break. Have a seat.
Try to accomplish that.
If somebody else says that their view is taken 218 property next to it, say how do you obtain it? Gotta go up on that. What's the thoughts? Okay.
It's in the city council here.
So,
City council here?
yeah, somebody.
It's on now.
Good.
All right. But we are, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Council, it appears as though we are still being recorded, so we're good.
Great.
Marty went out to the restroom. what I was just.
We should have subpoenaed
Still in the first. It's like we saved them all from the last series. We're good. It's being recorded.
Okay.
Not the answer I was looking for.
All right, counsel?
We're ready to proceed.
Okay, all right. We're going to go back on the record. We have investigated the matter, and we have been able to confirm that, yes, the proceedings are still being recorded. So we're good in that regard. Your witness.
Yes. Ma'am, would you state your full name and present address?
Yes, my name is Karen Ann Pecoraro. I live at 2105 East Pratt Street.
And are you familiar why we're here today in regard to this particular request?
Yes, I am.
How far are you located from the proposed site?
The proposed site is immediately south and slightly east of my property that I own and where I reside.
Can you see the subject site from your house?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And could you approximate how far it is in terms of feet or distance?
It is one house width and an alley width away from my property and slightly downhill.
Okay. And you're aware of what they're requesting in terms of a third story to be placed on?
Yes, of course.
What concerns, if any, do you have relative to that request and that permit?
I am a new resident of the city of Baltimore. Although I'm a very active business person in the city, I chose to move here last year. I did purchase this home because of its location and its views of the Canton Fells Point Harbor and its views of the historic Francis Scott Key Bridge. And I do believe that those views are going to be impacted, and my enjoyment of the property will also be impacted by this addition of the third story of this building.
Do you have any concern about the property values?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
What are they?
My concern is that my property value will be diminished because one of the compelling features that were mentioned in the appraisal was the scenic views.
Do you have any other concerns that you'd like to discuss to the board as well?
I would just like to say that as a new resident and a proponent of the city of Baltimore, I appreciate this hearing and your attention, and I hope for your consideration. Thank you.
Who are you employed by? I forgot to ask you that.
I'm employed by ATC Group Services. I'm an environmental engineer and a business person.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
No questions.
All right.
There is another gentleman that I do not represent, and he didn't want to be involved on either side. He just wanted to talk with you, and I said I would introduce him to you.
Sure.
If he can testify now.
Sure. Come forward, sir.
Thank you. My name is Josh Adlin. I reside at 2229 East Pratt Street, and I work also in the city, Phoenix M Property Management, and my family owns buildings on Pratt Street and also in other parts of the city. And I wanted to give public testimony, signed in for that, so if that's all right.
Yes.
I apologize in advance because I don't know the procedures or any legal parts of this, so I'm
Tell
just...
us why you're here and what it is you have to offer.
Thank you. So I signed in because I wanted, and also I would like to point out that I'm not coordinated with either side of this and actually haven't met anybody until, I guess, just this evening. I'm speaking, requesting that the variance, my understanding is that this is about the variance being withdrawn. Part of what makes Fells Point and Butchers Hill and the whole area a special place to live and invest as owners is that it is historic. It's something different than you see everywhere else. I recognize that things change, cities change, and some buildings are torn down or altered over time. However, the more that we can save, the more we can preserve the historic and unique nature of this area. This block that is South Duncan Street. There's an alley to the north of it, and but everything south of that is one contiguous block, and that is one contiguous block of buildings that are not above 2 stories. So I would just like to say there's something special about that. There's small houses that were affordable to people back in the day when they were built that didn't have a lot of money, and it's something different and something that I would like to preserve. And that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, you said you were in the 2200 block of East Pratt Street?
Yes, sir.
So you are east of Collington?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're a block and a half away from Duncan Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any new construction on the block south of Pratt Street, south east of Chester Street and west of Collington?
Sorry, so let me think about this. This is the
block that Duncan Street is.
The block that Duncan Street is in?
Yes.
There was new construction on the east side of Duncan Street. On the west side, I don't think.
Do you know how high were those was that new construction?
They were, I believe, the height of the rest of the buildings in that block, which is a mix of 2- and 3-story buildings.
Thank you. No further questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would call Ms. Floyd. State your name and address, please.
Joan Floyd, 508 Fairmount Avenue, Towson, in your office.
And Ms. Floyd, were you involved in reviewing what was in the city departments in terms of documentation for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, I visited the BMZA office and viewed their file at least once, maybe more than that. But I also reviewed, Mr. Norgard obtained from the city all those documents he talked about, and he had them.
What documents are you talking?
These are documents from the first floor from the permitting office, and I actually visited the zoning administrator's office and found they were actually not available from the zoning administrator's office, but they had been ordered and were available from the permit office. I was not the one who picked them up. Mark ordered them and picked them up, delivered them, had them delivered to our office, and then I had to review them once they came to the office.
In reviewing, do you have those documents if you needed to produce them?
I think I have everything in the file, but it's probably a little bit, scattered now because it was going through for what seemed to be really necessary.
And is there some of it that was relevant and some of it that wasn't relevant to this hearing?
Yes, I mean, I can identify which documents from that packet ended up in our exhibits.
Let me just ask you this. Was there, one of the questions was the question of whether 13-507 applied or didn't apply. Was there anything in that file that is not before the board that indicated that 13-507 did not apply?
Absolutely not. And there was actually, in one of the documents, and I hope I have it here if we need it, but in one of the documents there was a very tiny line item that mentioned notice to the neighbor. And I honestly, I can't remember whether it cited 13-507, but it said notice to the neighbor. Notice to 224, I think it said.
Was there any documentation that those records from the city itself said that 13-507 did not apply?
Absolutely not. And we found that document where it clearly showed that 13-507 procedure had been started in some fashion, and it sounded, I mean, if I may say, based on that letter that is our Exhibit 1 with the certified mailing, it appeared to me that that had been accepted by the permit officer, by somebody, when in fact the city plat shows that there are more adjoining neighbors that would have had to have been notified.
I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I turn the case over to the opposing side, I would move to introduce the documents that were contained in my July 6th letter of 2017, 1 through 8, including the photographs. And as I understand it, the board itself required us to submit documentation that we wanted to rely on, so we take that back on July 6th.
We have all that in the record.
I'm sorry.
We do have all of your documents in the record.
Oh, and they're admitted into the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to try to make this as brief as we can. I'll call Mr. Damon.
Okay.
My name is Renard Damon. I'm the owner of 222 South Duncan Street.
And Mr. Damon, when did you acquire 220 South Duncan?
April the 7th, 2017.
And how much did you pay for it?
$146,000, including the settlement costs.
Okay. So when you purchased the property, did you plan, what was your plans for the property when you purchased it?
To put a third floor addition on it and expand it within the city code.
And what is your, after the renovations and expansion, what is your plans for the property then?
I'm going to put the property on the market.
For sale or rent?
For sale.
Okay. Have you ever done any other properties, renovations and similar to this in Baltimore City?
I have.
How many?
Approximately, in the last couple of years, maybe 7.
Okay.
6.
Okay, and have you ever done anything that, any renovations or expansions of any properties that were non-complying or non-conforming properties?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow the same process on those properties that you did here?
I did.
Okay. Are you expanding any of the footprint of the existing structure on the property?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All you are asking for is one, are you planning on, is one extra story?
Well, there's a second floor addition which is in line with the existing first floor. And then there's a third floor that's in line with the second floor. So the original footprint, the additions are in line. So we did not expand it.
Okay. Are there any other 3-story structures within the vicinity of this particular property at 220 South Duncan?
Yes.
Where are they located? Do you have any?
If this is 220 here,
yes,
that window represents 2 properties that are on Duncan Street that are now 3-story buildings.
Where they exist, or do they exist, or are they new construction?
They're new construction.
Okay. And are they currently under construction?
Yes, they are.
Okay. We have no further questions.
I just have 1 or 2. There is a second floor addition that is not on the
Mr. Holzer, pardon if you could use the microphone.
People accuse me of speaking too loud all the time, so I'm amazed. It's hard to move all this stuff around. Sir, thank you for your testimony. There is a second floor addition that is that you're proposing that is not. It's in addition to the current second floor, correct?
It's a second floor addition that is in addition to the current floor, but it's in line with the original footprint of the first floor.
I understand. And then the third story is how many square feet, if you know?
The third story square feet would be 24 by 35.
Okay. Now, in looking at exhibit number 1 that was attached to my July 6th letter, you certified and you show that certified mail and receipt was sent to 224 South Duncan Street. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you did not send it to 201 South Chester Street, the sergeant.
Well, In all of the projects that I've done in the city, I've always been told I need to notify the neighbor on this side of the property and the neighbor on this side of the property. The neighbor on this side of the property, I notified, and there's an alley on the other side. So,
Okay, so your answer was you did not notify 201 South Chester Street.
I was not required, is my answer.
You don't believe you were required?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Question, sir. Staying with that same letter. First line of that letter says, non-complying row house expansion request. In accordance with the provision of subsection 13507, this letter shall serve to certify that I'm the owner of the property located at 220 South Duncan Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21231. Now, you were referencing there subsection 13507. Were you referring to 13507 of the zoning code?
The city provides you with copies of letters, like if in the event that you don't know exactly what to write, and that was what was in the copy of the letter that I used as my guide.
Okay. So at some point you'd been provided with this form?
Yes.
Okay. And then you, was that with respect to this property, or was it at some other point?
It was.
If you know.
It was the letter that they gave you as a guide to notify the neighbors that you were next to on either side.
Okay. All right. Now, so 13507, you were referring to, or do you understand that to be referring to 13507 of the zoning code?
I do, based on the testimony that I've heard here.
Okay. All right. To your knowledge, were you proposing to increase the lot coverage? I mean, let me back up. Yeah, were you proposing to increase the lot coverage that existed when your building became non-complying by not more than 10% of that lot coverage?
No, I was not.
Okay. And were you proposing to decrease the rear yard setback that existed when your building became not complying by not more than 2 feet?
No, I was not.
Okay. Okay. That's all. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay. All right. Summation?
Yes. Well.
Or if you have any rebuttal.
No.
Okay. You could use the microphone.
Members of the board, it's always difficult to come in and when one is used to practicing in a lot of different jurisdictions and try to get the idiosyncrasies of a particular board. I was just in Ocean City. I was just in La Plata. Been in Baltimore County yesterday morning. But I do respect your appearance here and your providing the opportunity for us to make a record and put on for my client the best possible case. It seems to me that that the reasons for the negative appeal was that this permit to expand the structure was issued unlawfully and is null and void because of a number of reasons. Number one, we believe the expansion requires variances from which there has been no application or approval. And parenthetically, I guess I can say I don't believe that the planning people not only have not viewed this issue, but have not chipped in, nor the zoning administrator, in terms of their review and their comments to you. I mean, I might be wrong, but there has been no guidance to you from at least their perspectives. That's number one. Number two, we believe if we believe the applicant when he says he's applying under 13507, that the county staff or city staff that reviewed the application understood what he was saying and or told him that you're applying under 13507. So, you know, I find it difficult that somehow it's later determined that he wasn't applying under 13507. And you can take that for what it's worth from the standpoint, I think that that's what he intended. I think that's what the staff reviewed, regardless of what they're commenting on at this point. Now, the expansion is expressly prohibited by 13506B because it increases the degree of noncompliance of the structure as followed. Section 411-1106A, maximum lot coverage in the R8 zone. 60% is allowed. 84 or 85, we disagree with 84, 85 already exist. Expansion of the structure increases the degree of noncompliance because 3 stories at 85 is much more than 1 or 2 stories at 85. That's one point, thus creating more greater and imposing building mass. B, minimum rear yard in the R8 zone under 41107A. 25 feet is required. Part of existing structure fills all 25 feet, if you look at the site plan. Other part of structure fills 10.5. What's the argument? Property is not eligible for the 3-208 reduction, as a reduction may only be taken under this section if all other bulk regulations are complied with. Expansion of structure increases the degree of noncompliance because having 2 or 3 stories too close to neighboring properties is more than having 1 or 2 too close. Greater impact, more imposing building, more obstruction of light. Number 3, or C, minimum interior side yard in the R8 zone, 4-1107A. This is an end-of-group property subject to interior side yard requirements. 10 feet is required. Existing structure is built on the property line, fills all 10 feet. Expansion of structure increases the degree of noncompliance because having 3 stories too close to the alley and neighboring properties is worse than having 2 stories too close. Greater impact, more imposing building, more obstruction of light, etc. Number 3, even if the expansion were possible under 13507, the applicant and the city failed to follow the required procedure for approval under that section. We believe the adjoining property owners, the sergeant, Army Sergeant at 201 South Chester, was not notified under 13507B3, little 2. That is shown by his own letter, number 1, that was submitted, and also by the sergeant's affidavit. There is also no evidence in the record provided by the permit office of any recommendation by the planning director or any ruling by the zoning administrator. And I think section 13507E requires that. But what is the remedy here? Obviously, you have 2 remedies. We want the remedy of reversing as illegal the permit issue and voiding the action. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a very simple matter. 13506B says a non-complying structure, which this is, in which all the parties agree, may not be expanded if the expansion would either create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance on any part of the structure. I'll read it another way. A non-complying structure can be expanded so long as it does not create a new non-compliance or doesn't increase the degree of non-compliance. Just reading it, reading the same words a different way. I do not believe that 13507 applies because this is not an expansion of a non-complying structure within the reading of 13506. Yard area hasn't changed. The setbacks haven't changed. And it is in compliance with the height requirements in the RA district. The fact that Mr. Damon, as a layperson, not as an attorney, and just following what permits and other parties told him to do to provide a notice for something that he was doing, the fact that he provided notice for something that he was not required to do does not then say I voluntarily put myself under the requirements of something that I'm not required to do. So I just think it's a very simple case. There is no expansion of the non-compliance as per the zoning code. And that's what we're here for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both. All right. Thank you very much. One left. All right, moving right along. Yeah. Indeed.
Is this the old code?
All right, now we have the last one, right? Calling 2017-245, 1821 through 1831 West Lafayette Avenue. Muhammad Chauhan.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Okay, and ma'am, you are?
Tammy Moore.
Okay. You're appearing for Mr. Chauhan?
I am.
Okay. And Ms. Moore, we have this as an application to use the premises as pizza/convenience store. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And do we have staff reports?
We do. We received a letter from Ms. Robb, who is the president of the Sandtown Winchester Condominium Association and the Fulton Community Association. The Fulton Community Association and the Sandtown Winchester are opposed to this appeal due to the following. The residents of living across the street and within 2 blocks of the east, west, north, and south of this location do not support this. And contemporaneous to this appeal, they have currently 2 businesses operating on Lafayette that are convenience stores, and they stay open 24/7. Consequently, young people hang out at the gas station day and night, and this would just be compounding that issue of loitering. In addition to that, it was also submitted that 5,598 calls for service occurred in the immediate vicinity of Monroe and Lafayette, where this property location is proposing.
Planning Department reviewed this application. Noted that this property is in the Harlem Park 2 Urban Renewal Plan area. However, this particular urban renewal plan does not prohibit or further restrict the proposed use in this district because it is now no longer classified by the zoning code as a non-conforming use. This is an important point because the plan would restrict change of non-conforming use, but in this situation, the zoning code, as revised and adopted June the 5th of 2017, has placed this use in the category possibly of conditional use. The proposal is for a convenience store and pizza shop. The new zoning code allows neighborhood commercial establishments as a conditional use approved by the board. The neighborhood commercial establishment definition includes restaurants with no live entertainment or dancing and retail goods establishments with no alcoholic beverage sales. The planning department encourages the applicant to specify to the board the details of the proposed use to assist their determination of whether the proposed use would qualify as a neighborhood commercial establishment. Should it do so, the Department of Planning has no objection to the application, provided the applicants have demonstrated that the property's use would conform to the description of a neighborhood commercial establishment provided in the zoning code now in effect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Moore.
Yes.
I guess first, if you can tell us what's being proposed, and then if during your presentation you can also respond to the request from the planning department as far as identifying exactly what the intended use is.
Sure. So what's being proposed is, as we stated in the letter, it's going to be Pizza Bowlies, which is a franchise, and they also wanted to do a convenience store there. As the gentleman said here, we've applied for this before, and we had to go with an appeal. What we're trying to do is create an atmosphere of jobs, obviously, and you know, we're not here to cause loitering in the community. We want to actually take this vacant lot and make it into something vibrant. And I've also brought some of the community leaders here from the association, and they're here to testify on behalf of us to also assist us in bringing this community, to bring this establishment to the community. So.
Okay, so what kind of, I guess you said it's going to be Pizza Bowlies?
Correct.
Okay. Let me see here. All right, so.
And a convenience store as well.
And a convenience store, yes. Yeah. So we've got the floor plan here.
That's correct.
All right. Register, pizza oven, countertop. I guess most of the pizza establishments I'm familiar with are primarily delivery pizza. Is that sort of the same concept here, but joining it with a convenience store?
Yes.
Okay. So the pizza operation will be primarily delivery-based business, and then the convenience store will be basically like a 7-Eleven type thing.
It's going to be more than a 7-Eleven. Actually, it's going to be more of a supermarket thing. It won't be a 7-Eleven.
Okay. Yeah. Sales of food items.
Correct. Toiletries. Yes.
Okay. Drinks and the like.
Yes.
All right, let me see the register. All right. Now there's a parking lot that's here.
There is.
And what's the capacity of the parking lot that's there?
I'll say approximately maybe 15 cars, maybe. Yeah, about 15 cars.
All right, and And just in the aerial picture that we have, it looks like there's like a semi-truck or something like that that's parked there. Dean, is that just sitting there, or was that just happened to be there that day and there's nothing that's...
It just happens to be that day because the property is vacant. They're just kind of using it to store, I guess, neighborhood cars or people just parking there and just using it because it's vacant.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the current owner.
Okay. Do you have folks with you who you're going to have testify?
I do. You can step up and introduce yourself.
I just want to say my name is Joy Ross, and I live in Harlem Park West, in which the business is going to reside. And most of the people in the community welcome having a pizza bowling. Living there, we have very little options to where we can buy things unless it's delivered. None that I know of go to BP gas station because it's not safe, and we don't utilize it because the price is a little high. If you want to purchase gas there, you can go down the street and get it for 20 cents difference. And Mr. Green is not a 24-hour establishment. It's just a hardware store, and most of his things are overpriced. So I'm one of the fortunate people that have cars in the community that can go and get the things that I need. I understand that they do sell toiletries and other things there now, which if I want a slice of pizza, I don't want to go to BP. And Harlem Park West, we have no other resources within those boundaries to get a quick bite to eat. The people over here, I don't think but one of them maybe reside in the community, and the rest of them are business owners. Our boundaries are Lafayette and Monroe. Across the street is a whole nother community. And on the other side is Sandtown. So none of these are Harlem Park West community. What we are trying to get in the community is not going to affect them other than they can choose whether to use it or not. But it would be in Harlem Park West, not in Sandtown and not in Midtown Edmondson.
Okay, thank you.
What can I ask you? What's your position over in?
I'm the president of Harlem Park West community. We kind of broke off and started a new association and efforts to try to work with developers coming to the west side, which has been an issue.
Understood. Your name again, ma'am?
Joy Ross.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
Am I through?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sir?
I am Ronald Bailey. I am the community advocate for the Harlem Park West group. My responsibilities are to try and resolve most issues that come before our community. Until today, I was unaware that Sandtown Winchester had a problem with the pizza place. I have talked with a lot of our community members who is in agreement with the community that we should have this business in our community. As our president just mentioned, we don't have anything to do with Sandtown Winchester or Sandtown, whichever they choose to call themselves. We are a separate community. When you come down the middle of Lafayette Avenue, it changes. One side is Sandtown, the other side is Harlem Park West. Our efforts are to be peaceful with everyone. And as I mentioned, nobody from their group made any effort to contact me or even our president. And they're here today to say that they don't want it. But we're not asking them to take it. We want to put it in our community, not theirs. And I thank you.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
And I thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Moore?
No, not at this time.
All right. Is there a representative or anyone who's...
Well, I'm just gonna,
if you could step up to the microphone.
Sure. My name is Shahid Mahmood, and I am the owner of the BP gas station, which they just referred to.
Say that name again.
Oh, Shahid Mahmood.
Okay, if you could spell your first and last name.
Yeah,
sir.
it's spelled as Shahid, and the last name is Mahmood.
Okay.
We just right across the lot, which they are referring to have a pizza built. First, I would like to inform you that we just got in a franchise pizza inside the gas station, which we are selling right now. We are in a process of bringing in a franchise chicken, fried chicken and fish, and it's kind of a semi-restaurant inside the gas station currently right now. And as far as their concern is that they don't want to buy a pizza where there is other things are being sold, and that's exactly what they're here for, that they want a convenience store / pizza over there. All the people who are standing right here, most of them are the business owners who own different stores around there. It's like couple of yards away. It's not even blocks away, the number of stores I'm talking about. So many stores around there. So the reason we don't want is because this is the only lot which is open over there, which will have ample of open space where people can hang out, which we already have a trouble within our gas station. We are fighting with it. That's what the community don't want, because a lot of people, a lot of groups which are actually there, and they are involved in some kind of illegal activities. And these are the places where they come in, buy stuff, and there's an open space they can stand there. We don't want that, and that is the biggest concern for the whole community. They don't want any kind of certain groups which they just hang in there and do any kind of illegal activities which can harm the community. And in order to fight that, what we are doing is we are already employing people, trying to create opportunities for people, establishing relationships with the neighborhood by getting to their personal affairs as well, and helping each other with whatever we can. And it is slowly, we are building towards where we want to go. That means that we have controlled a lot of things which were happening before. And the proof of that is that one of our representatives, she was here, unfortunately she has to go to another meeting. The number of calls which were made last year or up to March this year has been decreased almost 60%. And I'm not saying this is something from myself, it's from the sergeant, I forgot the name of, Nabil, do you remember the name of the sergeant who came to us? Sergeant Philip Webb, he's, I believe, down. He works down the road this building. We are coordinating with them on a daily basis in order to handle the situation where these illegal activities are happening. And we all together believe it's because a lot of people come in to buy when there's a big lot, and when the people come in to buy other stuff, they try to engage with those customers, and that's where they're trying to do the illegal stuff. And if there's another store open right next to where it is with an open space, exactly right there, it will provide more opportunity for these kind of activities, and it will take it to next level, because we are already fighting this with the help of other store owners as well. What we are trying to not to keep away these people, and also we were working along with the police as well. And we strongly believe that there shouldn't be any other store over there or any other business which people can come in like this and hang out there and buy stuff and do illegal activities. Rather, we suggest, and we have been suggesting, that there should be something which is good for the community. It could be a community center or anything which can help. I can further. She can where she. I'm sorry. She resides there as well. She can elaborate on what her concern is. But please go ahead, Angel.
Hi, my name is Angel Devilbez, and I live at 808 North Monroe, which is actually diagonal with Lafayette as well. And I was the one last year who came in when they had the first original court date, which was postponed, not the second one, most recent, which was postponed. And we had got over, between me and the church, about 2,000 signatures from the community so that the store would not be put there, not because of just, because, we don't want another store. It's because we want to get something for the community, for our children, because there's nothing within a 20-mile radius. You know what I mean? Nothing where our kids can just go after school or go during the summer and have fun, you know? And that's what we were trying to get. We were trying to do like a senior citizen child type thing, you know, where kids could have fun and maybe senior citizens can come in and get their blood pressure checked if they need to. If they're sick, they can get a drink or something, you know what I mean? And the stores are like literally one block. It's a store, liquor store, liquor store. You know what I mean? And everybody's providing the same thing. So why just bring in another store that's providing the same thing that we already have? For what? I mean, what is it doing? That's all I want to say.
Okay. All right. Since there are a number of folks who are here, is there anyone here, as far as who's here in opposition to the appeal, who would have anything different to say other than the witnesses who have already testified?
Oh, I mean, the letter is already with you. It's like, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, so then we can assume that if all the other folks who are here testified, you would testify similarly to this gentleman and this lady. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So that we don't repeat a lot of the same things, we will understand that all of you would testify similarly as the witnesses who have testified already. Was there something you were going to say?
No, I just said yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Anything you would offer in response?
Yeah, this gentleman that just spoke, that identified himself as the current owner of that BP gas station, they had over 400 911 calls because they do have a lot of drug activity and loitering going on at that establishment. That's not what we're trying to do. As we had spoken to the association president here, we told her that we're going to have an extensive security system there. We're going to be in communication with the police in that neighborhood. And also, my clients that I'm representing, the state has already switched this over to a commercial property, and he's paying taxes as a commercial establishment. So with that being said, he needs to be able to utilize it as a commercial establishment. And I understand that the community wants to do a senior citizen building, but they can't dictate to the owners how they're going to use their facility. And we want to do it as a franchise Pizza Bowlies and also build out on it and do a convenience store. And the president here is in agreement, and also the activists. So that's what I like to add.
Okay.
Can I just say one more thing?
Just a moment.
Have we established what the proposed hours are?
Well, it'll probably be I guess the pizza store closes about 10, 11 o'clock at night. So it's somewhere between there, maybe 10.
As well as the convenience store portion?
The convenience store portion will be around the same time. Yes, be around the same time, if not sooner, around the same time.
Monday through Sunday?
I don't want to say yes or no, but I'm sure it'll be no more than 11 o'clock, 10 or 11 o'clock.
But 7 days a week?
Yeah, 7 days a week. Saturdays and Sundays, it may stay open until 11 or 12, simply because most people order pizzas around 10, 11 o'clock. So on Saturdays and Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays, it'll probably be till 12. But again, we're delivering, so yeah.
Your client is, does he or she own other Pizza Bowlies?
Absolutely, yes.
Are any of those other establishments hybrid with the convenience store component?
No.
And why is that being proposed in this situation?
Because he realizes that the community is in need of groceries and fresh fruits and vegetables, and that's something that he wanted to bring to the community other than the toiletries, you know, so yes. And then we spoke with the association president here, and we went to a couple of their meetings, and this is what they say they needed. So we wanted to bring that to.
Oh, I'm aware.
Right.
I just don't.
Yeah.
But it's that gentleman's or his or her word that that's what they're proposing.
Right, yeah, based on what.
We don't know whether that's actually going to be true or it's going to.
Oh, no, yeah, we are. Yeah, so because we spoke with the community and that's what they said they wanted. So we wanted to bring that in on.
As between the pizza bowlies and the convenience store operation, what would you, what do you foresee as being the more dominant or more, yeah, I guess the more dominant use between the two of them?
Well, it will probably be the pizza bowlies is going to be dominant. And just to give you some background on the owner, he also does stuff with the Oreos. He supplies all their pizzas there. So he's very prominent in the city. It's just not just one pizza bowlies that he's going to do. And I think I said I had given you all the information before, the other pizza bowlies he owns throughout the city, in the county as well. So again, he's very, I want to make sure that I had gotten this for you. I'm not sure if I have any extra ones, but he has other pizza bowlies throughout the city and the county. I was trying to look and see if I had a list of them here. Not sure if I had supplied them to you all before.
Well, that's okay. The exact number is, I guess, isn't so important. But I guess as we understand it, then that he predominantly operates a number of other pizza bowling, pizza
Yes.
delivery establishments.
Yes.
And one of the opposition's perspectives is the loitering aspect and so forth. What steps are in the plan to, you mentioned security cameras or et cetera, what other
Right.
things are you planning on incorporating?
So we had gotten with the community president, and we're also going to get the police involved. We've been speaking with them as well, as Joy has been also speaking with them. We're going to make sure that we have round-the-clock security. You know, hopefully they can sit in our lot. I think we had suggested, too, that can kind of be a hub for them. We wanted to figure out whether that can be a hub for them, and that's what we're in communication with now. Sort of like a 7-Eleven.
Ma'am.
No, let her speak.
Sort of like they do at the 7-Elevens and have it as a hub. That was one of the things that we suggested as well, in addition to the security cameras that's going to be there.
Will the pizzas be available for consumption on premises as well as carryout?
That was one of the things we wanted to think about. I wasn't sure whether the board would allow us to do that. So right now we were just thinking about just probably carrying out. I know, again, it's talking to everyone at the board. When we went to the association meetings, they wanted that to be an option, because one of the things we also wanted to include is to have like a senior day, and maybe some of the seniors can come in and have pizza there and kind of chit-chat and play games and have a safe environment for them to go to. So it was an option that we wanted to consider. So we didn't leave out the seniors. Again, because we've been so active in talking with the board, we're trying to meet some of their needs as well.
But I think, as Mr. Washington mentioned or asked you, that the dollars that come in, your gross dollars, will be more carryout than eat-in or convenience store.
Probably so, yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
No, hours and hours ago when we started, we went about how we were going to go through. So we heard from the opposition, and then they were allowed to close.
All right, that's okay.
But thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you all for being very patient.
They do show cable.
Yeah, it soon will be.
Sorry, but I had that hours.
Yeah.
Half-hour break, right?
No.
Okay.
We'll get into that. All right.
I know here.
I'll note the time. It is 8:27, and we will now call the 5 o'clock docket. Just to, I guess since we're starting on a new docket, we'll go back to go over our, I guess the rules that we start every hearing with. So first, if you have a cell phone, a pager, any kind of device that plays any kind of audible, electronically generated sound, plays a ringtone, a chime, etc., we ask at a minimum you please turn that to a vibrate only, if not off position. Additionally, to the extent that you need to have a conversation with someone, we ask that you please take that conversation out the double doors to your rear. And the reason for those rules is pretty simple and straightforward. The microphones, which are arrayed around us up here, are all very sensitive and are not just for the purpose of amplification, but also for the purpose of recording these proceedings. And that is very important today, as those of you who are familiar with our proceedings will note that there is not a court reporter sitting at the end of the dais up here. So we are relying totally on the videoing processes, so we'll need folks' cooperation with that. Those of you who are sitting in forward of the wall behind you can see that there are 1, 2, 3 video cameras which are mounted on the wall up there behind you, and there are 1, 2 video cameras which are mounted on the wall up here behind us. And these proceedings are being recorded for subsequent broadcasts in the city's cable access network, as well as storage within the city's YouTube channel. The videoing is also will be used as the record of these proceedings. So cell phones, pagers, and the like interfere with that processes, so that's why we ask you to please turn those off or to have any conversations out the double doors to your rear. You're certainly more than welcome to hang around and enjoy a civics lesson if you so choose, but if you have other things to do on this now late hour in this July evening, you can call into the zoning board office in the morning and find out how we ruled in your case. The number for the zoning board office, I'll read this number off a couple of times. The number for the zoning board office is 410-396-4301. That number again is 410-396-4301. You will, however, need to wait until you receive the formal written notice of the outcome of your case before you will be able to get your permits. And we certainly ask that you please not build in the city of Baltimore without first obtaining all of your proper permits. If you haven't already done so already, we ask that you, those of you who are here in opposition to any case, we ask that you please sign in on the sign-in sheet. The sign-in sheet allows us to know which cases have opposition, as well as allow us to know who needs to receive those aforementioned written notices I just referred to. The procedure for when the cases are called is that the appellant will come forward. They will stand to our left or your right. The opposition, if any, will stand to our right or your left. Once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in. And then we'll first begin with the appellant, who'll be given the opportunity to tell us about about what it is that they're proposing, the issues involved in their appeal, present any arguments, documents, and testimony they would like in support of their position, and to respond to any questions which the board may have. Once they've concluded their presentation, we'll then turn to the opposition, who'll be given the opportunity to present their side of things. Once the opposition is concluded, we'll return back to the appellant, who are given the opportunity to respond to any points brought up by their opposition, and to offer a closing statement. We won't be going back and forth, unnecessarily delaying things any longer into the evening than is necessary. We'll generally be calling the cases in the order in which they appear on the docket, with some exception once we address some preliminary issues first. First, there is one postponement. I think I already called this, but we'll say it again. 2017-255, 806 North Broadway. That case has been postponed. It will not be heard today. So if you are here on that case, please just make sure that you've signed in on the sign-in sheet so we can let you know when that case will be going forward, as it will not be going forward today. Next are the cases which are on our consent agenda, and the consent agenda consists of cases where the zoning board staff has reviewed these files and the board has determined that we have sufficient information to approve these appeals based upon the records submitted thus far. We're going to call the cases together, the consent cases together as a group. There are two. And once everyone is up here, we'll get you sworn, and then we'll call each in turn, and then you'll be given the opportunity to offer any additional facts that you would like to have added to the record at that time. The two cases on our consent agenda are 2017-189, 1933 East Baltimore Street, Tom McCleary, and 2017-234, 1508 North Eden Street, Dale Daniel. Okay, you're Mr. Daniel?
No, speaking on,
Are you here in opposition to that case?
not in opposition, no.
Okay.
I'm really not sure how to position myself, but we're definitely not trying to stop him from.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll call again, 2017-234, 1508 North Eden Street. Okay. All right, sir, if you could get a little bit closer to the microphone there. All right, and if all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands to be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. McCleary, we have this as an application to construct a third floor rear deck with access to rooftop deck with pergola. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then just to correct, my name is actually Tommy Rappold, but that is the contractor who's going to be building the deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you say that last name again?
Yeah, Rappold.
Okay, if you can.
Rappold.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Friends, anything for the planning department?
Planning department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay. And sir, you said that you had something you would like to say with respect to this appeal?
Yes, my name is Josh Adlin, last name Adlin. I'm here with my mother, Lily Adlin, and we own the property 1931 East Baltimore Street, so right next door. We're just here because we hadn't seen pictures of the deck, and so we wanted to figure out what it would look like, how far back it was. We know that's a pergola. We just wanted to make sure that it maintained the historic look from the street.
Okay. If I have. We have a packet here. Shows the side elevation, which I guess you'd be most interested in. So it shows that the building is being constructed to a height of 32 feet, 32 and a half feet. And there is a rooftop deck and pergola above it. The pergola is at 42 feet. The deck is at a height of 37 feet at the third rail. It is not enclosed, and it's located 19 feet back from the front. So it is most likely not viewable from the street.
19 feet back from the front.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't tell. This is our building there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the.
Ma'am, if you could use the microphone there.
Sure. I can't tell from this what is going to show, and there's a pergola which is higher than the deck, and we would, of course, prefer that it not be seen from the street because the buildings are historic, and in fact, I would have preferred if they had gone through the chap group, so that so since I couldn't tell how high it was going to be and what it was going to show, that's why we're here, and I'm still not quite sure until
Okay.
it's seen. Yeah.
Sure, and
Wait a minute.
Mr. Rappold, I guess after the hearing, if you could share, I don't know if there are other drawings which your builder might have that you can share with your neighbors here.
Yeah.
But that might go some ways towards satisfying their curiosity here.
Yeah, I mean, once I get them, I can share them.
We have no problems with our neighbor whatsoever, and I'm imagining that 19 feet back will be more than enough.
Yeah,
we're just here to find out information.
Gotcha. The building length itself is 63 feet. So it's located back like about a third of the way back on the structure. Well, sure, but the pergola is not in front of the deck. I'm just saying that the deck, the pergola, et cetera, is located back from the front of the building. It doesn't start until about a third of the way from the front of the building.
Which is what, 19 feet? Is
Yes.
that what it
The building length is 63 feet. So a third of that roughly is going to be about 20 feet, which is where that starts.
Well, that would be fine for the deck, but the pergola is something that I haven't seen up there, so I don't know how high it would be.
Well, you never know how you like it until you see it.
Before it's built, it would be nicer, yeah.
If your builder has some way to do that, I'm not sure, but it sounds like Mr. Reppold is amenable to sharing whatever information he has with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And we don't have Mr. Daniel. All right. 2017-51, 3723 Gwyn Oak Avenue, Roger Grenage. Afternoon, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you're in opposition to this case?
Yes,
or?
sir.
Okay. I didn't have information that anyone signed in opposition to this case, but nonetheless. All right. You're Mr. Grenache?
Yes, sir.
All right. And, sir, we have this as an application to use the first floor as a 30 adult daycare center. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. If everyone can, all those intending to give testimony in this case can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
We have staff reports.
We do. We received a letter from the Howard Park Association on July 17, 2017, in opposition to the proposed use of an adult daycare center due to the potential traffic congestion that this use will likely cause. In the letter, it stated that it has historically had issues with tracking or with traffic issues, and they believe that the necessary steps that they have taken to address that issue will all be wiped away with this proposed use.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this is a proposal to have an adult daycare for 30 persons. The department is concerned that if 30 family members attempted to drop off or pick up relatives within that same short time frame, it probably could not be done in a safe or orderly manner on the street, and the applicant therefore should work with the Department of Transportation and the Parking Authority of Baltimore City to confirm if passenger loading zones would serve the proposed use either on Gwyn Oak Avenue or Bell Avenue. Subject to those comments, the department recommends approval of this application be subject to the condition that the applicant provides a passenger loading zone for the adult daycare facility if required by the Department of Transportation and the Parking Authority of Baltimore City. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Grenache, are you willing to accept that condition offered by the Planning Department?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what you're proposing here?
We're proposing that we use, again, the first floor of the facility as an adult daycare medical facility. We were here previously, and we had postponed the hearing because of the fact that we wanted to make sure that we could comply with the conditions that were made by the board of planning.
By the planning department. Yes. Okay. And what efforts have you made in that regard?
We've actually talked to Chad. We're working with Chad. He's one of the planners in Northwest Baltimore area, and whatever conditions that we needed to do, and the people that we've talked to said that it shouldn't be an issue. We should be okay.
Okay. And how would you operate this this daycare center? Would you hire like an operator to come in and locate it there, or are you gonna sort of just create it yourself?
No, I'm actually in the assisted living facility business, and this is my manager. I was also working with the as a daycare medical daycare supervisor. We not only have her, we have a couple of other daycare facilities willing to even lend us more people that are more abreast about daycare than we are.
Okay, so you have experience in this kind of work then?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Any
kind of licensure you have to go through to be a daycare owner?
Yes, you do. The first step is to get the user's permit.
Understood. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Sir, if you can state your name for the record.
Yes. First name is Gloyd McGuire. I'm president of the Howell Park Activity Association. I'm here to represent the elderly from our community up in the Howell Park community.
Okay. And what brings you here, sir?
I'm here today because it's a safety issue. You know, if this facility is given permit to actually set up business, and the problem I see is when the daycare centers, they would come in and drop people off constantly. You know, in the morning and pick them up in the evening. And Bell Avenue and Gwen Oak is a really small street. You cannot park on both sides of that street, and we're creating more problems than we have in now. And I have some photos here of the property at 3723 Gwen Oak Avenue. They only have two entrances, but one of the entrances, they have a bus stop right in the front of it, which would cause a problem for them dropping people off.
Is this on Gwen Oak?
Yeah, that's on Gwen Oak.
Okay.
And the other entrance they have, is in the back of the facility, and they only have two entrances. So if they allowed to do this 30 adult daycare center at that facility, it will create a lot of issues. And the reason why I'm saying that, because we had a lot of accidents at that particular intersection. We had four-way stop signs. People have gotten killed and injured at that particular intersection. We had speed humps put in at this right in front of the same area at that intersection. And but if he's allowed to do that, it's going to just create more problems, more traffic.
All right, and the planning department had recommended the installation of loading zones for the daycare center, so that so that people could be transported, whether by family members or by some other private transportation means, and then brought to the facility and safely they'd be able to come up alongside the building. Presumably, Bell Avenue would be the only location that would be suitable for that, particularly given the fact that there's a bus stop that's on Gwen Oak out in front. So has there been any consideration as to the impact of that as far as safety and such?
Yes, I will let you know. Bell Avenue itself, like I said, it's a two-way street. You only can park on one side. The width of the street is only like 23 feet and 10 inches. People that owns property, they can park on the street. The average car is about 8 or 9 feet wide. And those vans about 9 feet wide. So if they parking on that small street, it's gonna be a problem for people to get around those vehicles because they have to wait until cars pass in order to get around. And the reason why, to let you know how it actually worked, if he's open, people will come all over with vans. And I don't know if you're familiar with, it's a daycare center out there on Cold Spring Lane called The Leg. And here's some more pictures of how they have a backup. They have constantly mobility coming in, and they're waiting in line to actually drop people off. And this is in the morning. And then they'll come back in the evening and do the same thing. And then again, if they park on Bell Avenue, it's going to definitely be a problem.
Okay. That daycare center that you were referring to, do you know how many, the one that's on Cold Spring, do you know how many people it has there, like under its care? Looks like from the pictures, it looks like it's pretty big.
It's quite a bit.
Okay. And what's being proposed here is 30.
And that's more than enough because of, again, it's a safety issue. We have speed humps put in. We have people, dogs and people have been killed because of the traffic and people flying through. And this is the purpose of the speed humps, to slow it down. And we had the four-way stops. If you check the police record, you can find out where people was actually had been killed at that particular intersection because of the speed cars. And then with these additional mobility vans parking on Bell Avenue, it's going to really create a problem. And like I said, the empty van is 9 feet wide, and the street is only 2310. So if you got people parking their private cars and the vans parking on the street, it's still going to create a problem. Even trying to look around to even pull out to get around the cars.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. Sir?
Just to make a response to what he said, the street is exactly the way he described it. But in the back, like he said, we do have two entrances. And the back has an entrance where we have a parking lot for at least 5 vehicles. So that will be, once we discuss it with the Port Authority and Parking Commission, that would be, for us, the best direction to have the loading and unloading zone.
All right. Any last questions? No. Okay, thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
If you would like them back, we can give them back. Otherwise, yeah, we can make them part of the record. Okay. If you want them. All right. 2017-129, 2700 and 2732 May Street, Michael Burton.
The last group was supposed to bring dinner.
Recess till tomorrow, right?
That'd be great.
All right. Now, I guess I'll address you, Mr. Woolman.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Late evening. For the record, my name is Joe Woolman. I'm a local land use attorney. I was not the original applicant, represented the applicant at that time, but I guess I'm entering my appearance, for the lack of a better term, at this juncture here on behalf of the applicant who's standing to my right. We also have several members of the community in support of the project who are standing further to my right.
Okay. And Mr. Woolman, we have this as an application to consolidate and subdivide lots to construct 14 single-family dwellings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
And do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Do we have staff reports?
We do. We got quite a bit, actually. I received 2 support letters from nearby residents saying that they believe it will be a great addition to the neighborhood and that the current lots are, quote-unquote, a waste of space. I received an email on May 7th, 2017 from 23-year residents of Charles Village in opposition to the proposal, stating that the houses would tower over the surrounding areas, block light and airflow. In addition, the construction would eliminate parking for residents along the 2700 block of North Howard Street, who currently park behind their houses. Additionally, the development would complicate trash pickup and snow removal, and the congestion in the alleys would endanger children, adults, and pets who often walk in the alleyways. Received another letter on May 7th, 2017 from the Greater Remington Improvement Association in support of the appeal because they believe that the project would be in harmony with the surrounding blocks. We also received a letter from the Baltimore Museum of Art on May the 5th, 2017 in support of this appeal because they believe that it's the best use of the land. Received another letter from the Charles Village Civic Association on May the 5th, 2017 in support of this appeal because they believe it will strengthen home ownership base and quality of life in Charles Village. Received another letter on May the 8th from a 12-year resident of Charles Village in support of this appeal due to the potential increase in home ownership within the community. And then on June 27, 2017, we received a letter from a homeowner on the 2700 block North Howard Street with no objection to the proposed development, as long as the subsequent designs do not exceed the following 7 items. The rear setback provides the 15-foot alley, an additional 9.5 setback on the west side. 2, no accessory structure with a quote-unquote room for use to access a rooftop deck. 3, the kitchen, living room, and dining room will be located on the 3rd floor rather than the 2nd floor. At least 7 trees are planted in the ground on the west side of the development. Permeable paving stones will be done on the west side of the setback. The height does not exceed 35 feet, and the structure does not include balconies on the 2nd floor. Lastly, received a letter from owners residing on the 2700 block of Maryland Avenue who have resided there for more than 40 years in support of this appeal because it reflects the surrounding neighborhood.
Planning Department notes that this development proposes a subdivision to create 14 3-story single-family attached dwellings. The department recommends that approval of this application, if granted, be subject to the condition that the proposed development is completed in accordance with the subdivision and development plans approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Woolman, is your client amenable to that condition offered by the Planning Department?
Yes.
Okay. All right, why don't you get underway and tell us what's being proposed here?
Thank you. I have a few preliminary matters. First, I'll introduce, and there may be one in the file, but I have an aerial photograph. Apologize, it's black and white. Several copies for the members of the board that depicts the lot, which is important to see its unique nature. I'd submit that as applicant's exhibit number 1. We have a, for lack of a better term, a motion to amend application for review. Really, it's an expansion and further description. Once our office became involved and we reviewed the application filed by Mr. Burton and his partners, we felt it more appropriate to lay out particularly each variance request for the benefit of the board, and that is the essence of that motion to amend the application for review. I just provided a copy, I think. Did I give you guys one?
Well, it was here.
Oh, I was giving that to you. And here's for the board.
There we go.
We'll submit that as applicant's exhibit number 2. Number 3 is a memorandum of law, which speaks for itself regarding the standards under Maryland law for variance. One comment I'll make regarding the application itself. This is, as the board is well aware, this is a case that somewhat straddles the enactment and effective date of Transform Baltimore. The application was filed in March. As the board is well aware, Transform Baltimore was passed in December, but did not become effective until June 5th. There are differing opinions as to the transition rules in Transform Baltimore. We actually worked closely with the Planning Department last year to try to introduce some amendments to clarify that, and unfortunately, they did not find their way into the code at this juncture. I would submit to you that we can present a case to you that will allow the board to approve these variances under either the old zoning code for Baltimore City or Article 32 of the city code, and we'll get into that via Mr. Burton's testimony, but felt that was the most conservative and best approach to present to you under each code, depending on your determination as to which code you believe this should be reviewed. I believe since the applicant has made changes to the plan in response to the community throughout this process that this amendment brings us under the new code. But the application was filed in March, and I believe that the record may have been open prior to June 5th, at which time the case was postponed. At that time, it may be deemed that the application was considered filed and complete, and if that's the case, we're under the old code. But either way, I believe we meet the test under the law for the variances. With that being said, I will call Mike Burton at this time. Mr. Burton, please, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Introduce yourself to the board, please.
My name is Michael John Burton, AIA NCARB.
And Mr. Burton, where are you employed?
I am the president of Urban Design Group, a local architecture firm located in Fells Point.
And what are your duties at that firm?
I am the owner of the firm, the lead architect and designer, and also manage the everyday, day-to-day business of the firm.
And do you routinely assist developers in the preparation of appeals before this board?
Yes, I do.
And please describe for the board your educational background.
I hold both a bachelor's and a master's in architecture, bachelor's from Temple University and a master's from Virginia Tech.
Please describe for the board your professional qualifications and your work background.
I've been basically working here in Baltimore City for the last 24 years, and I've done hundreds of projects in the city, more than $300 million worth of development in the city. And those projects range from the new Amazon that you see over in Burning Highway to a rear yard roof deck in Federal Hill, and everything in between. Labs at Hopkins, townhouse developments. This isn't the only townhouse development I've done. I've done multiple townhouse developments throughout the city. Commercial properties.
Have you worked on subdivisions and row house developments in the past?
Yes, I have. I've worked on numerous subdivisions. As a matter of fact, one of the subdivisions we did in Fells Point was awarded by the AIA as the winner for urban design and planning.
And do you have with you a statement of your professional qualifications that we could submit to the board?
Yes, I do. That's both for myself and also for my firm.
Briefly, what professional associations are you affiliated with?
I'm a member of the AIA, American Institute of Architects, also NCARB. I won't get into an acronym, but that basically lets me practice all over the country, and Urban Land Institute, and I've also been on multiple neighborhood boards throughout the community over the past years.
And what certifications or licenses do you hold?
I hold a license for architecture in Maryland, Pennsylvania, DC, Virginia, and Rhode Island.
Mr. Burton, have you ever been accepted as an expert in the field of planning and zoning before this board?
Yes, I have. I've actually been a professional witness before this board in the past.
At this time, I'd ask that the board accept Mr. Burton as an expert in the field of planning and zoning in Baltimore City.
Any objection?
Oh, yeah, it's his project.
No, the question is there any objection to his qualifications as an expert in the field of architecture and planning?
But he would be testifying on behalf of his own project, so is that
That doesn't matter. No, it's not.
All right, fine.
Okay. All right. So accepted.
Mr. Burton, did you bring copies of the latest version of this plan to submit to the board?
Yes, I did.
I'd ask that you submit them to the board now, please. Thank you.
These are copies for the board.
And I apologize, we don't have an easel. I don't think if you want to lay any of these out. The layout is fairly straightforward. It's a straight line row house development. Mr. Burton, are you the architect for this project?
Yes, I am.
Did you review and oversee all work and preparation of the plan which has been submitted?
Yes, I have.
Where is this site located?
The site is 2700 to 2732 May Street.
And have you visited the site?
Yes, I have numerous times.
Please describe the site to the board regarding its history and its nature.
The site is an undeveloped site that bounds 28th Street to the north and runs along May Street for about 310 feet or so, and has an alley to the rear of it on the west and an alley to the south of it.
And what's the site zoned?
The site is zoned R7.
And was it zoned R7 under the previous code as well?
Yes, it was.
Please describe the proposed project for the site.
The proposed project is to develop the site into 14 single-family townhomes that front onto May Street and have rear two-car garages accessed from an alley between the houses on Howard Street and the rear of the houses we're developing on May Street.
And why is the site design laid out in the way that it's laid out?
The site is designed that way because basically we did not design the project to be as much as it could be as far as the lot area. In other words, we could have had 18 dwellings on this site. We did 14 dwellings because there is no parking allowed on May Street. So we decided to do a less dense project, 20-foot wide houses that would accommodate two-car garages so that we could accommodate the cars for our project.
And Mr. Burton, you're familiar with the variances requested in this application, correct?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to briefly go through those for you. The first request for variance is true that it is to permit a lot coverage in lieu of the 50% maximum required by 9401 and Table 9401 of Article 32 of the Baltimore City Code, or in the alternative, Section 4-1006 of the Zoning Code for Baltimore City. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those percentages are as follows. Lot 1, 64%, is that correct?
Yes.
Lots 2, 3, and 4, 67.5%, is that correct?
Yes.
Lot 5, 56.8%.
Yes.
Lot 6, 57%.
Yes.
Lot 7 through 13, 67.5%.
Correct.
It's my understanding that the second request for variance is to permit a minimum front yard setback of 7 feet for all lots in lieu of the 10 feet required by 9401 and Table 9401 of Article 32, or in the alternative, the 20 feet required by Section 4-1007A of the Zoning Code for Baltimore City. Is that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is the third request is to permit a minimum corner side yard of 0 feet for lot number 1 in lieu of the 15 feet required by 9401 and Table 9401 of Article 32, or in the alternative, Section 4-1007A of the Zoning Code for Baltimore City. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the last variance requested to permit a minimum rear yard setback of 7.5 feet for all lots in lieu of the 25 feet required by Section 9401 and Table 9401 of Article 32, or in the alternative, Section 4-1007A of the Zoning Code for Baltimore City. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you elaborate as to why the 7.5 feet is needed as that has changed from your original plan?
Yes, we've all talked and discussed with the neighbors that it would be 9.5 feet. However, in the design that we showed, 12.5 feet. And in the design that we showed the neighbors, we have a balcony on the third floor that we all agree could be there. That balcony is 5 feet. And in abundance of caution, we basically are making sure that that extra 5 feet is accommodated for. It's been in the plans that all the community people have seen, but technically we want to make sure that we're covered on the variances that we're requesting.
Isn't it true that that rear deck is placed there to satisfy the request of the community to eliminate the stair access rooftop dog houses is what they used to be called back in the day, to eliminate those on the rooftop and then have the access to the deck be from that rear deck that is 7.5 feet?
Yes, a major concession on this project was, in an unusual part that we've done in this project, like the uniqueness of the site, we put the living level on the third floor, not the second floor. Originally, we had a balcony off the second floor, hence the language in the one letter that you received. So by putting the living level on the third floor and having a balcony off the back, that eliminated one of the major concerns, which was to have a penthouse, that access penthouse to the roof deck. So we eliminated that by putting this rear balcony and actually cutting back into our building with a stair, so that it's actually cutting part of our third floor away to accommodate making a stair to go up to the roof deck.
And finally, if this matter were reviewed under the earlier zoning code for Baltimore City, it's my understanding there'd be an additional request for a 2.6-foot interior side setback for lots 5 and 6 in lieu of the 10-foot minimum required for 4-1007A of the zoning code for Baltimore City. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Burton, please describe for the board how this site is unique and unusual in a manner different from the nature of the surrounding properties?
So the entire community, basically, if you look at the major arteries running north-south, all the houses face east-west, run north-south. May Street is a north-south running street. However, it is not on a major artery, it's on a secondary street. May Street is considered a secondary street. And because of that, it's a narrower lot, and the alley to the rear does not conform to the city standards. It's currently 12 feet wide. So with our meetings with the Department of Planning, they were requesting that if we're developing this on May Street, that they would want us to have a sidewalk that meet the city standards, tree pits that met the city standards, streetlights that met the city standards, and the alley that would meet the city standards. So what we've done is we provided a 7-foot easement on the front of our property on May Street, and we provided for the sidewalks, tree pits, and lights. And on the alley side, we expanded the alley by providing a 3-foot easement for the alley so that the alley can be a typical 15-foot wide alley meeting city standards. We also did that for the alley to the south, so that the alley running just behind a couple of the houses on 27th Street on our site, we're widening that alley also to meet the city standard.
Describe for the board, if you will, please, what undue difficulty or disproportionate impact would result from strictly imposing the requirements of either the Baltimore City zoning regulations or Article 32 of the Baltimore City Code at this site.
So the practical difficulties are that we're trying to create, because May Street does not have parking and does not have a sidewalk between our property and the street, we have to accommodate that sidewalk, and also we really need to accommodate proper parking for the site, so we're providing 2-car parking. And that essentially is making us basically provide a 20-foot deep space also with the widening of the rear alley. So all of those in between are making it so that the site is forcing us to have variances.
And you're familiar with the code as it pertains to variances, correct?
Yes, I am.
Would an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience result if the strict letter of the applicable requirements were carried out?
Yes.
Are the conditions on which the application is based unique to the property for which the variance is sought and not generally applicable to other properties within the same zoning classification?
Yes.
Is the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty caused by this code, is this practical difficulty caused by this code and has not been created by the intentional action or inaction of any person who has a present interest in the property?
Yes.
Is the purpose of the variance not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property?
Yes.
Will the variance be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity?
No.
Will the variance substantially diminish and impair property values in the neighborhood?
No.
Is the variance in harmony with the purpose and intent of this code?
Yes, it
Is the
is.
site located in an urban renewal plan?
No, it is
Is it
not.
located in a CHAP district?
No, it is not.
Will the variance be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare?
No, it will not.
And will it be anywhere contrary to the public interest?
No, it will not.
And then just a few more questions related to the old code. Will the project impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties?
No, it will not.
Will it overcrowd the land?
No,
Will it create an undue concentration of population?
it will not.
Will it substantially increase the congestion of the streets?
No.
Will it create a hazardous traffic condition?
No, it will not.
Will it adversely affect transportation?
No.
Will it unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities?
No, as a matter of fact, we're actually improving some of those facilities through the development of the project because the 2 alleys are actually being completely improved with new utilities and also new pavement for the alleys.
Will the project increase the danger of fire?
No, it will not.
Or will it otherwise endanger the public safety?
No.
And Mr. Burton, I take it you can base a lot of these opinions on the fact that you conducted an extensive community outreach with the community. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And before we get to that, let me ask you one further question about the site. Based on the challenges that you've already described that require the variances, why did you identify this site as suitable for a row house development?
we looked at this site, multiple sites around the city in this area, and with regards to this site, we looked at this site and decided to go down and meet with the Department of Planning and come up with our proposed idea and find out from them if they also felt that that was a proper use of the site. So at that meeting, when we discussed how to utilize the site, they brought up the fact that, you know, having rear yard access parking was a very big plus. The fact that we weren't going so dense was also a major plus, and the fact that we were willing to make a public walkway, which would actually connect all the way down to 27th, was also a major plus for the project.
And now to the community outreach, is it true that you met with immediate neighbors and community associations on at least 3 occasions before even filing the application for review?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We met on, our first meeting was on February 7th, 2017. We met with a group of the neighbors that were basically, was all notified to all the neighbors in the surrounding area that were affected. We then again met with that group, and that meeting was a 2-hour Q&A, basically. All of these were basically 2-hour Q&A meetings. The next meeting was on 2/21/2017, and then we met on 3/21/2017. And we also, at that 3/21 meeting, or actually at the 2/21 meeting, they requested that we were originally asking for a March hearing. We wanted to get in before the end of March, and they asked us not to do that. So we lived up to that request, met with them again on 3/21, and then after that meeting, filed.
And then is it true that you met with the same parties at least 4 more times after you filed?
That is correct.
And when were those meetings?
So the next meeting was at 4/18/2017, and then the meeting after that was at 5/2/2017, and so as those meetings went along, and this was with basically CVCA, and as those meetings went along, we realized that in the overall there was definitely consensus that people liked the project, but we still had several neighbors along Howard Street that had deep concerns about our project. So we met with them on a very important meeting, I believe. We met with them on 6/8/2017 with just the neighbors on Howard Street, and we basically, I don't know if you would call it an arbitration, but basically we had a coming to the minds for back and forth of what they were asking for, what we were trying to achieve, and what compromise we could come up with. And that was a very, very important meeting. I'd say there were 8 or 9 neighbors along that block that were definitely opposed to this project. And the letter that you have in your book, the vast majority of those neighbors are in support of the project, as long as it's the project that we're presenting here to you today.
And I'm going to refer you to 4 documents. The first is a letter dated July 12, 2017. Do you recognize that letter?
Yes, but one last thing. After that meeting, we went back and we met with the CVCA board to present to them what we had come up with the folks on Howard Street, so that they were aware of what we had agreed to with the folks on Howard Street, so that everybody was notified.
Well, we can skip to that document. Do you recognize this document, June 27th, 2017?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document?
This is a document that basically it's a letter of support for the project from most of the neighbors on the Howard Street, the 2700 block, the east side of the 2700 block of Howard Street, the neighbors directly affected by this project. And they attached the plans that you have in front of you today are also attached to this letter. And so they outlined, those 7 points are outlined in that letter that we're complying with all the plans that we presented to everybody.
And this was prepared in response to the conditions that we heard earlier when the reports were being read, correct?
That is correct.
I'm sorry.
And those plans, just so, like I say, all those plans. So those plans are dated 6/20/2017, so everyone knows that that's the set of plans that we've requested be approved.
And I'd introduce this, I believe this is applicants 5. Now back to the letter dated July 12th, 2017. You recognize that letter?
Do you have a copy for them, Mr. Bowman?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What's wrong?
Do we have an extra copy of the...
I don't know. Thank you, sir.
Take a look at it.
Sorry about that. You do recognize this as...
Yes, I do.
And is it true this is a letter from the councilman for the district, Robert Stokes? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Addressed to the executive director of the BMCA, Mr. David Tanner. I would just read this into the record. I'm writing this letter in support of the above referenced May Street redevelopment project to convert a paved vacant surface parking lot into row house residences. This area of Charles Village has not had any new development in decades, and the new single-family residence plan will be a welcome and long overdue addition to the neighborhood. The developers have done a great job with outreach to the community, and residents have had many opportunities to provide extensive input on design. This has been a fine example of a great collaboration. Again, please accept my letter as an indication of my full support. Sincerely signed, Councilman Robert Stokes. See that? I need to introduce it. Do you need to
Sure,
okay.
take it.
That would be applicant 6.
I think applicant 5 is on your table.
Oh.
Yes.
Let's keep it straight here.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Mr. Burton, you recognize the letter dated May 7th, 2017?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to, this is, again, it's a brief letter. I'd like to read it in for the record. This is from the Greater Remington Improvement Association. Dear members of the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals, the Greater Remington Improvement Association, GRIA, writes in support of the position of the Charles Village Civic Association on the redevelopment of the 2700 block of May Street into townhomes. The project will convert a paved vacant surface parking lot into row house residences, generally in harmony with the character of the surrounding blocks. The project is located entirely east of Howard Street and is within the boundaries of the Charles Village neighborhood, so GRIA defers to CVCA's judgment with confidence in their evaluation and community input process. I'll introduce that at this time. I think that's 8.
7?
Is it 7?
Mm-hmm. Keeping track.
I went to law school because I can't count. So this is 8. This is 8. So you recognize the letter dated May 7th, 2017?
Yes, I do.
And this is a letter from the Charles Village Civic Association, again expressing full support. It's somewhat longer. I'll submit it for the record. I won't bore you with reading the entire letter. And then finally, I'll submit as exhibit number 9 a letter of support from the Baltimore Museum of Art.
And I'm aware of that letter, too.
Mr. Burton, you recognize this binder?
Yes, I do.
And please
Yes, I do.
please describe to the board what the binder is.
The binder that is here before the board is a documentation of the emails and correspondence and the drawings that I presented to the community through the entire process. So each community meeting, I did a set of plans. So it shows the development of those plans through the process, as well as all the correspondence between the association and also the neighbors on Howard Street.
And again, we'd like to supplement the record and introduce this, believe it or not, as exhibit number 9. It's an extensive record of the community outreach and also the various plans and the iterations gone through the entire process.
This gentleman? Yes?
Is this available for us?
Yeah, of course. It's all the emails.
If there are any of the other
Thank you.
exhibits you would like to see, just let us know.
Their exhibit,
Okay.
you can look at it, but it's a little late for.
Yes, I have not seen this, and I would love to see it.
Again, Mr. Burton, describe what's in the binder. Is it true that it contains all the emails?
It contains all the emails. It's very open. It's all the emails between all the neighbors and all the correspondence. So it's just being open and honest with everybody. It's what all the conversations between everybody on the project are there.
And the only other thing in the binder is that the several earlier versions of the plan as it went through.
So I did, right, for each meeting, the date of what we presented to the community is just written onto the plan, i.e. to whatever date, the February date plans are dated, the March plans are dated, the April plans are dated. They're all dated. It's just what we presented to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I have no further questions for Mr. Burton at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Burton?
Your February 7th, I'm Turner Donahoe, 2721 North Howard Street. Your February 7th meeting, did you invite any Howard Street residents to that meeting?
So I was not in charge of inviting anybody to the meetings. I went to the community association and asked for them to invite anyone that would be, that impacted by this project.
Were any Howard Street residents present at that meeting?
At the first meeting, we met with the board of the CVCA.
and Howard Street residents had no input to the plans that have not been changed significantly since they were drawn up.
I don't understand that.
We have not had any opportunity to change these plans due to our objections. The overall description has not changed. The front-loading.
Well, I would just, at this point, I mean, there's testimony and there's questions.
Okay.
I would just make that point for the record.
But I can try to clarify this point. So we met with the Board of CVCA to get direction from them to how to present the project. We showed the project to them. They did not tell us how to design it or anything like that. They basically, we showed the project to them and they said, okay, this is the process that you were going to go through. And that process was then to have a meeting with the overall community at which everybody, it was a pretty good showing on all the meetings. So that's what that meeting was for.
Your February 7th meeting did not include myself, and my objections to this development are the thoroughfare that has been created behind my house, that will be created behind my house. This will be a circle. There's no through traffic in my.
Let's divide it up between asking questions, and you'll have an opportunity to provide some testimony.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay.
This time.
Mr. Armstrong?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to. Do I get to
Actually, the way
explain
it'll
my
go-
test? Do I have to get to testify?
The way that it'll go is they'll go first, and then we'll get to the opposition.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to call Beth Bullimore. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
There's one thing I could clarify, actually.
Hello, my name's Beth Bullimore. I live at 2740 Maryland Avenue. We closed on that house July 13th, 1973, and it's been a parking lot behind there since that time. At that point, it was owned by Peterson, Heather, and Howe, who also owned 2701 North Charles. When they moved to the county, the Red Cross purchased the building and the parking lot. They discovered at some point in the mid-70s that because of as a parking lot, it was a non-conforming use, and it had to be looked at again. Well, the Red Cross was using it to park their trucks where they did the blood deliveries around the region, and they came to us and asked if we could to help them because they really needed the parking. So the community, I was an officer in the Civic Association at that point, we agreed that as long as the Red Cross owned the lot, it could be a parking lot, but then it would revert to the residential zoning. Well, later, sometime in the 80s, the restriction was taken off when the Red Cross moved out to Mount Hope Drive and BMA bought the lot. But they used it as a parking lot also, and it's been a parking lot since then. It's a bit of a problem now. It's I don't even want to say a stepchild. It's a way afterthought for the BMA. The pavement is cracked and the weeds grow up. It will collect trash. It's not what you want to look out upon from your house. Then they put a big sign up that we're selling it, and we panicked because we weren't sure what was going to happen. We'd been through in the neighborhood one zoning fight over a building and ended up with a high-rise off of Crestmont right below 29th that, I mean, I can see it from my house. It's not what anybody wanted to happen. And we've been waiting all these years to see that the lot's been on the market to see what would happen. Yeah, they came to us with this proposal. And with anything that happens in the community, the question becomes, does it fit into the community? Does it cause parking problems? Does it cause traffic problems? You know, I read into this. I've done 2 different stints as president of CVCA. And, you know, so I've been down here a million times. You hear these questions over and over again, just like you did just now with the adult daycare center. The designs from the architect mimic many of the various row house styles within the community. In fact, they look really a lot like the ones down on 21st, 22nd, something like that. But the style was appropriate. The parking question they had resolved before they came to us even by putting 2-car garages. If with single-family dwellings as opposed to apartments, that should more than cover their thing. And we are in Area 37 residential parking, and that can always be, you know, they've got 2 parking spaces, so they're going to have to prove they have more cars than that to even be able to get a permit for the car. In addition, Maryland Avenue is now the bike track. So this development is perfectly situated for people who want a car because, yeah, they need it to get to the county or something. But if they want to commute downtown or somewhere, the bike track is there. And trust me, it's being used. It's been really nice. The development will also in a lot of ways solve part of the problem of traffic. Right now, Mace Street is frequently treated as a raceway. Cars just zip up and down both ways. The plans call for it to become a one-way alley. And by widening the one behind Howard Street, there will be like a U. You will also be able to get out onto 27th, but it will really slow down a lot of the traffic. He mentioned briefly, or someone mentioned in a letter, I guess, the people on Howard who were parking behind their houses. What they're doing, when the fence was put up around the parking lot because of the big trucks that the Red Cross had, they moved the fence in. They didn't enclose the whole lot. They moved the fence in, and that left some room for parking. But that's not city property. That's not a public right-of-way. That's private property belonging to the parking lot. So I don't know how you can argue that you have a right to park on somebody else's property. As far as the developers go, I'm sure you've got various iterations of the plan, but they have worked with us. In all the years that I've been involved with the community, I've never seen a developer so willing to agree to things. Like, for instance, the back of the house, the original plan showed, I don't know, it looked like stucco or something on the drawings. But people said, some of the people, especially from Howard Street, said, well, we wish that was brick. The new plans show brick. There was a question about the kind of garage doors. They said, we'll make them the quiet, you know, the quietest model we can find. The whole thing about flipping where the living room, dining room, and kitchen were and putting it on the 3rd floor came up in one of the meetings. They did that. I have never, in all the dealings, seen a developer so willing to actually listen and make changes, and changes that sometimes were not necessarily cheap to do, like bricking the back, because that's what the community said they wanted. So to me, rather than some multi-unit apartment monster going up, I would much rather see nice row houses with families or neighbors that we can get to know. So that's why I'm supporting the project. Any questions?
Thank you. Am I allowed to question you?
Sure.
Yeah.
How does this blend in with the existing neighborhood?
Well, okay, looking around the block, Howard Street are 2-story and 27th, which are a few houses. But Maryland Avenue has half a block of federal-style 3-story, and then the other half are 2-story porch front, except for the in one, which is also a 3-story house.
Do any of the houses on 27th Street, or in Remington for that matter, have garages or decks? Or are they 3-story on Howard Street or 27th Street?
I can't remember all of the houses on Howard. I mean, not in the 27 or 2800 blocks. I haven't traversed the alleys back in there to check on some of that. I mean, there's at least one that was supposed to be a garage behind the end house at 28th and Howard. I don't know what she uses at Fort Al. I mean, the house is an abandoned mess, but
Don't all the other houses have yards as well?
they do have small yards, yes. And one of the variances that are needed are like side setbacks. But none of the other houses in the neighborhood have side setbacks. All, if you look along 28th, those houses, the exterior wall is straight to the sidewalk, for both on Howard and on Maryland. 27th, the same thing. The houses, the little end of May Street that goes on to 27th, both of those the houses go right out to the roadway. You know, it's not, and as far as front yards go, you guys have what, 3 or 4 feet of a little grass strip in the front of your house, but I have a 2-story porch front and there is no front yard. The 3 stories do have a bit, sort of, some of which are a real disaster, but you know, they do have a tiny bit, but it's not anything near the size that the current code would require. Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Woolman, the rest of your witnesses, what are they testifying to?
Brief. I just met all these nice folks today and told them that there's no magic words. Ms. Bullimore wanted to obviously get into details. I believe the remaining 3 witnesses are just going to briefly let you know that they're supportive of the project.
Okay. If we could keep our comments to no more than 2 minutes.
I can do less.
Sandy Sparks.
Oh, Sandy.
I can say, that's not a requirement.
Sandy Sparks. I'm the president of the Charles Village Civic Association, and like Beth, a very long time Charles Village resident since 1966. And I have led the process that we've seen today, and it's been very thorough. It started out with the developer, architect coming to our Charles Village Land Use Committee, which meets every first Tuesday of the month. So that's our first step. And then we had the special meetings, which developed a flyer and paid for the delivery door to door, so that everyone in that surrounding block received a flyer. The attendance at the meeting was very good. You were there.
Not the first one.
If you can just
continue.
Anyway, there were 2 special meetings, and no one but the Land Use Committee itself was at the first meeting. Then we had engaged people in their feedback, and the adjustments were made immediately to the design. So absolutely, the architect has been tremendously adaptive to the wishes and desires of the adjoining neighbors in particular. And then we had follow-up meetings, and the resistance was mainly from the Howard Street side, and but we did proceed the approval through our board for the first scheduled zoning BMZA meeting, which was then postponed at that time. And happily, the architect continued to negotiate with the opponents and arrived at what I think is a really fine final plan. And so the community is very enthusiastic about this coming to this long vacant lot, and the city should be very happy to have 14 new family houses. And we are also very pleased that it all fits within the new zoning code.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you a question, please. As the president of the Charles Village Community Association, have you opposed all rooftop decks that have come before you to this point?
We've never had any come to us.
No requests for rooftop decks?
No.
Are there any other rooftop decks in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Where?
One witness at a time. One witness at a time. I would also point out that this doesn't really get to any aspect of
I'll
the
leave that
requested
alone then.
variances.
I'll leave that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Diane Brunetti?
Yes. Hi.
She asked to be brief, so I know she'll be brief.
I'll be very brief. I'm good at it.
I'll
I'm
mark the
Diane
time. It's
Brunetti.
9:38. That gives you till 9:40. Go.
You're taking my time. I'm a 30-year resident homeowner. I would love to see this happen. When they read the letter from Councilman Stokes, that's pretty much how I feel. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still 9:38. That's very good.
Chuck Bullimore, I'm sorry. Did you want to say anything? If not,
Not
sorry.
really. I agree
Joe,
with my wife.
Joe, did you want to say something?
Sure.
Joe Brunetti.
I'd like to. Thank you.
Again, just briefly, get your support. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am, gentlemen. I'm nobody. I don't have any special expertise in zoning. The only reason I'm here is because you already heard from my wife. She said I should be here tonight.
Oh, my.
But I find myself in kind of a strange situation in that I want to rebut testimony that hasn't been given yet.
Generally, when you're in that position, you want to wait until the testimony is heard.
But I've heard the testimony before, and so I'd like to say just a couple of things. First of all, you're going to hear a drum that's been beaten and beaten and beaten because it's the one drum that is being used constantly, and that's parking and traffic. We live in an urban, heavily populated urban area, and there's going to be traffic, and there's going to be parking problems. Also, you're going to hear from a gentleman who is well-versed in all of the zoning codes. Okay, but I'd like to see this go forward. That's just my personal opinion. Like I said, I'm nobody. You don't have to listen to me. I'm just one little voter. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, we'll submit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woolman. You're from the opposition.
Turner Donohue, 2721 North Howard Street.
Okay, Mr. Donahue.
This proposed development came into being without any input from the Howard Street residents. It has not substantially changed in scope. The variances required are excessive. It's not just one variance. It's lot coverage, lot area, front, side, and rear yards. The old code is what is in effect here, yet on the drawings he has the new code variances established. I'd like to know how, as far as the variance is concerned, Mr. Burton has said that purpose was not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or the income potential of the property. I don't know how that could be when you could put a few houses in there and still meet the zoning code. And also, how would this not impair an adequate supply of light and air to my house when it's shown on your drawing that it does? I get sunlight in my house 5 a.m. There's just an empty lot. Now with 3 stories, it's going to totally eliminate the sunshine from coming into my kitchen in the morning. Warms my feet, warms my cat, lets my garden grow, keeps the mold from growing on my house. All these things will happen with the increased shade of this massive 3-story structure put so close to mine. It overcrowds the land. It's going to create a hazardous traffic condition. Right now, there's no through traffic in this alley. I can walk out. I have no gate. I just walk out. Don't have to worry about it. But now it's going to be a circle. There'll be traffic going around and around. The utilities, how is this alley going to be improved? There are no utilities in this alley. We don't need these utilities. These utilities are for your proposed development. Why do you have to tear up our alleys for that? I will be denied the use of the alley for a period of up to 6 months, where I'd have to climb the stairs in order to get to my house. I won't be able to offload groceries behind my house. It will increase the danger of fire also. When there's a lack of light for the trees behind my house, I have an evergreen tree, it will be very flammable. The deck on top of the structures you're proposing will ultimately have a grill on there. Sparks could be flying, ignite my tree behind my house, and it's just a short 10-foot distance from my tree to my house, and it's a short 20-foot distance from my tree to your house. I think that's a significant danger. The tree is fine now, but with the increased shade, it won't be. And there's 14 separate requests for variances, not just one. Not all of them need this 20. We're supposed to have a 25-foot backyard, and I'm getting 12 and a half times 14 properties. Then also, it'll create a hazardous condition on 28th Street. I have traffic that burns down Howard 8 to 28th Street. With no variance on that side, it would create a blind corner. Pedestrians walk on that sidewalk, and there's no seeing them. The It's okay. Take your time. And I was not told exactly why you needed these variances. I don't know why you can't build on this lot without them. It's a 60-foot by 310-foot lot. You could build structures there without variances. Why do you need variances? It's never been
If I may
told to us.
interject, gentlemen, we've just been advised that we have a 10 p.m. hard stop that the security officials have just given us. So that means we have 14 minutes from now.
The sidewalk on the May Street side, who owns that? Who owns the sidewalk on the May Street side of the property that will be constructed?
So this is your testimony, not
Okay.
a question.
I'm sorry. There's a sidewalk on the May Street side of the property that would be owned by the various homeowners. If someone slips on the sidewalk, is it the individual homeowner's liability?
That there was testimony about the sidewalk being required by the Department of Planning.
And is there a sidewalk required in my alley when somebody could walk down the alley? Is there any requirement there?
I think that was imposed as a condition of the development, or was requested by the planning department as part of the development.
And snow removal, is there any snow removal in any alley in Baltimore City? No, we've removed the snow on our own in this alley for the 15 years that I've lived here. Now, is the city going to be required to remove the snow on these new alleys that he's proposing to build?
Say what you need to say, yeah.
I'm not sure about that one. Okay, I'm sorry.
You may want to tie it up.
Well,
there's,
I'll just jump in here while Mr. Donahoe. My name's Douglas Armstrong, 2828 North Howard Street. I'm in the next block up. I'm primarily here as support for my neighbor, but I also have a lot of concerns, and I want to object to the last-minute amended application. At this time, it was not presented to Mr. Donahoe beforehand. Mr. Donahoe was known as a protestant to this, so he's had no opportunity to really digest that and look at it. He's tried to make himself familiar with the old code, which is what we believe you're governed by in this case. It can't be a pick one or you decide which one you're going to apply. He either has to go with the old code, which is the application date, or if he wants the new code, he needs to reapply. The failure in the application is that the reasoning, the requirements in the application to state why and how you meet the need for a variance is not in the original application, so it's deficient. That came in now with this amended memo from Mr. Woolman that, again, was not given to Mr. Donahoe with advanced opportunity to digest, but you are being given it in order to make a decision. You can't pick one or the other. The date of application should control, and as a consequence, it should be under the old code, and that should be the only thing that governs, and as it is the only thing that governs, the zoning code doesn't allow the degree of variances, since those are not being really addressed here as to how much you're talking about giving away in this project. And I agree that you could do some very nice houses there in a fewer number and meet the requirements of the code. But you're talking about building 3-story buildings up to the Howard Street side when all the Maryland Avenue homes have a big backyard and a 20-foot alley. And you're giving no yards, no side yards. It's brand new construction, so you have to meet all the new requirements, at least the old requirements of side yards and interior yards. And it's not being met. And so as a result, I think you have a real conundrum. If you're going to do this pick and choose which code you're going to use, you're in real deep water. As far as I'm concerned, you're obligated to the original introduction date, which is the old code.
I'd also like to introduce as evidence the Remington has been established as National Historic District, and that this property is in the Remington Historic District. It's not in Charles Village. That shows the boundaries of the district and the significance of our houses and why they should be protected.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anything further?
Not that I can think of this time.
Mr. Woolman, anything?
Two minutes, very, very quick, just to rebut a couple of quick points. Regarding the amendment, as I stated at the very outset of the case, the amendment was really more of a clarification to provide the board additional information as to the variances requested. In no way is the nature of the variance requested changed whatsoever. Mr. Burton, it's my understanding, even after receiving letters of support from the community associations, you met with Howard Street residents on numerous occasions, and the board now has in evidence a document signed off on by the Howard Street residents that are the neighbors of the witness that are now in support of the project. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that the distance between the back of the witness's house and the back of the proposed houses is actually 44 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, and some of the houses it's more.
And it's my understanding that you have worked with the city and are providing easements both to the front and rear of this property and giving up portions of your property to widen the right-of-ways at this location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And regarding traffic, you've met with the DOT and continue to meet with the Department of Transportation regarding any traffic issues that may arise. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That I would submit that the testimony and evidence contained in both the exhibits and by live witnesses today supports the test under Cromwell v. Ward for the variances requested in the matter and submit at this time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you.
All right, and we're off the record. Where'd I find it? Yes.
Record for me, 10 o'clock.
For you?
Yeah.
We still got to go through all this.
being the real record. How are you, Gavin?
No, this year.
Okay, you were just.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Restaurant? Okay.
I'll find it.
It happens
What were you looking
sometimes.
The personal services again.
Okay, that's gonna be before that.
Because P goes before R?
Yes. Although, as I'm sure you're familiar, sometimes when you're a younger child, R comes before P. For those who are interested, it's 11 to 1.
Right. We still got time to lose.
They hustled and we didn't.
I'll start.
We gotta wait for
Church.
Frank.
Frank the Tank. Speak up, sir. I wonder if you'll get that reference. I think the last thing I do, the last hearing I ever attend as a board member, I'm gonna get you a chair. You should have your own honorary bar stool over there.
We could just Skype you in.
Just,
Just do it from your bed.
hours on hours.
Okay.
Church.
The one that's in South Baltimore, right? 84. Yeah, that one was a little bit problematic for me just because determining the parking.
Wasn't that the one, again, I'm getting them mixed up at this point, wasn't that the one where if it's 50 years older or?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was a key, it's or, not and.
Yeah. I didn't have a problem with that one.
So they would be exempt from parking.
Right.
Right, exactly. So we could make, if we're gonna go to approve, we can approve subject to planning approving it.
Right.
Throw it back to
Yeah.
you guys.
'Cause here's my concern with that is that, it's, as we start with these new, as we start with the new code, these early cases really frame a lot of the understandings going forward. And so if we're gonna say that no neighborhood, what's the word? No neighborhood commercial establishment has a parking requirement, that seems to me to be a pretty broad statement. And I think would probably shock a lot of folks. So,
How do you square it with the statute then?
Yeah, we're going, that's E, we're talking about F. which is-
yeah,
F,
yeah. So, which one was that? What's the number?
16601.
Structures over 50 years old, structures over 50 years old, or structures that have received an historic tax credit are exempt from parking requirements, subject to review and approval by the Director of Planning.
Well, I guess that would give you certainly an opportunity to weigh in on that, Martin, as far as the planning department, as far as what.
And I guess there's more, if they have not historically provided parking and they lack sufficient space on the lot to accommodate parking.
Yeah.
Which they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100% lot
Didn't
coverage.
that place like 13,000 square foot or something?
Yeah, it's bigger than that, it's 17 something.
So what
I
do
think
you
it was
do-
almost
What
18.
do you do if you have 150 employees?
That's right.
can't exempt parking in that situation.
Yeah.
Planning director might not. I mean, that's part of the problem. Their plan wasn't totally developed.
Right.
Right.
So we didn't know what they needed. You didn't know what they needed.
You still don't. They don't.
didn't tell you what they needed.
Well, they don't know.
So,
But I think the council has taken it somewhat out of our hands and placed it in planning's hands with its language.
Yeah.
make an approval contingent upon planning director's findings.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Whatever that might be.
Yeah,
That's what I would
that's all we can do.
Then they should, planning director should have to be here till 10 o'clock.
His designee is.
I would heartily agree with that. Okay. I've got this Edmondson Avenue on here with a note about conditions and parking.
Edmondson.
Oh, yeah, me too.
What number?
Oh, yeah, that was the one with nothing around it. They needed they needed to construct a facility for their trash.
They also testified that they really want to be a carryout, which is not what they
Originally.
filed
Yes.
for. Carryouts are not permitted in a B1 district.
And they said we can't meet parking.
Yes. No, they can't.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard no on that one.
They do have an opportunity to come back under the
New
new
code.
if they so choose to try to develop something that meets the standards as a conditional use. That's a separate issue that would require them to.
You have to wait a year for that? Do they have to wait a year for that if we
I
apply
would
it,
say no.
since it's a new code?
I don't believe they would have to wait a year, but that's a decision. the
We
board
could make at the time, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Esther Place.
Extra place, yeah.
I'm a no on Esther.
You know, I am too. I think maybe we might be in the same mind about this, is that facility is just really old. And I'm not sure that I think that it is possible to do what they want to do, but it's gonna take a substantial redevelopment of that property. Because I don't think that you can, just looking at it, I don't think that it would be safe, first of all, to operate with those doors closed and have a painting operation and everything else.
You could. I've actually had a case like this years ago because those spray booths are completely separate.
Well,
right?
yeah,
Separate
sure.
ventilation.
Yeah. But I mean, when the thing comes out of there, but frankly, the danger to me isn't so much just from the paint, it's from the repair operation in a space where it just looks like there's just not enough space to get around and do what you need to do. And there's no ventilation other than a small fan in the corner of the ceiling.
Well, I was a no, but I think for different reasons, because he was testifying about the number of cars.
Cars,
and
yes.
basically it's going to put them on a city right of way.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, that was like a dead letter to begin with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you on that.
I was actually okay with that one because he testified he was going to put in ventilation.
Right.
And he
did.
testified there is already a lift in there. And all the problems that the community mentioned were not problems that he created. They were prior owners. So.
Though to the community's position, that's what every applicant has said, and I think that David's input was that we've placed these conditions on on all of these different uses that have come, proposals that have come in front of us for these garage operations in this area. And none of the conditions really end up being followed. And the proffered reason is because they're just not able to comply with them.
I know what you're gonna say to this, but how do we tell him no when there's all those other
Right.
folks doing the same thing? You're gonna say,
And
but those
especially
folks are in
since
front
he
of us.
hasn't been an offender.
Well, my no was that I just didn't think there was sufficient land to do what he said he wanted to do. Because he was saying, oh, I have space for 25 cars. Well, no, you don't.
Yeah, but can't we condition that? I mean, certainly say you can't park.
Well, we have the standard conditions, that's the whole.
Right, but like that whole alley on the side, that's, I mean,
But in addition to the standard conditions, we can specifically say that he can't use that city property that he thinks his landlord entitles
has to be
him to.
contained within
Right.
the building. And it's up to him to run his
We should
business
at
plan
least
from there.
Give him an opportunity to see if he can comply as opposed to making the assumption that he won't.
I don't see it so much as what's incumbent on him. I think that that at a certain point it becomes, so the question with conditional uses is, it's presumptively valid use unless you can show that there's something about this particular use in this particular location which makes it unfit. And there may have been a history of these uses at that location previously. I think that garage operations have changed from the time when that structure was built. And to undertake a garage operation in that location now, it requires a different building than what he's proposing to operate there. I think that you probably need to knock the whole thing down and build a new building if that's what you want to do that's there. I think that just as with non-complying structures, or there's a vision that at some point that they go away, that after a certain point, once it becomes evident that these uses just aren't really compatible with that area, they can't really be operated with the conditions that we place on them, that becomes evidence of the fact that the use is no longer suitable for that location.
Does that guy on Covington Street still have that garage? I can't remember his name.
Yes.
Chris.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think it's Federal Hill Motors.
Yeah.
I just don't see it as incompatible when there's so many other similarly situated businesses on that.
Well, and none of them follow the conditions which we impose. And the fact that they continue to be a nuisance, I think, is further evidence of the fact that they're no longer suitable for that location because they can't operate within the conditions we place upon them.
Well, and the reason I brought that place on Federal Hill, he's got the same size garage. Those bays are no deeper than what we're talking about here.
Yeah, although he doesn't, he's only, I think he has room for 2 inside. And he's got, the way that he operates.
He runs a clean shop.
Yes, he runs a clean shop, and he's so busy, he only takes in so many cars that he can take. And he doesn't take wrecked vehicles and that kind of stuff. He does like just regular straight service on cars.
Doesn't this guy deserve a chance to do the same?
I say no.
Yeah, I'm a no, but I guess for different reasons. But.
All right. That's 3-2. About
no, we got Duncan Street.
Yeah, the older gentleman with the parking pad.
Oh,
Okay with it.
the one on Glen Allen Drive?
Yeah.
Maybe he's still got to get through, planning, so.
Get through chat.
Oh, right, right.
No, I'd like to throw out the code allows for 1- and 2-family dwellings to put like parallel cement strips instead of paving the whole thing. Just have these parallel strips just for the wheels. It makes it much greener and less obtrusive. And
Well, he'd be permitted to do that anyway, right?
he could do that under the code if we allow the location. It's just a suggestion that maybe we could.
He'll have to go through a curb cut
separately justify the curb cut.
And that may help him with the curb cut.
Didn't he tie his hands though when he said he wanted to go forward?
Yeah. And he said that if he didn't get it, then he was fine with it and he didn't get it.
I mean, I would have been yes, but we basically told him to go to
Adam.
planning and come back.
Can't we approve them subject to chap? He's gotta go there anyway, right?
There's no reason why we couldn't. The chap said, we'll approve it subject to zoning.
Yes. And that would still cycle back to curb cut, which is a whole separate thing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I see what he's asking for. Does it seem like it's a small deal? Well, sure, but it's also a small deal to just simply have a handicap parking out in front of your house.
Yeah, I think that's what pushed me towards a no. He had an alternative,
Yes.
a viable alternative.
I just kind of looked at it from a different perspective. I looked at the pictorial, and it looked like a nice little distance from the curb to the house.
And so parking the car
That was-
just right inside the curb, it's still the same, practically the same distance from the house. He's not,
Just when you're 80, it makes a difference.
he's not, like, it would be, I had the same thought, but it'd be one thing if maybe he was proposing to have a carport that went like right next to the house. Then I could see that there's a difference. But he's not. He's just saying, no, I just want to park the car 18 feet up on the grass, and there was like 50 feet. You can still go to the house. And so it's like, okay, so you're just, you're inside the curb instead of outside the curb. I didn't see them as being, I didn't really see it as a difference. And so because he had that alternative, I'm like, well, okay, but why would we do all this stuff to try to create some sort of exception for him when he could just get the same thing by having the handicap parking? Particularly when we said that, gave him the opportunity of, this is how you get the same thing that you're asking for.
He clearly didn't get that.
Oh, no, he got it.
No, I
He
don't
just
think
said
he
that
understood.
that's not what I want to do.
I think it was psychological. He didn't want to say that, he didn't want to admit that he'd be disabled if he's not.
Yeah, well, I think that that's also what you get into, yes, is that there's a fair amount of denial. Which I can understand, but still.
All right, no. Duncan Street and Pizza Boli's.
That was a no on a negative appeal on Duncan.
So that's to sustain the
Right.
finding of the zoning administrator. I was the same.
Yeah, that was fine. I didn't have a problem with the
Yeah.
project that he wanted to build. He didn't, council didn't understand how to interpret that.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Pizza Boli's.
I don't think that we can prove it.
Why?
I know where you're gonna go, and I got to counter that, but go ahead.
Okay. All right, so as I was looking at this, and this is another thing where you have to sort of look at the precedent of it, that it's a neighborhood commercial establishment.
If.
Which one is that?
What do we say?
16.
Yeah, thank you.
Very familiar with that one.
Getting memorized that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So,
That's going to come up again.
there is no 16,328.
That's what I said, 14.
Oh, okay. See, you should listen to him.
Standards in 14.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, 14,328. Neighborhood commercial establishment may contain the following non-residential uses. The ones that apply would be restaurants or retail good establishments, no alcoholic beverage sales. Now, when you look at the definition of restaurant, though, it basically says it has to, the food has to be for on-premises consumption, and it says it cannot be a carryout. which is why I had so many questions about, well, tell me about what the dominant use is gonna be, sort of, and then they said that it's predominantly gonna be carryout.
Well, that's where I differ with you, because delivery is not carryout. Carryout is when you walk up and buy it and take it out.
Well, but they were proposing they wanted to do that too.
They did, well, but I think.
Like by the slice.
But the
Well-
majority of it's gonna be delivered, because I asked that question.
Well,
And there are
but,
tables.
Got tables
on
I,
the-
sure, but when you go to the definition of carryout, I thought about that too. Carryout says carryout food shop means an establishment where prepared food is served in disposable containers from a serving counter, primarily for off-premises consumption.
See, it's not served there.
But it doesn't, no, it doesn't,
We
So-
had this, we had this years ago. It was a pizza place, David somewhere, and I can't remember where it was, and I think we determined that it's a pizza delivery, it's not a carryout. Am I right?
You may be, I don't remember.
Okay.
I remember that. I remember that.
What, DiGiorno's?
Yeah.
The,
I'm going to
under,
Maria D's when I
under
leave here.
the previous code, pizza delivery was a separate conditional use.
No.
It's not under this code. The other thing is, we have to decide, carry out in general, under this category, are we gonna, did
Yeah.
we agree, does it not allow it, or does it allow it? Because we're gonna get another.
That's correct.
Several hundred.
That's correct.
requests for carryout.
Correct.
And I think that's an important. Deliberation. Certainly an important question for us to decide now, early in the process.
Exactly
and be
right.
Consistent with the way we deal with it.
Because my fear is that, I mean, what's clear under the new code is that people didn't want to have carryouts in residential areas. And they instead wanted to require restaurant use and would permit restaurants but not carryouts. And so that's why I think we need to be clear on setting the line here, that this is a carryout that they're talking about. And in fact, they even referred to it as a carryout in their testimony. So I don't think that it's something that can be approved.
I don't know of any other pizza joints that have eat-in.
Listed specifically in
Not that I've dined in a lot of them, but I think it's basically a delivery only.
Yeah, that, it would cover the grocery.
Yeah, and they said that that's what they envisioned their operation being. So if they said, yeah, we're gonna have, craft pizzas and we're gonna have people come and sit down and have their, eat their pizza here and take it from the counter and sit there and, or whatever, that would be one thing.
They submitted show tables.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is, it would be one thing if they testified that their intention was to operate that way, but they testified that their intention is to be a carryout, and they even referred to it in their testimony as a carryout.
I hear what you're saying.
So, I think that,
I hear, but I think, they may have used the word carryout, but I think the substance was delivery. The majority of what they're gonna do is deliver, and I can't equate that with a carryout. Because carryout to me is a bunch of people standing in line waiting for a pizza. This is, they get a call and they jump in a car and they go.
well, I think that there's,
What if you what's the difference between a pickup and delivery? If it's a pickup, isn't it a carryout?
Yes.
Well, you can go and pick up something from a dine-in restaurant, and that doesn't make it a carryout.
Well, that's
well,
what I'm asking.
because the question is, how do you primarily operate?
Right.
Right.
So, and if you are primarily operating as, because remember, we're not talking about, carry out in our mind, it's what the definition is. And I think that the definition that's here, and basically it focuses on, are you giving people food that they are now going to take away from the location, or even if you give it to them or deliver it to them? Or are people coming in and sitting down and eating at your establishment? Because the latter, I think, is permissible as neighborhood commercial. The former, I don't think is. And I think that with these early on cases particularly, we need to make that message clear, because there was a lot of attention paid to trying to restrict and eliminate, to the extent possible, a lot of these carryouts in neighborhoods and residential areas.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I just think that we need to put a finer point on that and say, to me, a delivery service, let's say it's a pizza Bowley's, and it's a typical pizza Bowley's where there's no tables. And you can't even pick it up. It's just you call and they deliver. To me, that's not a carryout.
But what, how do you?
And this is a question of how much.
Well, and I think, well, but here's the thing, is that, you know, the nature of the food business, prepared foods, is changed a lot. So with the advent of things like Eat 24, Order Up, et cetera, I've heard numbers from like 10 to 15% sales growth now for a lot of these small establishments that they get from participating in services like that. And there's a establishment that I can think of that's kind of near me. They're on Eat 24 or whatever. Their whole, like, you look at their shop and everything, it's really set up as a carryout. But because of the advent of this new technology, it gives them a different way to do the same thing. But now, instead of people walking up and purchasing the food there, they can sit on their couch and say, yeah, you know what, I'm hungry, I want pizza. I'm gonna dial it up and someone's gonna bring it to me now. So getting really locked into sort of the traditional notions or ideas of how carryouts, sort of our experiences have been to this point about carryouts, I think sort of misses this new direction that things are going in. That really what the inquiry should be focusing on is, are people coming in, are they primarily coming in, sitting down, eating a meal there, and then leaving? Or are you preparing the food for it to be consumed somewhere else off premises?
But
And where it's primarily off premises, it's carryout. I'm sorry.
Well, and that's where I disagree with you. I think you have to divide that second category. If they're preparing it for people to pick it up and take it off premises, it's a carry out. If they're preparing it for delivery, I don't think it's a carry out.
But the people in the neighborhood that they've met with wanted a carry out. Not only for the pizza, but for the other products.
Well,
They essentially defined the carry out.
The problem is the carry out kicks them out of the,
That's right.
out of our saying yes to this, basically.
That's right. Yeah. If they were just operating basically like a 7-Eleven, that'd be different.
Yeah.
Then it'd be simple.
But, you know, unless they're gonna serve a very wide.
Yes, or a pizza restaurant.
Unless they're gonna serve a very wide radius as a delivery, there's no way that the carryout won't be the predominant part of the business.
They also testified that they wanted to have people come in to be able to sit there and meet and talk.
Well, sure. They said that they wanted to have that, but they said that their primary business was a carryout.
That's what
because she wasn't sure if they would be allowed to have.
I mean, I'm even with the, I hear them saying that they want to do fresh produce and so forth, but I haven't seen that on that side of town yet. So I'm very skeptical that that's what will ultimately end up on those racks.
Well, since you did say the majority will be a carryout, I guess maybe that's where we gotta go.
Take people at their word.
If the board decides not to approve it because of that, the next question is, can they go back to the drawing board, redesign what they want to do substantially, and come back?
Of course.
I would think they could.
I would say yes.
Of course they can.
If it was just a standard pizza Bowley's,
Because
then
they
it
didn't
wouldn't have
ask
been
for a
any issue.
restaurant.
So, think it's important that you get this right from the beginning, and it's probably a way to direct them.
Or they call it a restaurant and design it like that.
If that's the direction we want to
And
go.
operate it.
Yeah.
It would be nice if planning had given us some.
Yeah, Mark. What's wrong with
Not
you?
Mark.
I listened very carefully to the testimony.
Of course.
I was looking at it, and yes, the carryout food shop would not be allowed under the neighborhood commercial establishment definition. I heard them mention the convenience store, and I said, well, there's the retail goods establishment that's allowed under the neighborhood
Right.
commercial establishment. But then they said, that's going to be secondary to the carryout.
Yeah, that's right.
And had they not said that, it would have been possible to argue it's a
Retail goods.
That's right.
with an
That's why I asked the question.
secondary
That's right.
carryout or accessory carryout, but they didn't
Yes.
give you that choice.
No.
So,
Okay. Before we get kicked out of here,
I think
let's.
BPD is looking at us.
All right, now we have the 5 o'clock docket.
We're trying.
Got Gwynn Oak Avenue. Any issue with that?
I was okay with the conditions.
I was as well.
Park in the back, yeah, as long as they go
Okay with
DOT.
it.
And then Mace Street.
I'm good.
And
Did they meet the standard for a variance? Did that-
I think that they did, when they said that the property is unique because of its size. It's not
Yeah.
the same as the others. And because planning, I guess, wanted, basically because they're giving away so much space in the front, that's going to push everything towards the rear, thereby creating the need for a lot of those, the lot coverage in yard variance.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay with it.
All right, are we ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. 2016-45, 1213 Edmondson Avenue, I'm a no.
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 2016-401, 1401 Bloomfield Avenue was postponed. 2017-84, 1404 through 1418 South Charles Street. So I guess we can condition that on approval by the Director of Planning under,
Whatever section it was.
yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it's F.
16.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 2017-126, 2509 Garrett Avenue was by consent. 2017-165, 5800 Chemical Road was postponed. 2017-169, 2800 East Eager Street was postponed. 2017-177, 3238 Esther Place, I'm a no.
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 Well, yes.
Oh, yes.
2017-192, 220 through 222 South Duncan Street. I am a no as to the negative appeal.
No.
No.
Agreed.
Agreed.
2017-215, 819 and 821 Light Street was by consent with Planning Department conditions. 2017-227 and 2017-228, 1509 East North Avenue and 1511 East North Avenue were by consent. 2017-232, 102 South Chapel Street was by consent with an agreement among the parties that they're going to supplement. I guess they're going to supplement that with a email confirming what the terms of their agreement. 2017-233, 723 South Luzerne Avenue was by consent. 2017-235, 813 Glen Allen Drive, I'm a no.
No.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
2017-236, 2356 Washington Boulevard was postponed. 2017-237, 3600 Clipper Mill Road was postponed. 2017-239, 1708 through 1720 Gorsuch Avenue was postponed. 2017-240, 1001 North Broadway was by consent. 2017-241, 1437 Myrtle Avenue was withdrawn. 2017-245, 1821 through 1831 West Lafayette Avenue. I'm a no.
No.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes also.
2017-267, 1743 North Washington Street was postponed. 2017-51, 3723 Gwinnett Avenue. I'm a yes with planning department conditions.
Yes.
Yes.
2017-129. Oh, Barney, did you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. 2017. You watching the baseball scores?
I'm asleep.
2017-129, 2727 32 May Street. I'm a yes.
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 2017-189, 1933 East Baltimore Street was by consent. 2017-234, 1508 North Eden Street was a no-show. 2017-255, 806 North Broadway was postponed.
Change it on Esther. Oh, yes. Not that it's going
No.
to change
Okay.
Just
the end result, but
Still in City Hall.
on Esther.
Her vote on Esther. It doesn't change the result.
everybody.
Which one was Esther?
That was the garages.
4-1, right?